does to your mind.
I was going to try and bring the comparison back. Now, if you've got an IQ,
Do you like the
mate,
bottom
you're
of the
not an
globe
idiot,
or not?
it's easy. I did.
Sorry, I wanted to bring this conversation back to the topic.
Yeah.
The East Coast is waking up. Everybody in the United States is getting ready for work. Yeah. So the globe is like a metaphorical prison. You know what I mean?
I was going to try and make that transition, but I couldn't quite make it.
Just imagine, right? If you have a fence and this fence is a mile by a mile, right? There's no like people are going across that fence. They're going to want to see what's on the other side of the fence. Maybe the fence is 50 miles squared, right? Are people still want to go across the fence? Absolutely. 1,000,000 miles squared. People are still going to want to cross that fence and see what's on the other side. So the only way you can do it is by just removing the fence. Like there is no fence.
They tell you if you live on a ball, then in any direction you go, you'll end up back where you started after about 24,900 miles. And you can't go anywhere else. That's all there is. That's a prison. It's a big free-range farm for your mind.
Like an island in a sea of void, right? With huge, vast distances between islands, right?
Yeah, and plasma that is going to barbecue you if you go through it.
Right. And tiny particles, tiny to huge particles traveling faster than the speed of sound and all that.
Yeah.
I'm way too high for this.
I always love the speed of sound arguments because I think of when people to like a romantic sunset, yeah. So you sat on top of a hill, there's a picnic blanket, you're watching the sun go down. What's actually happening is like you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, making the sun appear to go down. There's nothing romantic about it. Like that right there is a white knuckle ride. Do you know what I mean? That right there should be terrifying. So it's like a theme park.
Right. Yeah, what nerd's going to break out with that shit at the beach with the girlfriend?
I probably would, to be honest, but my wife has accepted long ago. I'm not going to lie to you. Like my wife accepted long ago. She married a weirdo. She did so, not under duress.
She knew what she was doing.
Yeah, she did. I hid nothing. I was just like, date number one. I ain't gonna lie to you, right?
Yeah.
Some people find me a lot, right? I'm gonna lay it out. And she was like, yeah, I want some of that shit.
And you must be very good looking, bro. What the fuck?
You hear me at all?
Sorry, what, Radwin?
Pads, I have a question for him. Does your wife know you're a flat earther?
It wasn't Pads talking, it was me. And it was me raised by goats.
Oh, I'm sure she knows you're a flat earther.
I mean, I've got about 5 flat Earth books on my bookshelf, so she's.
I have maps all over the walls. I have different maps everywhere, just to put them out there. And she hears me talking. I've heard her flat smack people already, so this is crazy.
Nice.
Flat smack is a mad term, bro.
When people come and visit our house, she hides my books. She's like, right, they're not staying on the bookshelf.
Oh no, I don't.
Nice. No way, did she? Quick! The neighbours are coming.
Right, no. Right, so real life. I was on holiday recently. I was on the east coast of Yorkshire. People might have saw me talking about it in the side chat. I brought my P900 to the beach on a family holiday. Like my brother-in-law's there, my father-in-law's there, and I'm there with my P900 on the beach, zooming in on these little platforms, doing calculations. And my father-in-law says, "Oh, what are you trying to take a picture of?" And then my wife says, "Oh, it's a flat Earth thing. Just ignore him." But then my father, but then my father-in-law says to me, like a bit inquisitive, like, "What is it you're doing?" And I said, "Well, if the Earth is a ball with a given radius," and he said, "Well, that means there should be drop over distance, right?" And he starts talking about how he's been, well, I saw this YouTube video about it. There'd be a limit to how far we can see. And my wife's just looking at us like, for fuck's sake. Just, she was expecting my father-in-law, her dad, to just be like, yeah, what a weirdo, let's leave him to it. But he'd been watching videos about it as well.
Awesome. So did he get into it with you? And he was like, did he?
Well, yeah, I was showing him on my camera. So this is 55 miles away. And then he was saying, well, why should that mean you wouldn't be able to see it? And I was explaining, well, a geometric horizon, right, should be 3 miles away. I mean, slightly less than, because my camera wasn't 6 feet higher. So, and I'm going through it with him, and he was saying to me, oh, you should make like I can't remember which website he said, and you should post it on this website to discuss. They'd find this really interesting. And I could just see my wife like, this is not how I expected this to go. She even did it with my brother-in-law as well. She said once to my brother-in-law,
awesome,
don't listen to him. He thinks the earth is flat. And I think she does it to test the water to see how, because I say to her, like, more people are looking at this than you realise, right? I'm a weirdo, but not for this. This is one of the least weird things I do in my free time. Like, and I'll explain to her, this isn't as fringe as you think it is. She'll say, oh, well, don't listen to him, he's a flat earther. And it's the same with my brother-in-law. And my brother-in-law said, yeah, no, I saw it on TikTok. Everyone on TikTok knows the earth is flat. And she just had that same moment again of like, oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, we suspect you're right about that too. Like, I've seen this in my own life, in my own orbit, where people treat flat earth as like a taboo topic. Hence, I guess folks like taboo conspiracy. It's something that people are secretly interested in, but they don't necessarily want their friends and family knowing it.
Every time I bring it up,
I'd rather them know that they watch porn all the time than that they look into flat Earth.
Every time I bring it up,
you might be right.
People, I've never had it where people just shut it down. Every time I bring it up, or sometimes I do it a bit more like around the houses, be it the moon landing, or I'll say, did you know there's people out there who don't think dinosaurs ever existed? How mad's that? Just to but every time, it's almost like people were waiting for somebody else. Do you know what I mean? Like people were waiting for somebody else to just take it to that realm of conversation, and then they're all over it. Hey,
Bradwin, here's a poll idea based off of what you said. Would you rather tell your mom that you're addicted to porn or addicted to flat Earth?
So, my mom knows that I'm a flat earther and anti and all that shit. So she thinks that I'm crazy. I just texted her.
Right button, man.
Yeah. Well,
you're breaking up, or I am.
Yeah, you're right button hard there, Spradic.
This would be even amongst our own ranks, I mean, is this a little better?
A little, yeah.
Which would you rather hide from your mom? Your Playboy magazines or your flat Earth books?
The mags. Man, I so wish like my mum was like still alive. Like for this, like she passed away right before the the flurry of when Flat Earth blew up online. She would have been so into this. I don't know. I have strong conviction that she would have like been yeah. She would have listened to the arguments and gone, holy shit, wow, like yep. But then again, she may have butted heads with it. I don't know. Like I think I know her pretty well. Like I knew her pretty well enough to say that she'd probably be on board by now, I reckon.
Well, my mum thinks it's hilarious. She loves it. She went to Alaska and she's like, I'm on top of the world, Darren. She goes, can I see your ice wall from here? And all the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, she rings me up once. She goes, Darren, what's underneath the flat Earth? Tell me that. I'm just like,
Christ. That's funny.
Her partner's a bit sort of, he sort of grumbles. Mum goes, no, don't, Kerry, don't start. But me and my nephew would argue about it, and Mum would just laugh. They'd piss themselves. And this is my nephew's.
Oh, yeah, your mom would get sent to CogDis for 5 days.
Yep. My nephew's a pilot. He doesn't argue flat Earth anymore. He just doesn't.
Is that because he knows?
Yeah, he's a pilot. Yeah, so definitely.
That's funny. I have an uncle. He flew for. Sorry, my roboting.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good.
No, you're all right.
You're back.
I have an uncle who flew for the Air Force and then flew for a major airline. He's retired, long retired now. And about 20 years ago, we had this conversation. He and I, my girlfriend at the time, over his kitchen table late at night. We're smoking cigars and getting wasted. And he was like, he basically told me he thought Earth was flat. And you can't see any curvature, and that other pilots kind of wonder the same thing. I think back to that conversation a lot. He's now a recluse. I haven't heard from him in about almost as long, but I'd really like to engage him again on this. He flew tankers, refueling tankers for the Air Force. So long haul flights, way up high.
I know a pilot in real
Yeah,
life.
he knows it's flat.
I'm building up to ask him. Be like, right, come on, bro. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's your view on the topic?
Most of my family and friends, that they know my stance on it. Like, I've spoken about it a little bit here and there, exhaustively with some others. But they don't treat me any differently than they always have. But they generally don't want to talk about it. Or I just don't bring it up, and they don't bring it up. So it just gets left unsaid. But the father-in-law, I think he's a little on the fence, because when I first spoke to him about it, I talked about, that they tell us that we're spinning, that at the moment we're moving in that direction at 312 meters per second, and he's like, bullshit, right? He's just like, no, that's a load of crap. I'm not moving, And then I appealed to his experience as a farmer and as a labourer, and basically, having engineering skills, right, and knowing about gas pressure and water level and all that. And he was just nodding his head, going, yeah, and now he jokes about it now and then, and he'll say, they said on the radio, so they say that there's these fellas stuck in space, and talks about the ISS and stuff, and because he sits out at night on his veranda and watches, waits for the ISS to go over, and he sees it, and shit like that. But yeah, I don't know. Most people are not too against you for it in real life. They don't act like crazy lunatics like we get in here.
Right. Yeah, I have another story like this. So my grandpa, he's long passed, and he was an actual aerospace engineer for a major company. He served a little bit in World War II, got out, and used his engineering in the aerospace industry. He worked for big companies and worked on aircraft and missile tech. So he took up golfing in his later years, and we were talking about that. He joked around once. This is in the late 90s. He was joking around saying, about golf. He's like, I wonder if I have to take into account Coriolis. I didn't know what the hell that was. And I'm like, what do you mean by Coriolis? So he busted out a piece of paper, drafting pencil, and he started describing it to me. I'm like, wow, so when you're designing missiles, did you ever take any of this into account? He's like, no, we never did. And it sat weird with me, right? Because I'm like, holy shit, if Earth is a globe, why aren't they taking Coriolis into account? Why is he joking about taking into account for slapping golf balls? And then he says, no, we never had to do anything with Coriolis in any of our design tech and specs for any of this shit. And this topic came up a couple times since then. I'd bring it up to him because it kind of bothered me a little bit. He's just like, no, we never took Coriolis into account in designing the airframes for any of this stuff. The systems, nope. And so I think back to that too all the time. Like, wow, that's fascinating. I think it bothered him too. Because these are concepts you learn in school, but then in practicality out in the field, you don't use it. The theory doesn't match reality.
Right, and at the time, you're probably not really thinking about it even. Then you've come along, you've mentioned it to him, and then he's probably gone away, like he's parted ways, and he's like rubbing his beard, going,
Yeah, he used to smoke a pipe and like rock in his easy chair, and I could just imagine him thinking like, thinking back to his days as an engineer, like, fuck man, that Coriolis. What the hell? I'm sure it puzzled him, and that's why he would bring it up and we talk about it from time to time. I really think it's stuck in his craw. And I think like with your mother too, I mean, she'd probably contemplate some of this stuff too if it came across her and puzzle her. And so what we're saying is flat earthers is not unusual or weird. People in the normal world who encounter the stuff that we encounter, gives them pause. Like the whole gas pressure without a container thing. It's fucked up.
Well, my mother was questioning things a long time ago. I mean, like she would, and like, cause I remember her arguing with me about meteors, right, and how they are like making just a big straight down hole, and where's the remains, like where's the rock, like all this shit,
Yeah.
And I'd be arguing with her, showing her like throwing a rock into a pile of sand and saying, "See, it disappeared, went under," or it just, you can just have something hit something so hard that it just explodes, vaporizes, I was making all these excuses like a fucking globetard, right?
Yep. Oh man.
I never looked at it fucking up the same way again.
Planes.
Spent about 6 months trying to find the cause.
I don't know if you guys know this, but planes are aluminum and titanium and that stuff. It disintegrate into powder at 550 miles an hour if they slam into concrete.
Yeah. Yeah, they really would.
Yeah, they just turn into dust. Nothing's left.
Are you trying to say that jet fuel can't melt steel beams?
No, I don't know. No, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Don't worry, FBI agents. We're just a bunch of crazy people. Pay no mind.
And also, if they hit the dirt, like they come straight down into dirt, they bury themselves inside the dirt, and then you can't find them.
The only thing that survives such an impact is the passports, as it happens.
That's why I think all airplanes should be made of passport material.
Amen. Especially the black box.
If you need to go to like a Senate hearing or something and try to get a bill or however you do it, I'm not governmental, and see if we can get all buildings made of passport materials.
That's a great idea. We've got empirical evidence that passports survive airplane collisions and jet fuel explosions. So we have all the evidence we need to make a rock solid case for Congress. I agree.
Ballistic helmets as well. right? So when the boys are overseas,
yeah, it tanks everything. How can they deny?
Yeah, I'll just
every single time something comes up, they find a passport.
So what I'll do is I'll use the 9/11 official report every time somebody objects and say, "What? You don't believe the 9/11 Commission?"
Oh, there you go. It's a win. I'll have to start designing shit on paper.
That's funny.
Paper, laminated paper. Let's make everybody wear bulletproof. Make police wear bulletproof vests made of laminated paper. See how well that goes.
Yeah, quick, call the State Department. Find out who they contract with to make their passports. Get them into Lockheed Martin. Get them into like URS or one of these engineering firms. Let's make it LEED compliant.
I bought a new toy.
Paper's a renewable source.
I bought iPhone 16 Pro Max and a watch.
Oh,
But I'm
you're
not
ready for that Neuralink.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I've always have. I have to stay connected to my shit or I can't log in. You think you have security issues? We're not even government. Well, I wouldn't say that, but we're not. We are so secure, it's ridiculous. I'm having issues right now because I'm transferring things over. It took like 5 attempts to get my phone transferred over, and I knew it was because of the security that was on it. Because in order to, even if you own your own phone and then you have to install certain things from our company, and which,
is your company tied into the National Industrial Security Program?
Yeah, so I have to have 2FA all the time, even if I'm just sitting at my computer. My fingerprint's not good enough. It wants to also see me, and not from the computer. It wants to see my personal device looking at me at the same time.
Sounds like it could be a lot of like NIST compliance stuff.
We're super compliant.
Yeah.
Except for our rogue team of misfits of 25 right now. We kind of go around that because we kind of have to. We're designing the shit first. You guys can lock it down later.
Man, when I was contracting, the most terrible, worst gig I had, which actually paid the most, I had to help this government office get ISO compliant, and I had to help them write procedures for doing backups with tape systems from the 1970s. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And this stuff has like, it had health records on it.
That's, I guess back then that was a lot of data. Could you imagine doing that now? It would be zip, there's the whole file. Especially if it's just...
Dude, they were using reel-to-reel in 2013.
Holy crap.
And this was a major government health office.
So you know that well, now I'm sure everything's all up to speed. If they want to stay up with corporations.
Yeah, Doge is probably kicking their ass right now. I did that for like I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months, somewhere in there. And I was like, I need another contract. This is killing me, Smalls. So I'm at this point where I'm supposed to be semi-retired. And it's like, as soon as I transitioned into this part of my career, I'm working harder than ever. Like, guys, what's wrong with this picture? There's no such thing as time off in a small business.
Or are people working less hard and then you're taking up
Yeah,
the
you
slack?
got that too. Yeah. Well, what it is I'm trying to transition a lot of this stuff over to people, and I'm finding out just how lazy everybody's been this whole time.
So I'm training currently a junior in college electrical engineer. We took her on. I can't get into many more details. Anyway, we normally don't do that, but a position was created for something, and she fit the bill. Anyway,
It's a good story.
I started just asking questions, like, so, just electrical stuff. Like, well, I'll have to look it up. Oh, I see. Have you ever built any circuits? No, not yet.
Not yet.
Nope. And then they were doing a lab on something, and I printed that. She did the what do you call it? PowerPoint. That looked awesome. I said, "Oh, I know. I got you. No, I'm not doing any more PowerPoints." She was like, "Oh, great.
That's funny.
That's all we do." And wants to get their master's. And I said, holy crap, to myself. This is what we're dealing with. And
it's weird, right?
I was in school. It was like 3 hours theory, 3 hours lab on this shit.
Wait, guys, where's Jordan Peterson gone? I remember him being in this VC. Where is Jordan Peterson?
I don't know. Why don't you go ping him? We're talking here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Radwin, like when technical folks like us are growing up as kids, we're tinkering with circuits. We're trying to build our own toys, right? We're trying to build our own circuits. Thanks for muting that douche. Anyway, so to get somebody who comes out of an engineering program, like you mentioned, who has never built a circuit before is just unfathomable. Like, I got into technical fields because I used to take toys apart, remote controls apart. I used to try and do things with them that they weren't meant to do. You could draw on your experience as a kid to like answer interview questions, let alone your academic experience or, on the job training experience. And then we got these kids today who are graduating from these programs, prestigious programs, who haven't laid a single finger on anything. It's all theoretical nonsense that they're bringing in. It's a problem.
I had the same thing happen when I was in drafting. When I was in drafting in school, I was like on the computer like every day for like 6 hours, and there was kids that were going out to like Rets Technology, or Tets Technology, or whatever it was, and they'd have like 2 hours of lab a week on the fucking computer. And the shit, dude, like, I learned more in like a month than this kid learned in like a year. Like, I had a job in like freaking 5 months, and he was like he didn't know anything. I couldn't believe how little he knew. But I just got lucky though
Yeah.
that I got to be on the computer so much. It's not really a typical thing for somebody to be on the computer constantly, but I don't really see any other way to freaking learn. I mean,
No, it's not
just having your
typical. What's not typical for me is if I'm not at a computer, it's something's wrong.
yeah, well, I just don't think at least I wouldn't learn like reading a book about CAD drafting. I mean, you can. Me personally, I had to like do it. Luckily, I had guys teaching me, so I got lucky.
I learned by here's AutoCAD because in your interview you said you knew AutoCAD, and I said okay. And the only reason I said I knew AutoCAD was because I saw on PBS Ford was using AutoCAD, and I remembered the name, and that was it. They gave it to me and said, "Here, draw up this part," and I was like, and I knew how to hand draw. I was like, "Oh shit, okay, no problem." And I got done. They're like, "Oh, that's pretty good." Like they didn't realize other guys must take longer. I figured it out. I'm a computer, nerd.
Yeah, well, depending on which one it was,
Building
you can
computers. I've been
use
building
the
computers.
mouse to just snap and drag. It wasn't too
Yeah, I've been
difficult.
building computers since Timex Sinclairs were actually a kit before they were sold in solid form.
Wow, I remember those.
We had
I used
a
to have a Sinclair.
we had a Tandy bootable I think it was what it was called. To start it, you had to have a floppy disk in it.
Right.
Yeah, I've had all that.
I had to hook my Sinclair up to my freaking TV and try and code BASIC on it. uh, hey, Radwin, you could use a triangle test for interns and people that say they have AutoCAD experience.
Oh, I don't mess with people at work.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, if I was like going to hire an intern or
reason
something.
why is they actually think our group is kind of mean to people because we just tell it like it is, and we don't need any more bad reputations at work.
Yeah.
We all get super raises and shit like that, and people get pissed at you, so they want to get you in trouble.
Leave the autistic engineers alone, folks. They're doing great work.
Yeah, here, draw this for me, would you? That's what I do. I don't even draw anything anymore.
All right. I'm at the office. I have to put on a happy face. I'll be around, kind of.
Yo, how's it going, guys? Can I get a sound check on these headphones?
Yep, sound good.
Yeah, Pads, you sound good.
What, actually? No way. Awesome. These are like £5-10 headset. What?
You look at that. I'm the only one here.
It's a ghost town where
Stop the cap.
where I work because I can tell just by looking at Teams who's not in the office.
Oh, what, Microsoft Teams? Bro, I hate that shit. It's like a class register for school, man.
Yeah, well, our whole company works around it now.
Yeah.
Probably quadrupled the amount of time, or lessened the amount of time that it takes to get shit done now than it did 5 years ago.
Mate, I think a lot of companies switched over during COVID, you know?
What?
I was just saying,
a lot of companies switched over. Oh.
And then I talked over Pat. My bad.
I couldn't hear anything. Switched over to something. Anyway, we're a Microsoft house. We're not switching over to anything else.
Sorry, bro, as well. I am on mobile. I think I talked over you as well, though. Apologies.
How does this sound?
Sounds good, mate. Sounds solid.
Can you turn it up anymore? I mean, it blasted right through my head. I'm only kidding. It's fine. Sounds good.
Can we live stream it now? Is that something we can do?
What do you need to live stream?
Fuck all, bro. It's just a bit quiet. I was just gonna live stream and chat shit. Don't need to do shit.
Fucking smooth.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how we gonna get the moon? We can't talk between 3 buildings.
Yo, Dr. Air Pressure, you here, bro? I can't be asked with text, man. Shit sucks. Bro.
Dad, you a Glober yet?
Nah, not quite.
Why is it so quiet in here? Where is everybody?
I don't know, mate. What's going on?
You think it's a disco? We play some music.
Yeah. I like how everybody's putting doctor, PhD, Doctor Science, bro. I saw that the other day. I just started laughing.
I'm
Doctor
going
Science,
back to Professor
PhD.
Pads, bro.
Dude, you should go back to that one, Professor Pads. I liked it. What are you, gay? You're asking for yourself or a friend?
I'm asking you if you're gay. What's your deal, guy? I asked you a direct question. Are you gay? It's not a big deal. You're allowed to be gay.
Yeah, no, I'm not gay. Why are you concerned?
Right, sure.
Why are you concerned?
Who's concerned? Do you even know what that word means? Whoa, who's replaying me? Who the fuck is echoing my own voice, dude? What's your deal, guy?
Alright, Professor Pads in the house, let's go. What questions you got for me?
Yeah, my question is, why are you gay?
Why
Ask your father.
Why are you
Why are you gay?
That will go down in history, that clip.
We don't do that here.
Oh, that sounds like the voice of the Black Panther guy.
Morgan Freeman?
Morgan Freeman ain't the Black Panther, dude. I'm saying the comic.
No, he's not.
Wesley Snipes?
The motherfucker Black Panther, the movie, the Marvel movie, I think it was, a DC, something like that.
Yeah, Denzel Washington, bro. Denzel Washington, 100%. 100%.
Denzel Washington. No, it's that fucking dude from Africa. I can't remember his name.
Those are your cousins.
He was young. I think he died too. Like he had some type of like cancer or something. He died young.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Chadding Bozeman, Chadding Bozeman or some shit.
Ah, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm just taking.
I think we escaped and
It'd have been great if Morgan Freeman played that character though. That's fucking
Oh, with like what? Like a walking cane?
Nah, you got the Black Panther suit, haven't you? You don't need a cane.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, because you just hide the face. If anybody into that.
Mate, where's Dr. Air Pressure?
Say what?
I said, where is Dr. Air Pressure?
Doctor, I think that's Raid 1. Dr. Air Pressure.
Fucking left.
Yeah, you don't want to talk to your ass. You don't want to listen to us.
Clearly.
Hey, did Indio and I think who the fuck was it? There was a few guys that were gonna do like start like a podcast or something, or get like some YouTube gig going. Did they kick that off yet? You know anything about it?
Nah, no idea. You just reminded me about. Yo, horizontal. How's it going, bro? Welcome.
But even you would qualify
You guys are so confident that I said math is science. And we played the clip, and I didn't say that.
You did. It's right at the beginning, dude. Right at the beginning.
You're cooked, man.
Turn on closed captions.
Yeah, okay. At the beginning, I say it's a mathematical claim. That's the only thing I said at the beginning of this clip.
Let's just tell you. Hold on. I'm gonna play it through. I'm gonna play it through my speaker, bro, so everybody can hear that this dude's a liar. Okay.
Let me get some of this into you. Mad science. Scientific. It's a mathematical claim, like. Hey, let me.
It's coming in a little garbled.
Yeah, it broke up like right when you said it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't say
it. Well, you did. It was actually clarified. The question was, is math science? And the first thing you said is yes.
Yes.
Then you said, well, it's a branch of science. Then you said, so it's a branch of science, so yes.
Let me get some of this into you. Is math science? Yes. It is a branch. Really, what branch of science is math? You didn't know that? Science. What?
I heard the lies. There it is.
Yeah, so I was saying it was a branch of science. It's still not a win for you guys.
Are you still trying to?
Oh my god!
I'm so sorry, guys.
You're a gaslighting piece of shit, bro. I bet you if your chick walked in and your dick was in another fucking chick, and you're like, I'm not cheating. Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro.
Hey, Mike, check.
Thanks for the glaze, bro. I got 2 chicks in your fantasy.
Hey, Ben. Just understand we're very specific about the terms we use here, and science would refer to the scientific method, which does not involve the quantification of shape. Okay? Understand?
Oh, am I server muted now?
You've never been... What?
Someone server muted me.
Yeah, I server muted you, so it won't take to talk. So Cyclone can talk, man.
Did you hear what I just said, Ben?
Nope.
I knew it. I fucking knew he was going to do that.
I knew it too.
All right. Okay, you listening? Are you listening?
Your mic actually sucks, though, so...
Yeah, I know. But
not really my fault.
That's okay. You can still hear it, right?
Barely. Go ahead, man.
Clean your ears out. So we're very specific about the terms we're using in here, and science would refer to the scientific method, which does not involve the quantification of shape. You understand?
The what? It doesn't involve the what?
The quantification of shape.
The quantification of what?
Shape. Shape.
You're saying fate?
A geometric object.
Shape, dude. S-H-A-P-E.
A shape. You understand?
Yeah, no, I understand what you guys are saying, yes.
Okay,
I understand your point.
Fine. Okay, so let's move on. So we won't be using scientific methods to understand the shape of something. All right. So about the Earth. You got something for it? You think it's a globe? Or not?
Would you say?
The Earth. Do you think it's a globe or not?
Well, I mean, logically, it seems like a globe, yeah.
Okay. How does it seem like a globe?
Well, okay, let me ask you this. You think it's flat, right?
Well, that's what we observe it to be, measure it to be, and practically use it to be.
So, in your flat Earth map,
no,
like,
I'm talking about a map.
How
outside? You know the ground outside, or just in general where you live? That's what we're talking about, not a map.
You're not talking about like the whole Earth, though. I'm talking about I'm talking about the Earth. Like, I just want to know like the positioning of the continent. How are the continents like positioned and stuff? Like how in your if you could make a map, is what I'm saying.
No, you can't go and map the whole Earth. I don't know what kind of resources you have, but no, that's not something we can do.
If that's not something we can do, then how do we travel? How do planes fly and ships?
Well, you can walk around a building without having a map of the building, can't you?
Right, but the thing is, we can't see another continent by eyesight, so we need maps and stuff.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to. That's not our argument. Our argument isn't this is the whole layout of the Earth. The argument is there's no curvature of the Earth. There's no motion of the Earth, so it's flat and motionless.
But what I'm saying is, though, if the Earth is flat, right, we're obviously able to navigate it because we're able to get around, right? So there must be a map out there that makes sense. At least some rough estimations of what it looks like, at least, right?
But we don't use the ground to navigate.
Right, but I'm just wondering, like, do you guys have like a picture or something of what this map might look like?
We don't use the ground to navigate. We use the stars and the sun.
Yeah, okay. You can use whatever map you like. They're all flat.
Okay, but like, I just want to know the positioning, like, of the continents and stuff, like.
Well, regardless of whether we presented you with what you're asking for, how are you going to be able to verify that as reality? We're going to present you something, and then you're just going to say, nah, yeah? And it's not anything you can verify in reality.
Well, the thing is, though...
You want like a top-down view of the full surface, seeing all of the land masses at once and seeing how they're arranged. That's not possible. You can't get that view.
We can't ever know that? Like...
Well, you can't go to a place or an altitude where you could observe that, no.
Okay, but the thing is, though, like, you know, if you're able to navigate, right, and if you're sailing the world just like they did 1,000 years ago, right, they still made maps without going up and they still made maps and stuff. Like, you guys must be able to produce some kind of a map.
Yeah, they can navigate. They're using the stars and they're treating the Earth as a flat, motionless plane.
Okay, so. Is there a north, a south, a west, and east in your eyes? Does that exist?
Yeah, we have cardinal direction, like a compass.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you're thinking already. You're kind of thinking about this in the wrong way, right? So and it's because that's how you've been taught to think about the Earth in like a conceptual, God's eye view from space or someplace that you can never actually go. That's the wrong way to think about the Earth. What we're talking about is how we experience, observe, measure, and use the Earth in a practical sense, the surface. Right? So you can think about the conceptual layout as a whole later on, but for now, try to think strictly about the physical nature of the surface of the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, here's where I'm going with this, and okay, I can't even post a picture. But if you pull up a flat Earth map, right, what we think of what a flat Earth would look like.
There is no flat Earth map. No, there's no. The term flat Earth map is like a nonsense term. Like, all the maps are flat. They're all of Earth, so you could call them all flat Earth maps. But there's not one that, like, flat Earthers are saying, hey, this is the true layout of the Earth.
But the Earth, nonetheless, the Earth is laid out in a way. Okay, there is a concrete way, a static way that the Earth is formed, right? The continents aren't shifting, like, in a meaningful way, at least, right? They're not moving, sure. Right? So
yeah, I know that's what you're saying. You want to know how they're all laid out. Well, I'm not making that claim. None of us here are making a claim as to exactly how they're all laid out in relation to each other.
But here's the problem with, like, you know, if there was a flat Earth, right, and, you know, you have the continents positioned the way they are, right, naturally, right, I'm guessing you guys believe in, like, the ice wall and stuff too, right?
No. Don't assume anything about our beliefs.
Okay, whatever, it's not even really, okay, it's fine. Let's just say, like, the further south, I guess, you would go, right, the longer it would take to travel from one continent to another. You know what I mean? I wish I could post a picture here to describe it better. But the problem is with shipping and plane travel and stuff, there's plenty of ships that travel from the South America to say Africa or Australia, right? Those trips would cost way more in gas and fuel costs and stuff if it was a flat Earth, right? It wouldn't make any sense.
No, they're already treating it as flat.
Okay, hold on, Wolfgang, or Psycho, let me say something real quick. So the problem you're making is you're thinking of an AE map in the way people think an AE map works.
What's an AE map?
Azimuthal equidistant projection. So it's what you think is the flat Earth map. That's the flat Earth map you've probably seen on the internet all over the place. The Gleason's map. That is a projection of the celestial sphere onto a azimuthal grid, right? Like basically a polar coordinate system. You don't measure distances point to point on that type of map. You measure distances from the center to two locations, and then you do a calculation that will tell you the distance between those 2 points. The distances aren't farther between the points than what they would be on the globe. They're identical. So if that map is wrong, the globe is wrong.
No, they would be, because now you're spreading it out on a flat plane.
No, you're measuring distances wrong on that map. You're using a point-to-point distance measurement. It's not how it's done.
Are you saying the continents are a different shape than what we actually think?
No,
what are you saying?
A map is a representation of reality. It's not reality. It's a representation. And that particular representation has a particular method of measuring distances. You think it's point to point, but that's not how it is.
I'm having trouble understanding your point here.
Ben, think about it, right?
So you think if you draw a line between New York and frickin' UK, you just measure the length of that line and that tells you the distance. That's not how it works in an AE map. You would measure the distance from the North Pole to New York. You would measure the distance from the North Pole to the UK. And then you would do a calculation to figure out the distance between those 2 points. This is actually the same way they do it in the globe. They don't actually measure the distance.
I know, but measuring...
They take the radius, and they do the Haversine formula calculation, and they calculate a distance. They don't actually know the distance.
What I'm saying is, measurements aside, like I don't even need that for my argument. What I'm saying is that, if where the globe is, if you look at the standard map, or I don't know what you guys would call it.
All of your maps, though, say that the land masses are different sizes.
Yeah. Wait. What do you?
Yeah,
what?
Ben. See again, you're missing the point here, because think about it. Regardless of what the shape of the continents are and their distances to each other, you would have to agree that if there's no curvature between them or on them, then it can't be a globe. Yeah?
What I'm saying is...
No. Answer that, Ben.
I don't even... That's not what I'm saying. I don't even know.
I know it's not what you're saying. This is because you're not understanding the whole issue here. Regardless of how the continents are laid out and what their distances are, if there's no curvature on them or between them, it cannot be a globe. Agree or disagree?
Repeat that. If there's no
curvature between them or on them of the surface, then it cannot be a globe, like they've told us. Agree or disagree?
Yeah. If there's no curvature, then yeah, it's not a globe. Sure.
Right, so this is the point. There is no curvature. Therefore, regardless of what the continent's layout, shape, and distances are, it is not a globe. It is flat.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right, that's the point you need to address. That's the point you need to address.
Yeah, assuming it's not a globe and it's flat, right? The only logical way it makes sense, or semi-logical way it makes sense, if it's like a disc shape, right? And all the continents are circled around the North Pole, right?
No.
Then how else would they be laid out for it to make sense?
I'm not making a claim about their layout. I've already told you. That's not our point.
I know, because I know you're not going to, because there's no way else to explain it. No one could
I can't explain it to you already. You didn't understand the explanation then.
How are the continents laid out? How are they laid out that travel makes sense?
That's not latitude and longitude lines are not on the ground. They are in the sky. They've taken these grid lines that are in the sky and they've projected them onto the ground. Now you can project that grid onto anything. Right? I'll give you an example.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Ben, if you want to find latitude and longitude, right, and you can't see the sky, how would you do it? Just do it using just the Earth, nothing else. You can't look at the sky. Find your latitude and longitude using just the Earth itself.
I don't know. I'd have to.
Yeah,
if I can't use the sky, I don't know. I'd have to walk around with it.
That's because it's not a map of the ground; it's a map of the sky.
But that's not my argument. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is my whole
all maps are maps of the sky. Maps of the sky, dude.
What my
about the layout of the continents.
Can I finish? Can I make my point, or are you going to keep yapping?
We already know your point, Ben. We already know your point.
My point is,
if we don't give you a layout of the continent, then Earth must be a globe for some reason.
No, that's not what I'm saying. My overarching point is that there's no logical way it would make sense, because with ship travel and air travel, right?
No, I've already explained that to you.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Go on,
at the southern points of all the continents, right, on a flat Earth scale, those points will now be a lot further apart than the northern points of continents.
You literally ignored what I said. You just went right back to on a flat Earth. It's not a map of the Earth, dude. It's a map of the sky.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand how latitude and longitude are derived. It's a pointless endeavor unless we're going to take the time to really explain all that to him, which is pointless because all he's trying to do here is be some kind of, if you can't show me the continent, then ships and that are going upside down around a ball of water.
I wish I could post some pictures and make it simple.
Ben, all the planes.
You don't even understand your own argument.
Yeah, Ben, all the planes and all the ships are traveling over a flat. So it doesn't matter what the distances are. It's flat. Could you respond to that point?
No, it does matter what the distances are, because now fuel's costing.
If it's flat for 100 miles or flat for 1,000 miles, it's still flat. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Right. So all right. Okay. So it can't be a ball then, since there's no curvature over any distance. You understand?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, there is curvature.
Okay.
Right, but I'm not making an argument that depends on curvature.
Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So who measured that curvature?
Right, you're trying to string me into your other talking point, but that's not.
This is the whole point.
That doesn't have anything to do with my point. With my argument that I'm making.
Your point is non sequitur to the point.
No, you're making a non sequitur, right? Because mine was the original premise. Now you're trying to change it.
Speaking to the nature of the Earth. Yours is some bullshit about I'm imagining water and ships going around curved ball water. That's your shit. Unless you
okay.
Blah blah blah.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, if there's a flat Earth, right? The Earth would be a disc.
Not if. Okay, if. Okay, let's start with that. If it's flat. Okay, so observation and measurement. That's what we're going to be using to decide whether it's flat or not. So what observations or measurements of the Earth, not a map or a concept, what observations or measurements do you have of the Earth being anything but flat?
I don't need to. I don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because the premise is if it's flat or if it's curved. That's what you need to adjudicate at the very beginning.
I'm just making a logical argument. You guys can't even.
It's not about logic.
It's not
about
logical.
You guys don't even have any idea of where the contents are laid out. You guys have no idea.
Why are you, Ben? You're just being disingenuous now and emotional. You're not dealing with the crux of the issue. So you're not an honest interlocutor here. Why are you doing?
I already know where you're going with this argument.
Yeah.
The problem is that's not my argument.
You already know. So you already know that you can't provide any evidence for any physical curvature of the surface of the Earth, right?
Well, the thing is, I'm not a scientist. I'm just providing some logical arguments why the flat Earth doesn't make sense.
If you provide any evidence for any curvature of the surface of the Earth, then we can dismiss any notion you might put forward about it being any kind of curved shape like a ball. So that's
okay, we'll just move on to another argument. How do you explain all the astronauts? How do you explain SpaceX and Blue Origin and all these people going up to space?
Don't need to. I mean, it's Hollywood, special effects, but we don't need to explain it. We just have to point out again that there's no curvature. So what else?
Like, are all these people all bought in on this conspiracy? Like,
no, I'm not saying who's believing or who knows what or who's lying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the surface is flat. So when they show us a picture of a curved surface, as in a ball, yeah, obviously that's just a cartoon.
But there's plenty of people who go up into space and observe the Earth, and they all say it's round.
Oh, really? Well, there's plenty of people who say they've seen Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, and aliens. You believe them too?
Are you denying that people have gone up to space now?
No. Yes. Well, yeah, because space as a medium cannot exist. So yeah, that can't be true.
Okay, so where do these spaceships go? Where do these shuttles go?
Yeah. What do you mean, like the rocket launches?
Yeah. Where do these rockets go?
You see them take a parabolic arc, which is like a golf ball when it's driven down the golf course, right? It goes up, levels out, then comes back down. That's what we observe the rockets to do. Yeah.
But you know why that is, though, right? Because the Earth is spinning.
Yeah. Because they say, oh, it's curving round the ball of water that it's going over. No, water doesn't.
It looks like it's going sideways because we're spinning.
Yeah. It looks like it's going sideways, and then it looks like it's coming back down to Earth. But trust us, guys, that's just because it's looping around a giant ball. So you don't actually have any evidence for that. All you observe is that it goes up and it comes back down, like everything else that you send up.
Right, but the problem with your theory is, though, that if it did go sideways, if it did go sideways, it would have to land somewhere on Earth, though, right?
Yeah, it goes out over the ocean and then it comes back down.
And no one's found the ship landing somewhere else on Earth.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
You can find pictures readily available of rockets being pulled out of the ocean.
After they have gone to space, maybe.
Oh, after they've gone to space, are you sure about that?
No one's. The thing is, my point is, what I'm saying, no one's observed a space shuttle launching, right, and then just still within our atmosphere, landing somewhere else. No one's seen that.
A rocket going up and then spinning round a ball Earth, then.
We did that the other day with Kate Harris.
Can you show me the video of someone seeing this spaceship fly up, stay within the atmosphere and land somewhere else?
Can you show me the video of it going up and then going all the way around a ball and then out into space? That's observed by a person on Earth that you've observed.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you for.
No, because it's your claim that it's going and looping around a ball. We're just seeing it going up and coming back down to the surface. So
yeah, it basically disappears. Yeah, it goes up to space. We can't even observe it anymore.
Oh, it goes up to space. Then, Jesus Christ, you're just gonna fall for every piece of fucking propaganda they send your way.
You're falling for their propaganda, man. You are.
What are you talking about?
You think they're
you're literally watching videos from the government.
The problem is, with your thing, is you must believe in a grand conspiracy with all these people being in on it.
No, it's not true.
Hey, Ben, your problem is you must believe in a grand conspiracy about the Earth conspiring to seem a certain way, but in actuality, it's totally different. It observed flat. It measured flat. It's used flat. There's no motion measured. You go to the beach, the horizon is flat and non-geometric. But you have some grand conspiracy theory that the Earth is conspiring to trick you and look like something that it isn't. You're a real conspiracy.
No. I'm not doing that. You're the one doing that.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Ben, because you know that the Earth observed.
No, I don't believe in a conspiracy. I believe that that they're telling the truth.
Horizon. You believe the flat horizon is a conspiracy.
What I'm saying is you think it's a conspiracy. You can't turn it on me because I believe in it.
I think what you see is what you get.
So you must believe in a grand conspiracy. We're going to Mars soon, right? Like, how are you going to explain that when people go to Mars?
Ben, what are you?
That's going to be crazy.
Hey, Ben, when are you going to Mars? When are you going?
What I'm saying is humans are going to be going to Mars soon.
By we, you mean not you. Some random you don't know because the government told you. Bob fucking Wellington.
They're humans too. They're humans too, man.
Bro, how'd you know that, Ben? Have you watched the TV?
Will every single person need to go to space to prove that the Earth is round?
Well, then how would you know?
That's the thing. I mean, how do you know? You know, how do we know anything?
I'm not believing it. You are. You're the believer.
Okay, so you're ambivalent on the thing. You're not one way or the other.
No, it's not that I'm ambivalent. I already know the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, and that space, as they tell us, is a violation of natural law. I already know that shit. You're the one that's believing the fantasy story on TV that you were taught as a child.
Didn't a bunch of flat earthers do a bunch of experiments and then they proved themselves wrong?
Yeah. We measured the Earth to be flat. Yeah, I know, it's mental, isn't it? You go, Jesus Christ, Ben. Just pretend you're not a total NPC drone for 5 seconds. And just
listen, I'm not.
I don't think you realize.
I'm not an NPC. Do you see my profile picture, dude? I'm not an NPC.
All right. Okay. If you're not an NPC, great. Well, stop just regurgitating stories you were told as a child through the government education system.
What I'm just saying is this a little far-fetched even for me.
Observable reality is far-fetched.
You're literally checking every box in order.
Yeah.
Yes, so Ben, observable reality. You think that's far-fetched?
Listen, I understand it looks that way, yeah. Listen, if I didn't know anything, it would seem flat to me. You know, observing.
Right, okay, so there's a good start. Sorry, India.
What you know?
No, I was just going to say, he said, if I didn't know anything, so what do you know?
Yep.
I mean, list every single thing I know. What I'm saying is if I could...
No, hold on. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Not how you think somebody else knows. How do you know?
Well, I have to trust people. I have to put my faith in people because no one could witness everything, right?
Okay, there you go, Van. There you go, Van. Now we're getting somewhere. So you understand that it's just a belief you have, not science, not empiricism, not experience, not reality. A belief.
Right. I guess if you put it that way, a lot more things are belief than what we.
If you put it as it actually is, that's the situation. So in reality, what you experience, what all of us experience, is a flat, motionless Earth. Okay, we can at least start there. Yeah, that's where we'll start. Now, some people have come along and said, "Hey, it seems this way, but it's actually something else." Now, that's a positive claim that requires proving. Yeah. So now we need to go through the evidence that they've presented and see, is this verifiable? Does this make sense? Etc. So we start with the flat Earth. How did they disprove it? So I go to the beach. It's flat and motionless. I see all that. How do you debunk that? We're both at the beach. We're standing at the beach. I'm like, hey, Ben, look, the horizon's flat and the ground doesn't seem to be spinning at thousands of miles an hour. So I'm going to assume that's just flat and motionless. That's just what it is. How do you prove to me otherwise? We're standing at the beach.
Well, you know, I can't prove it's round just by standing at the beach, but I could say
prove it?
I could disprove those example or whatever those.
So you can disprove the horizon that I'm observing as flat and the motionless surface.
Well, what you said is you said it didn't feel like we're spinning at a high rate. I mean, it's like being in the car, right? Like we understand physics and stuff. Like if you
so you're going to say it might seem motionless. Okay, so you're going to say it might seem motionless, but it's actually moving. And I'm going to say, okay, Ben, well that's a cool positive claim. How are you going to prove that it's actually moving? Then what are you going to do?
Well, I could do an experiment. I could put an object on a car and we could watch it not slide off, right? The object would slide.
Now we're talking. So we go from the beach and we go to your car and we put our bucket and spade on the roof of your car and you drive off. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be.
So you drive off, and then the bucket and spade fall off the car, and then you get out and you say to me, "See, Cyclone, the Earth is spinning." Is that right?
Right. Well, I would say, hold on. I would say that I mentioned that example to counter your point, to counter your.
Well, that didn't counter anything. That just you got in a car and you drove. That didn't counter anything I said.
Well, I'm proving that the theory holds up, is what I'm saying.
No, that doesn't tell us anything about the ground spinning, then. I'm just going to be like, Ben, you've just driven your car. The ground's still not moving.
I'm saying that the theory holds up, is what I'm saying.
The theory holds up of you driving your car.
By the experiment I did, right? By the experiment we're doing.
Ben. You just put your bucket and spade on the roof and drove.
No, that was an experiment, right?
Oh. What was the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is that, things move, right? Will move at the same speed as the object that they're on, or inside, or whatever, right? Like
That doesn't sound like a very solid hypothesis.
If you're on a bus, okay, if you're driving, you're inside a bus, right? And if you jump in the bus. If you jump in the bus, right? Do you fly all the way to the back of the bus, or do you stay where you are?
No, I'm just in my seat then. What does that tell me?
No, I'm saying if you get up and jump on the bus, right? You're not going to fly back. You're going to stay where you are, right? That's the experiment, right? Same version. Different example.
Right. Okay.
Why are you inside the bus?
I mean, I don't know. I feel we should switch gears here.
Sorry, Jedi's trying to get in.
Why are you inside the bus? Why are you talking about stuff inside the car? Cyclone's example was the bucket and spade are on top of the car. Are you assuming that you're inside a contained system? You're standing on the surface of the earth.
Yeah, even if we were on top, right? Yeah, like, you ever seen movies where the guys are jumping on trains and stuff?
Right, but your bucket and spade went flying off the back.
Wait, what's that? You saying
it doesn't on your car?
You said the bucket, what?
You don't need to tie things down to the roof of your car to keep them on the roof of your car. Are you stupid?
Yeah, no, I just couldn't hear him. I'm just asking him to clarify, man.
Yeah, I said your bucket and spade went flying off the car when you moved it.
Yeah, I still can't hear you. My bucket and what?
The thing you put on the car and then drove off, that went flying off the car when you drove off, when you moved.
I'm saying it doesn't fly. Well, like, it depends on,
it does. It goes flying off the back of the car.
What I'm saying is, though, like, things can fly off. I wish I had the better...
All right, so I'm like, Ben, the ground's still not moving. Your bucket and spade's gone flying down the road. Now what?
I'm countering. I'm just countering your point. That was it.
I've not really made a point.
Sorry, you're supposed to be coming up with a reason why the Earth is actually in motion when we experience it to be stationary.
Right. Let's switch gears.
Hold on.
Okay.
For sake. Good. So you've put us in cars for some reason, trying to say that things will work. At the end of the day, we don't fall off of things, right? We don't come flying off of cars. If we're on the roof of something that's moving, we don't go flying off the top of it, right?
Right.
Don't experience any motion to the Earth, do we? You're trying to give us reasons why we wouldn't experience that motion to the Earth.
Yeah.
Demonstrating it to be true. But you haven't demonstrated it to be true.
Okay, wait, so do you guys deny that, do you think we would go flying off the roof of the train or whatever?
Yeah, because when I put things on the roof of my car, I have to fucking secure them to the roof of my car. Because if I don't secure them to the roof of my car and I go 70 mile an hour down the motorway, they're going to come flying fucking off.
Well, that's because of wind resistance, though. That's a different thing.
Bro, it doesn't matter anyway, because what you're describing you could be, like, is something going to go flying off your car if it's not moving? So in either instance that you're describing, thing moving, thing on the roof not flying off. Car not moving, thing on the roof not flying off. So how do you know it's in motion then? This is what you're being asked.
What I'm saying is we take on, like, the motion or speed or whatever of the thing that we're on, right?
How do you know it's in motion?
Well, that's the theory. I'm just saying. I'm just countering what he was saying.
No, but it's not countering what I'm saying, because we have physical experience and reality, and you're saying I have a theory that it could be in motion, but we can't tell.
Yeah, I got another example. If you put a canoe, let's say you're putting a canoe on your car, right? You're going camping, whatever, right? And it
doesn't matter if you change the object.
Hold on. No. I got an example here. let's say you suddenly stop, right, and it's not strapped properly, right? What happens to that canoe? It goes flying. It goes flying forward, right? Why would it go flying forward if it didn't accumulate or whatever, or share that speed of the car?
It needs to be secured in the first instance, because if it wasn't secured, when you accelerated, it would have gone flying off the fucking back.
When you accelerate, but the thing is, if you stay the same speed, it wouldn't. It would stay still. That's the difference.
Hold on. When you go round a roundabout or perform a circle, like the Earth is supposed to be experiencing rotation, also its orbit around the sun is a circular path. They're not the same as straight motions. So when you change direction in your fucking car, the thing's going to come flying off.
Right. Luckily for us, we're not changing. We're always staying on the same path.
Constantly rotating. You try and attach something to something that's constantly rotating.
No, but the thing is, we're rotating it in the same way. You can do this. There's other experiments you can do.
Ben, it's not rotating though. It's not rotating. That's what I'm waiting for. Remember, I'm still like, Ben, where's your fucking evidence? I'm waiting. You've just like driven about in your car and dropped a load of your shit off all over the road. Like, we're not getting to any ground motion here. You understand?
No. I think we should switch gears here because you guys aren't understanding basic physics here.
Okay, so
no, you're projecting, dude. So an object on a curvilinear path is accelerating. It's an acceleration. If you're on
an object on an object on what?
A curvilinear path, right? So if you're on the surface of a rotating body, you're on a curved path.
We're going the same speed though. We're not accelerating. We're not going any faster.
You're going the same. Listen, you're going the same angular speed, but the direction of motion is constantly changing, right? Because you're rotating, so you are accelerating into a new direction. So
it's going the same way as it was before. It's not changing a new direction.
Yes, it is. It's going 3 different rotations.
So after 24 hours...
It's following the same pattern, though.
After 24 hours, how'd you end up going in the opposite direction if you didn't accelerate?
The thing is, if the Earth did rotate suddenly a different direction, yeah, we would feel that. We would, yeah.
So after 12 hours, you're going in the opposite direction, right?
What? After 12, okay.
If the Earth is rotating at one rotation every 24 hours, after 12 hours, you're going in the opposite direction, right?
If it suddenly made a stop, like if it suddenly jerked the other way, yeah, it would.
No.
What are you saying?
No, not suddenly. After 12 hours, you're going the opposite way.
The Earth doesn't go the opposite way.
No, you on the rotating surface. Fuck's sake, dude. At one point, you're going in one direction. 12 hours later, when you've completed half of the fucking circle, you're going in the opposite direction to when you first started.
If I'm going around on a circle or a ball, you're saying?
Yeah.
I don't know what the point is here. What?
On a rotating.
In order to change direction, you have to have an acceleration.
The Earth isn't changing direction though. Is my point? It's saying it's always been following the same path, the same pattern.
Yeah,
all the rotations have been always the same.
But you were on the surface of the Earth, right?
Okay.
You're just begging the question, Ben. All that it's rotating this way. Ben, you haven't shown us that it's rotating in any way whatsoever.
All I'm saying is the theory holds up to the physics that we have, right? To our understanding of physics.
Your imagination does not hold up. That's not what we're looking for.
I'm sorry to say that most people disagree with you.
No, it doesn't matter what most people disagree with or agree with. That's not what's in question. We're not appealing to consensus here. We're looking for some empirical evidence. You said the ground is moving. I'm not experiencing any.
I don't need empirical evidence. Your proposition doesn't hold any logical sense.
Well, I'm not even making a proposition. This is just base reality.
I'm going to
argue with Nate
I'm going to bring up. Let's talk about gravity for a second.
Shut up for a minute, bro. We don't want excuses why you don't experience it moving. We don't want excuses why you don't experience it. We want the evidence that it's happening.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can't provide that, just say so, and we'll just move on with no motion and go to the next point.
Well, the thing is, I can bring up, recordings of people in space and stuff like that. We can see them moving. You guys got to deny all that. I already know you guys got to deny it. So it's like, what's the point?
We could bring up recordings of unicorns and Bigfoot and Loch Ness. So you deny it?
But those are obviously doctored, right?
Oh, they're obviously
what? No. We got proof, dude. The pictures.
I could bring up undoctored footage, right, of space, and you guys would deny it, though.
How do you know it's not doctored?
Yeah, how would you know?
How do you know? How would you? No, you'd have to, No. You would have to prove it is doctored.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah. The burden of proof is on you on that point.
Oh yeah, okay. So all photographs.
I can't prove something's not doctored.
Yeah, so all photographs of Santa are real.
Exactly.
Well, they can't all be fake, right?
I'm not saying every photograph of space is real. What I'm saying is there's a lot of that are.
So Santa Claus, there's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Yeah, that's not my point. Good job though.
Yeah, no, that is
okay. Are you willing to consider?
It's the same form of the argument. Hold on, dude.
My point is that I already know you guys are already going to deny all the evidence, all the photos, the videos of space, right? Listen, I'm the main character here. You listen to me, okay? I'm the guy you're arguing with. You listen to me, okay? I'm like 3v1ing here.
No, we're not arguing with you, Ben.
The form of your argument. The form of your argument is the same as me saying we know Santa is real because we have lots of pictures of Santa and they can't all be fake. That's the same form of your.
That's
argument.
Not the argument I said. This is my argument. Hold on, this is my argument.
It's the same form.
All right, good job. Okay, my argument is right. Can I talk? Can I talk?
Yeah, acknowledge what I said.
Hey, bro, can I talk?
Yeah, after you acknowledge what I said.
I heard what you said. Yeah, can I talk now?
Yeah, what I say.
Yeah, you gave some straw man position of what I said.
No, it's the same form of the argument.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not though. Well, I'm going to explain that. I'm going to explain if you let me talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm actually saying is that even if I did bring up evidence of photos and videos, right?
You're not addressing what I said.
Hold on. You guys are just hold on. Can I? You don't know what I'm gonna say, okay? Because you won't let me talk because you're scared.
You already said you can't verify those images to be real.
Hold on. Let me talk, right?
So it's a moot point.
You guys are gonna just deny it, which is fine, right? Hold on. Let me finish. Why are these guys so scared of me talking? Why are they so scared of me talking?
Because you're talking about us. You're trying to deflect from the issue by saying you guys are going to do this, or you guys are going to. That's not address the issue. Address the issue, dude. Stop talking about us. Address the issue.
Yeah,
you're trying to turn the topic into about us.
Yeah, Ben. Yeah, I'm just putting you on mute there because you're getting really emotional, which is why you're like trying to overtalk Indio when he's explaining it to you, and why you're refusing to acknowledge what he said, which is correct. The form of your argument is the same as what he described. Like, if you're just going to try and bulldoze through us and be like, ignore what we say and say, I'm arguing, listen to me. No, you're here and we're trying to educate you, but you're being very annoying about it. So if you could just be less emotional and actually listen to what Indio's saying and respond to it, then we can get to your point.
Yeah, I was actually responding to you, right? You were we were having a conversation. He butted in, right? Then he got asked mad and muted me.
It's not a one-on-one conversation all the time, Ben. Listen, I'm happy.
Yeah, I get that. I wanted to respond to you. So he's making irrelevant points, so I'm not going to respond to him.
No, he's not making a relevant point, but okay, we can draw a line under this anyway, because you said that you couldn't verify any of those images or videos to be real, which is correct.
No. I said, hold on. I said you guys can, right?
No. It's not our claim. It's your claim. We don't have to verify your bullshit photos and images that you're trying to claim are real. So if you want to present an image, and no, Van, we'll just draw a line under it with this. If you want to present your image and you want to say this is real and this is how I verified it, do it. That'll give us a good laugh. If you're not going to do that, then we're just going to dismiss any unverifiable bullshit cartoon that you've been shown, because we already know they're bullshit. But if you can't verify it, then what's the point anyway?
But the thing is, the burden of proof is on you, though.
No. You're the one presenting it as real. So that would be on you to prove that it's real, okay?
But you'd have to disprove it's not real.
No. That's a burden of proof.
How can I prove something is real, though? Like,
okay, so if you can't prove that the image that you're looking at is real, well, then you cannot use it to claim this is real, can you, Van?
Hold on, okay, if you take a picture of a bird, right, and send it to me, how would you go around and say, how would you prove that it's real?
Say, I took this in this place, and you could travel to this location, and you could say, hey, can I see those birds? Can I take photos of those birds? And hey, you could go and verify that those are real. Can you do that with space? No, you cannot. So
so your point is you have to physically be there.
A verifiability, then.
Everyone has to go to space, right, and verify.
Yeah.
Ben, are you at least willing to concede that maybe there are some photos that NASA has that are not real? Are you willing to concede that?
I understand. I understand that there's digitally altered photos out there and that aren't real.
That NASA is using, that NASA themselves are using. Do you think there's some at least?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I already know.
So
that's why I didn't even want to get into this.
And Ben, you also understand that images and videos can be created essentially showing anything at this point in our technology. They could show anything they want to show, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be real. You understand that? Okay, so then we're not going to accept unverifiable images and videos as proof of reality, are we?
From people that even you admit have fake images.
But the thing is, though, I'm not saying that they're all fake. I'm saying that there are a lot that aren't fake.
You wouldn't know the difference. You wouldn't know the difference either way.
Hold on, this is the problem, Ben. You can't even evaluate them, right? So the example you used of a bird, I've seen a bird. If you show me something that's a picture of a bird, at least I can evaluate that and that looks like a bird I've seen or similar to birds I've seen. You can't evaluate images of things claimed to be taken from space because you've never had that point of view from which to even evaluate it. You can't even, like I said, you can't even evaluate it at all.
Listen. That was my whole point, right? I was saying I can't prove. Hold on, can I finish? Okay, my whole point was I can't prove that something is real. If we look at the footage, remember when Elon Musk, flew his Tesla up into space, and there's footage of that. Hold on, there's that video attached to his Tesla. You can see the Earth and you can see space, right? Is that can you disprove that?
How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like?
And this goes back to
how do you know that's?
I forget the other guy's name.
What I'm saying, that's what the Earth looks like.
I'm going to get to that. Wait, who's the other guy that was talking? I forget his name.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure you get to it. You're not going to do another fucking thing until you.
No, I'm responding to your point, but the other guy mentioned when I asked him how you would verify that something is real, he said you'd have to, it's a place you can go to, so you'd have to be able to go there, right? I can't go to space right now.
No,
right?
you said that. He didn't say that.
No, he said that.
You have to go there.
No. I asked him about the bird, right? He said he could prove.
How do I know you've got an image of a bird and it's real? And I said, well, you can go and check it yourself. You can go and take the image of the bird yourself, right? Fine. Right. You cannot do that with Earth. It's from space, yeah? So we don't just accept unverifiable images as proof of reality. You saying, oh, well, some of them are fake, but some of them are real. You've got no idea that any of them are real. You've already conceded that you can't verify.
Oh yeah, so listen. I'm agreeing with you. In your perspective, I'm agreeing that. In your perspective, you would have to go to space. Everyone would have to literally go to space to prove that space exists.
I know it's a revelation because in school they taught us that we can just look at these cartoons in the textbook and accept it as reality. But in reality, the case is that that's not the case, and we are under no obligation to accept unverifiable claims in the form of images and videos. No one is under that obligation, not you, not me, not anyone here, right? So we're going to proceed on that basis, okay? So we're not going to use unverifiable claims and images and videos to evidence what the surface is that we're on. We're already on the surface. We don't need to use unverifiable shit. Let's just use observation, measurement, practical usage, right? That's a good way to adjudicate this question. So without using cartoons and images, what would your evidence be for the ball, the spinning ball?
Well, I gave you my evidence, but the problem is, you
didn't give us any evidence yet. You haven't given us any evidence.
Well, I highlighted the Tesla space footage.
No. We just said we're not using.
I know, but that's my evidence, and I already outlined.
Okay,
let's get past this.
Okay.
You don't even know how it is evidence, dude.
You agreed that was just a belief. So what you're saying is you don't have any actual evidence. You just have a belief in these claims that have been presented.
Well, a lot of things become beliefs. Like, there's a lot of things.
So you got a belief. Well, we're not doing here.
Have you ever been to Egypt? Have you ever been to Egypt?
No, I've not been to Egypt, but I know
how would you? But you've never been there. They could be lying to you. You never know.
Egypt. Yeah, but that's
you never know. The pyramids might not exist,
it's not
right?
The same thing, then. It's not the same thing.
It is.
Go and verify that. It's not. You could go and buy a plane ticket today to Egypt. You cannot go and buy a ticket today and see the Earth as a ball from space. You fool. Come on.
I mean, if I had enough money, I could go to space. You could go to space if you had enough money.
If I had $1 million, if the Earth was a globe, if space was real, if I could travel into it, then the Earth could be a ball.
If you had the resources, you could go to space. Sure.
Oh, if Earth was a ball, and if we could travel to space and see it as a ball, then it would be a ball. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. No, Ben. Listen to yourself. So try again.
My point is that a lot of things just become beliefs, right? If we just say, we have to literally be there.
You've got a belief. Okay, well, as long as you recognize that the globe in space is just the belief you have based on images and claims you've been given, that's fine. You're entitled to your belief. Believe whatever the fuck you want. You want to believe in fairies and Santa and the globe, whatever. That's up to you. We don't hold that belief. Okay,
yeah, so that's great. I never brought this up. We're
interested in what is provable, what is real. Don't believe.
All right.
Okay, so what is real for the globe? What is not just belief?
Let me ask you a question, right? Because I'm
okay. So
you guys had your turn. I just want to switch gears here. I just want to switch gears and shake this conversation up a little bit.
Before we switch gears,
you get tough, you want to switch gears,
because you say, okay, what I have is just belief. I don't have empirical evidence, so let's switch gears.
Well, I already said. Listen, I'm not a scientist. People have told me, that the Earth is round.
All right, okay, fine.
People I trust, right? So
fine. So
I said that like an hour ago. But okay.
Trust.
I just want to know, like, how you explain, gravity or your version. Like, how would things fall? And
just use your trust. It's all based on trust. That's how gravity works. Your worldview is trust.
Someone want to go through this with him? Someone go through gravity.
Yeah, I enjoy jumping into someone else's worldview and really going inside that and troubleshooting why they would ask a question and why they can't use their own answer. Just trust it. That's it. Go with that. It's all about trust. Gravity only works because of trust. Someone told you, and that's it.
All right.
Let me try and get a right. So Ben, here's what help you out. Let's help you out. So Ben, when you say the word gravity, it's quite a broad term. A lot of people have a lot of different ideas about what that means. So try and be hyper specific about what you're referring to. Think about, when you say gravity, what are you experiencing in reality that you're actually referring to here?
Okay, all right, I'll get hyper specific. Okay, let's say you're holding a ball, right? And you let go of that ball. Why does that ball fall in your worldview? Why does it drop to the ground?
You let it go.
Question.
Yeah, you did that. You picked a ball was sitting there all by itself, doing nothing at all. You walked over to it, picked it up, and then let it go. It fell right.
So why does it drop to the ground though?
You You picked it up, and then you let it go.
But you're not throwing it, though. Okay, that's not
what if you didn't let it go? What happens?
How about this? Let's apply the scientific method to this.
Why does an apple fall from a tree?
Okay, stop, dude. Let's apply the scientific method to this. We want to figure out the cause of your falling ball. What caused it to fall? What experiment could we do to figure that out?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I'm wondering why does it fall in your model?
Gravity isn't our shit, dude. That's your shit.
Yeah, no. Now, how do you explain if gravity's not real? How do you explain it then? I'm just curious.
What do you mean? So gravity's the effect, or is it the cause?
Gravity's an effect. Falling would, I guess, or wait.
What would be the cause of the falling? Gravity?
Or yeah, sure, yeah. It would be, yeah. It'd be both, yeah.
Gravity causes gravity.
What is that? Is that also gravity?
What's that?
Is the falling also gravity?
It falling is the action. It's being caused by the gravity.
Okay.
That's my estimation.
How was that determined experimentally?
I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
And I'm giving you answers. It wasn't.
So
nobody knows the cause. Nobody knows why things fall. Nobody.
Oh, okay.
That experiment can't. Well, that's why I did it this way, right? I asked you what was the experiment to demonstrate that no experiment exists which can determine the cause of a falling object. That experiment can't be done because we don't have a viable independent variable.
So it seems like in the flat Earth worldview, you guys just don't know a lot of things.
No, it's not my worldview. They admit this in mainstream science. It's just not what they teach in school.
But you don't know how things fall. You don't know where things are.
No,
okay.
No, nobody knows. I didn't say I don't know. I said nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows in the flat Earth.
They admit this. No, nobody knows in your world, in your paradigm. Okay. Listen. I can post the video or audio right now from 3 PhDs in physics admitting that no one knows why things fall.
It just seems awfully convenient, if instead of having an explanation, you say, I don't know, or no one knows.
Admitting, no. Mainstream physics admits they don't know.
No, mainstream physics, they believe in gravity.
Want me to post the audio? 3 physics PhDs admitting they don't know.
Sure, you can find some people who don't. Or are you saying that they don't believe in gravity, or what are you saying? What's the claim here?
Nobody knows the cause of a falling object. No one knows what causes that, because we know from the scientific method what we have to do experimentally to determine the cause of an effect. That experiment, as far as the falling object goes, can't be done. Why? Because we don't have a viable independent variable. If you say, hey, it's mass attracts mass, if you push a bus and a bowling ball off a cliff, they fall at the same rate and hit the ground at the same time. So that can't be the cause because it didn't alter the effect. Right? So we know how to do cause and effect experiments. They all fail when it comes to a falling object.
Yeah, and for Jay Reese's comment, the apple is grown on the branch of the tree. Some apples get too heavy and they overcome the stem and it falls. Some apples don't. I mean, you could be able to look. This is what it's breathtaking. These guys come in here and think they're smart and they know something. Just go to an apple orchard. Not every apple falls from the tree. People who farm apples go in there and pick the ones that didn't fall. So is that gravity on, gravity off, gravity on, gravity off, gravity on? Some apples have gravity on, other apples have gravity off, or the most simplest explanation, some apples didn't get the same amount of light, food, energy, they didn't get as big, and they didn't overcome the strength of the stem they were on.
So you think like a leaf blowing in the wind is gravity on, gravity off?
No, that's your worldview.
Hey, come on. We're speaking to a new guy here. You've had your year of trying to prove the globe, and you haven't managed, Duncan, so let you go.
So,
I mean, I'll go back on mute. I was just being directly addressed.
Can we, let me just finish this shit, right? So,
yeah.
Okay, so objects fall, therefore globe. That is irrational. Okay.
I'm just poking holes in your theory.
No.
And then you guys keep saying, I don't know.
There's no.
I don't know how this goes.
Nobody. I didn't say you're going to strong me for the fourth time. Nobody knows.
Oh, we know though.
No. Okay. How do you know? Give me the experiment.
We know that gravity exists.
Yeah, but Ben, this is where you're getting
things fall. Yeah, we know things fall.
Yeah, the effect. We see things fall, but there's a difference between observing the effect of things that are more dense than the medium that they're in going to the ground versus a grand theory as to what's causing that directionality, right? There's different things at play there, and you're confusing the two. We're not denying that objects, if they're heavier than the medium that they're in, they're going to fall, right? That's not what's in contention. That's why it's called a theory, the theory of gravity. There's many different theories because no one actually knows. They're on video. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, etc., saying that just because you weren't told this at school doesn't mean it's not the case. This is the thing. You're going by like high school level, maybe early college level understanding of this stuff, right? So you need to be.
Even on NASA's website, one of the questions for children is, what is gravity? And the answer is, we don't know. It's not me that says it. It's them.
But I just wanted to know your guys' explanation for things falling.
Right. The flat Earth doesn't need any explanation for that because we don't think we live upside down and have antipodal people.
Yeah. The only reason you need some kind of pulling into the center force or non-force in your worldview is because you're told that you're on the exterior of a spinning object, which logically you'd go flying off of. So they have to come up with a theory as to how you're pulled into it and stuff. That's the only reasoning between this ball idea and the notion that things are linked to the ground. If we're just back on the beach and I'm saying, come on, Ben, I'm still waiting for this proof of a spinning ball, and you say, well, hey, look, I drop a rock and it goes down. That doesn't tell us that we're on a spinning ball. As far as we can tell, that object is falling to the flat, motionless surface. Right? So us saying we don't know the cause of the directionality is just honest, and you should be appreciative of that.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's honest. It's also very convenient, you know.
It's not about
don't have explanations.
It's not about convenience, Ben. Again, it's not about convenience. This is like your emotional attachment to the globe coming into play, and it's natural. I'm not making fun of you, but you need to.
Dude, I would love if it was a flat Earth. I'd actually rather a flat Earth than a globe.
Right. Well, luckily
it's not like an emotional attachment.
Well, luckily for you, Ben, that's exactly what it is. So, happy days, right?
Thank you, man.
Well done. Welcome to the club.
No, sick it would be if there was an ice wall and then there was like a land beyond that.
Well, I'm not making any claims about that. We're just talking about the surface that measures.
I know, but if there was, that'd be sick.
So, like, if we measure our table to be flat, that's what it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we float little balloons over the table, still flat. It doesn't matter if we drop an object on the table, it's still flat. You get it?
Mm-hmm. So we must be able, though, let's switch gears again. We must be able to go to the edge of whatever that looks like, right?
Well, good luck. We must be able to. Why must we be able to? I mean, how far have you traveled?
Well, I haven't personally traveled very far. I've only traveled across the ocean.
Do you think there'd be any impediments, any blockages in your path if you were just to travel wherever you want to go on this earth?
There must be a billionaire who's able to just like say, "F it, I'm gonna just
must be.
sail out."
You think if he's got enough money, he's gonna overcome international law and the practical difficulties of just traveling in harsh continents and conditions?
You know, when I'm super rich, me and you will set sail. We'll go out.
All right, Ben. Well, when you do that, when you find the edge of reality, you let us know.
Yeah.
Until then, it's still flat. Doesn't even matter if you do find an edge of reality. It's still flat.
But what do you think the edge looks like?
How would I know? I'm not even claiming an edge. Well, let me tell you this, Ben. I'll throw you.
You guys don't have any theories or anything?
It's not right. So it's not an object floating in space, right? It's not a shape in space, whatever it is, right? We're not making a claim as to the totality of this system that we're in, okay? But what does seem to be the case is that it's a closed system, right? We're contained. Yeah.
Well, in the spirit of speculation Sunday, can you speculate, Cyclone, on what the edge looks like?
No, not really. Although I would say, since we're contained, I could speculate that eventually you would find a point where that container would be evident. Where that would be, how far away it is, how high up it is, I don't know. But I would speculate that since it's contained, since we have gas pressure, and that requires containment, we breathe gas pressure, so it must be pressing against something, then there would logically be a finite limit to the system. What that limit looks like, we cannot say. We don't know if anyone's ever observed it.
How about this? Let's flip it. How about you? Can you speculate where the edge of the universe is? Or the edge of the galaxy? Or where's the edge of the solar system? Where's the geometric edge of your Baltard?
I can speculate.
Yeah, okay, so let's start number one. Where is the hypothetical geometric edge of your Baltard?
Of the ball?
Yeah, the leading edge.
The first was the universe.
No, let's start small and then go big. On the Earth, there'd be a physical geometric edge that would be blocking your view, the leading edge of your Baltard. Where would that be?
Oh, like what would be blocking my view?
Leading edge.
Yeah, like the curve.
The farthest, the thing that would be blocking the farthest thing I could see would probably be the clouds in the sky.
Okay, so the edge of your Baltard is clouds.
Well, yeah, because if I can see the sun, I'm like literally seeing 93 million miles away.
No, Ben, you're getting confused. So we're talking about the horizon, yeah? You know, they tell us that boats are going over the horizon as a curve of water. Right, so that's what you're talking about. So that curve point where you would no longer be able to see beyond and things would start disappearing bottom up. So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, can you do that? So go on to that.
I can't do it right now, but I know what you're talking
so you
about.
Can do that. Right, so you put that in, say 6 foot, and it'll say about 3 miles. 2.5, 3 miles. Okay. So there you go. That's the theoretical edge of your ball. Yeah? But then we go to the beach. But then we go to the beach and we watch a boat sail out and it goes to 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. And it hasn't reached the horizon yet. So so that curve isn't there.
Where are you standing on the beach?
Just at the edge of the water.
During high tide?
Whichever, yeah.
Okay, so you had the waves coming in. You're at the ocean. So chances are you're probably going to be standing at like above zero elevation with your 6 feet. So you're probably standing around you probably have like a 16, 17 foot observer height. So how far would you be able to see with the 17 foot observer height?
Well,
in your Earth calculator.
I
think it'd probably be about it'd probably be about 15, 20 miles, right?
Right, okay. And then in that case, we see 50, 60,
From 15 feet, it's 6 miles.
From 15 feet, it's 6 miles?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let's say we go to that height, and then we see the horizon at 20 miles. What does that mean?
Well, we do know about, refraction. I know you guys hate that word, but, I mean, it is a thing.
Oh, okay. So what do you mean by that? So wait, before we get into that, so the mass of the globe is telling us that it should be at 6 miles. We're seeing it at 20 miles. Why is that? What does that mean? Where's that curve?
Okay, so it's speculation Sunday. What if the Earth just has an actually much bigger radius? Speculation Sunday. Would that explain why we see further?
Well, then the government has lied to you on a massive scale.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's lying to all the children in school.
Yep, speculation Sunday.
In the media. So why are the government lying?
The sun is no longer 93 million miles away.
Yeah, everything about the distances, the sun, moon, and the stars is wrong. So everything they've taught us is wrong in that case. So why are they lying?
I don't know. But let's speculate that the Earth actually has a. Yeah, let's just speculate that the Earth. Yeah, let's just speculate that the Earth has a much bigger radius. Could that like explain everything for you guys?
Wait, is it fucking Duncan again?
Yeah.
Oh,
how much bigger?
Yeah, it's let's say it has like a million miles. Yeah, like a million mile radius.
No.
Like
Where
one
did Ben
degree.
go? Where did Ben go? We were speaking to Ben. Duncan,
hang on.
No, Duncan, you've had your year.
It's just
your year of doing
Sunday.
this. You haven't got anywhere. We're speaking to new people right now. When all of the new people decide, I can't argue a globe, I'll just leave. Well, then we can get back to the usual globe fluffers like you and whoever else said. So
yeah, by all means, if you guys want to talk to someone else, fine.
Yeah, we're talking to Ven. You're all good, Duncan. It's all good. When did Ven stop talking and we started speaking to some other guy?
When there was he raised a speculation.
I don't even remember what the last thing I said was.
Yeah, Ven, you're talking about gravity causes gravity, and if it doesn't do something, that's not the cause, so that's also gravity.
Nah. We were talking. We were talking to Ven about the geometric horizon just there, were we not? Was he not doing any of that?
No, he asked a question. He goes, I'm sick of asking questions about the globe. That's just a belief for me. We're like, okay, let me ask you, flat earthers, some question. If I pick a ball up, did I pick a ball up, or did gravity pick that ball up? And he said, you
all right, but that's going to take...
Yeah, man, that's exactly what I said, bro.
Oh, Ben, did you hear the conversation we were just having about the horizon there in the distance?
No, not really.
All right, well, basically your globe model, the one you were given as a child, claims that it's a set geometric horizon a certain distance away from you, depending on what your observer height is above the surface. But when we go and check this, it's not the case. So where it's a 6-foot observer height, it's supposed to be 2.5, 3 miles away. We go and check, it's 10 miles away, 15 miles away, 20 miles away, which completely debunks the globe models. It changes everything about the distances to the sun, moon, stars, the land masses, everything. So why is that the case? Why is the horizon not where it's supposed to be if it's the geometric curve of this ball Earth?
So, listen, if that was true, if your flat Earth model, I guess, is true, then if we were at a high point and we take a really powerful telescope, we could see anywhere on Earth then. Right.
Well, no, there's still going to be limits to how far you can see through the air, because air is a medium that over a distance is going to block your sight, essentially.
Sure, but we should be able to see. We should be able to see pretty far.
Yeah, we can see far. We can see a lot further than the globe model says we should be able to see.
Really?
Put it that way. Yeah. That's the whole point. That's why people are here. And this is something that you can test yourself. And actually, this is what we recommend you do. We're not saying believe us. Don't believe what anyone's saying. Go and test it for yourself. Understand the globe geometry based on the curvature. Go to Google, type in curve calculator, play about with the numbers so you understand it, and then go and test that in reality. You can go and do long-distance observations, and you'll see bodies of water are not curving. They're not terminating at a horizon point where the globe model says it should. It's just carrying on flat water.
Did you do this?
Like everyone in this chat has done this. Yeah. Most people here have done this. That's why we're here.
What do you recommend to use? Like a telescope or like binoculars?
Any optic, telescope, binoculars, a camera with a high-powered lens. Go to a large body of water, a lake, a shoreline. Have a reference distance so that you know how far you're looking across, whether that's the other side of a lake or some distance down the shoreline or a boat going out to sea, just some known distance marker. And just start testing it. Take observations. And it's going to change day to day because the conditions are going to change. So you'll want to repeat it and just see what you can see. And what we're finding is the geometry of the surface is not conforming to this globe model that they're telling us about. It's just flat.
Just a quick question, Cyclone. Which map can he use to verify the distance?
I'm not making a claim about that. Well, you just use Google Maps or whatever. That's fine.
So that's trustworthy.
You can go on Google Maps and take their little distance measuring tool, or you can use like some of the marine tracking websites that tell
trustworthy is stupid. It's not a metric.
The boats are going out.
Yeah, that's my. Hold on. Trustworthy is not a metric people use for maps. Is it good for practical purposes? That's the metric.
Yeah, and for practical purposes, yeah, we can use Google Maps to figure out distances.
I mean, to a degree, right? So say I go, well, accurate to what degree? At what point do I say, fuck, this map was inaccurate? Like, say I'm going New York to LA and I'm driving. Like, if I arrive 5 hours later than I thought, do I fucking call the USGS and say, fuck, dude, the map's not accurate? Like, when do I report it that the map is fucked up? You don't, right? So this thing about accuracy is nonsense. It's good enough for practical purposes. That's all it needs to be.
So you ask what we would recommend. That's what we recommend. Go out into reality and start testing the curvature claimed by the globe idea, and you'll find that it doesn't exist.
All right. Sure.
Okay, and then when we find that, you have to come to the choice. You say, okay, well, there's no curvature here, so either the Earth is not a ball, as I've been told, or something else is happening. It's just what I observe it to be. What are you going to do? What's your options at that point?
All right, man. Next time I get the chance, I'll run that test.
Yeah, and one more thing. So if you're going to track boats, there's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the position of the boat. And from that position, you can figure out how far away it is from you. Right? So then,
can I ask you guys a question? One more question.
That boat is 30 miles away. I shouldn't see it, right? So it's useful.
If Ben comes back in here and he says, "Hey, I went to the ocean and I watched this boat and it disappeared bottom up," what would you guys say?
I'd say bullshit.
Okay.
Because I live by the ocean. Listen, bro, I live a mile from the ocean and I've never seen that. Never, not once.
So even if he does all these observations
on the internet, dude. That's how you know about it. You saw a couple on the internet, right? But why isn't there tens of thousands of videos of ships disappearing bottom up? Tens of thousands.
Because people don't care.
People don't really care. It's an optical effect that's rarely seen.
Right. Well, either way, just so we don't let Duncan do his sneaky little attempt at trying to make it look like we just don't consider people's observations and evidence, we would say, okay, show us what you observed, and then we'd say, okay, what's the distance, what's your observer height, and we'd go through it just like anything else. And what we'd find, just like you know, is that the horizon will not be in the geometric position that's claimed under the globe idea. So that's what.
Well, I appreciate Cyclone that you would do that, but the other guy literally just said, "No, that's it." He would just call it bullshit.
Well,
I appreciate your honesty.
Hey, that's fine. That's his prerogative. That's what he wants to do. That's fine.
Because I'd say,
either way,
let's see the picture, and then he'd show me the picture, and there'd be an inferior mirage at the horizon, and I'd go, "You didn't see a ship disappearing over the curve." So if you look at any of the videos of, if you look at any video of a ship disappearing so-called bottom up, you will see an inferior mirage on the horizon every time. Every time.
Okay, so I just don't think it's very encouraging for you guys to tell people, hey, do these observations. And if they were to come back in here and report their observations, if they would see certain things, you would just say bullshit. I just don't think that's a very encouraging thing. Hang on, let me just ask Ben. What do you think, Ben? Are you like, do you think you should go through with these observations, spend your time, and come back in here and tell them?
No? Well, if I have the chance, I would just do it to humor them. But I don't think there's any convincing these guys.
This dude is an anti-flat earther. So what he's trying to do is do FUD. It's a thing they used to do back in business called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's what he's trying to do to you right now.
Yeah, he's very pathetically trying to make you not understand where you live because for some reason it upsets him. But either way,
also ironically called triangulation.
You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything to humor us. We already know this. We're helping you out. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. If you're only going to do it to quote unquote humor us, Don't do it. This is for your benefit if you want to understand reality and where you live. If you don't want to understand it, don't do it. It doesn't make any difference to us. We've already done this. We already know the situation. Only you don't. So it's for your benefit, not to humor us. Yeah.
I appreciate your motivations, but I'm just saying, like, you know, in my perspective, you know, I already believe that the Earth is round, so it would be me humoring you guys, right?
Ben, let me just apologize. Hang on, let me just apologize to Ben for scaring him and to like not doing the observations. I'm sorry, bro.
That's okay. You didn't scare me, bro.
I want to say
it wasn't scaring so much as shaming.
Belief is the enemy of knowledge.
Yeah, you want to just be a believer, that's fine, but we're talking about reality and what is. So that's the difference.
Listen, if I scared you away from a trip to the beach one day, then I'm really sorry.
Ben thinks that is impossible for things to appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface. Don't you, Ben?
I think it's impossible.
Flat earther, dude. You think it's impossible?
Do I think what's impossible for things to disappear bottom up?
Appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface.
On a flat surface?
Yeah, on a flat surface.
Would things I mean, eventually, sure, they would appear that way, but like at much larger distances then.
Duncan, what the fuck are you still talking? He was talking to Van.
Well,
no,
I mean, he is asking me. So, for example, like you ever see the picture of like telephone towers or whatever where the bottoms appear to be getting like lower and lower and lower, right? You know what I'm talking about? You notice how the bottom. Well, yeah, but like you know how the bottoms of the telephones appear to be getting higher and higher and higher. So like if the world was flat, the ocean would do that. It'd be like the bottom of the telephones where the ocean would just appear to get higher and higher and higher, and then the top would like eventually just blend into it. But that's not what we see. We see a crisp like horizon.
Everything you said is
a
just
sharp
wrong,
image. So
literally everything you said is wrong. Everything you said is wrong, dude. Because we can demonstrate everything you said on known flat surfaces.
Can you?
With well-defined horizon. What was that?
Go ahead, demonstrate it.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna post a few videos in the chat. So just to give you a headway, this is a 1,000-foot lake. The camera height is 1.5 inches off the surface of the water. Okay, so how far away is the horizon from a 1.5 inch camera height?
I'm imagining that there's giant effects of refraction if you're 1.5 inches.
Oh, so not Earth curve, right? So not Earth curve.
Oh yeah, there's multiple
surface without Earth curve.
Yeah,
on a flat surface without Earth curve.
Well, no, there's multiple things that affect like how we sit.
So
I mean, that's just obvious.
So, okay, but how far is the horizon away from a 1.5 inch camera height?
I don't know all the atmosphere. I don't know all the atmosphere conditions to give you a accurate
the geometric
answer to that
horizon
question.
is supposed to be 2,400 feet away.
Yeah, cool. That's with zero atmospheric.
Okay. So there should be no. So there's the horizon can appear closer.
Closer, further away, probably at that low to the ground. Like who knows? Like.
So
doesn't sound, who knows? That doesn't sound very academic. Doesn't sound very mathematical.
Because I don't know.
This is exposing him so bad.
It's honest to say when you don't know the conditions that the camera was in. I don't know the.
You're gonna have the conditions. You're gonna have temperature measurements. You're gonna have everything, dude.
Yeah, but like I'm walking my dog right now, so I'm not.
So should there be
these calculations?
Well, you asked me to show it, dude. You asked me to show it, didn't you? You asked me to show it, right?
Well, like I was saying, like
but
for
now
example,
you're walking your dog.
I was saying, like for example, like
you're just wasting your time.
When I was
I know, dude.
Like I can explain. Was I wrong about was I wrong about the photograph with the telephone poles that the bottoms of the telephone?
Yeah, you're absolutely wrong. So things converge to the eye level, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Things below your eye level, they ramp up, rise and up. Above your eye level, they converge down. They converge to the center of your vision. That's not what you said. You said they would get higher and higher, which is nonsense.
Well, like I said, they would appear to get higher.
Yeah, well, no, they wouldn't get higher.
I said they would appear like they get higher and higher.
No, they wouldn't. They would converge.
They would appear.
They don't appear to get higher, dude.
And so in the photograph of the telephone poles, the bottoms of the telephone poles
so the thing about the horizon is objects maintain their proportionality relative to the horizon. So if you have, say, you see a person, right, and you see them cut off, one third of their body is above the horizon, and 2/3 of their body is below the horizon. As they move toward the horizon, that proportion will stay the same no matter what. Yeah, that's right, dude. It's not going to appear higher. You're full of shit. You don't know how perspective works. You don't know how vision works. You don't know how anything fucking works. Your globe's out. You're a fucking psycho. Okay? So, you take a big...
I'm the one that sounds like a psycho.
Okay. So, how is there a horizon on 1,000? So, how is there a horizon on 1,000-foot lake when the geometric horizon is only 2,400 feet away?
On a lake? Well, considering a lake is... Yeah, a lake isn't at zero elevation, so I mean, of course you're going to get.
What does elevation got to do with anything?
Exactly, it has to do with everything.
Okay, tell us how.
Well, because you can have say you're at a 500-foot lake elevation, and you're looking at something at a city that's at 300 feet elevation. They're already 200 feet below you. So that's what I'm talking about.
We're looking across the 1,000-foot lake, dude.
You're looking across the 1,000-foot lake. All right.
The surface of a 1,000-foot lake.
Uh-huh.
Man, you're so desperate.
Okay. So there should be no horizon at all.
Okay.
Right? Because the horizon is only 2,400 feet away.
Okay.
So it's 1,000 feet long, there should be no horizon at all.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know. I'm just trusting you when you say
you don't know.
I don't know why I'm trusting you, but I'm deciding to just go with your thing so you can get to the end of your point. So yeah, okay. So it's only supposed to be whatever.
But you're backpedaling even before I start.
I'm not gonna look this shit up, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You're saying it's supposed to be this. I'm trusting you that if I were to put this into the Earth curve calculator, that's what I would get. Unless you're just telling me I'm actually lying to you right now.
Okay, 2,000.
I
don't think you're lying. I just think you're retarded.
Come on, Duncan, your dog must be so sick of listening to you spiral about flat Earth by now. Come on, give him a break.
He's having a good old time.
Listen. You already conceded right at the beginning. You already conceded right at the beginning. Indio said, "Is it impossible that things would appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface?" He said, "No, not impossible. Things could appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface." So, in answer to your question, what would we do when the guy comes in and says, "I saw a boat appear to disappear bottom up"? We'll say, "Okay, welcome to flat Earth."
Now, the other person would say bullshit. So, I mean, I don't know if you want to go with that.
Yeah, all right, dude. Enjoy your walk. Get that dog some exercise. Is Ben still here? Was he still listening?
Yeah, I was listening. He brought up a good point, actually, I think. I never even really thought about that.
What point are you talking about?
Felt like the horizon, how it would kind of go on further and further if it was flat, to our eyes.
Yeah, that's a very easy way to test this whole claim about a globe is the geometric horizon distance. Now, what the globe believers are going to tell you is, it just moves around all the time because of refraction. So they're basically conceding that the horizon is not the geometric physical.
Kind of cut out there, but I'm kind of tired, so I'm not really in the mood for debating.
Well, there's only finish what you said. The fact that the horizon moves around means that the horizon is apparent, right? So if the horizon's apparent, all claims about ships going over the edge of the Earth, around the curve, sun setting behind the Earth, because all those observations are demarked by the horizon. So if the horizon itself is just an apparent location and not the geometric edge of a ball, it can't possibly be evidence of the geometric ball.
Did we unmute the flat earthers or silly guy?
No, we're gonna watch this all.
No, we can get to that. The whole thing here is that you thought this was a debate. You would need a claim to debate something. You don't have a claim right now. What you have is a belief system that is so counterintuitive to everything that you know. You have to throw away all of that and then just say, I trust somebody else instead of your own senses.
Trust Hitler.
In Hitler we trust.
So you're inside.
Make sure to keep these guys away from a Scientology center. I'm worried for them.
We have to be worried for them. I mean, they're going to do what they're going to do, regardless of your feelings about it one way or the other. There just isn't. So save your worry for something that matters.
Fair point.
So these guys are so entwined in this belief system that now they're invoking World War II to tip their hat to Operation Paperclip. It really shows you how enshrined they are. To them, they hear a flat earther. They don't like what the flat earther says, not because we're talking about the Earth, because they think we're ripping the Apollo program, which was their vindication of their worldview. All their war criminals brought over here that supposedly brought America to the moon. You tell them, yeah, they're just a bunch of fakers, and they get pissed.
Hey. We had some of our own criminals work on that too, man. We had Jack Parsons.
Yeah, Jack Parsons.
Yeah, Jack Parsons. We had some Western occultism in there too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's like powers combined: Western occultism and National Socialism. Mission to the moon.
Oh yeah. Most people don't understand the pharmaceutical industry and NASA are both descendants of NASA programs.
Hold on. Nothing medical. Nothing.
Yeah, my bad. But yeah, Paperclip definitely runs deep.
So you hear them, and they start saying, like 88 and, all these things in Hong Kong. You know what they're really about. They're upset that somebody tells you can't go to the moon. No problem, dude. Go to the moon. Just go live your life. If I'm over here telling you can't go to the moon, just go do it. Prove me wrong. Let's see it. Send me a postcard. Put up your Mickey D's and your Wendy's and, like Amazon delivery service, all of it. Go do it. Go have fun.
Let us know how your Total Recall colony goes.
So just because I said you can't do it shouldn't stop you from doing it. You do you. Go do it.
Yeah, Jack Parsons. No, he's still here. So Jack Parsons, he launched rockets because he was an occultist that practiced sex magic. Everything was like revolved around sex, and he thought launching rockets was like sperm inseminating space.
Exactly. Check out the link between Parsons, Aleister Crowley, and L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology. That's why I mentioned Scientology earlier.
Yeah, they were all a bunch of crackpots.
Not to mention NASA and the space agencies being laden with occult symbolism like serpents and wizardry and Dungeons and Dragons bullshit. Like, come on.
Yeah, and then there's the Freemasonry and the frickin' secret handshake and like all the bunch of fucking pictures of them fucking guys doing like these weird fucking hand symbols. There's like three of them doing like a weird hand symbol where they connected their pinkies over a pyramid.
Yeah, they're all doing the devil horns and connected them.
Yeah.
Aleister Crowley famously said that Jack Parsons was the fruit of his bowels. And that's a quote, a direct quote from.
He was a shit son like Bono from that South Park episode.
Man, I always get a phone call when I'm mid-tirade. What did I miss?
Talking about the esoteric underpinnings of NASA.
I kind of filled out the Horizon thing for you. So, and he's kind of tired. He's been at this a little while.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, the maths aren't mathing for him.
That's all right. Not mathing for the globe either.
Dude doesn't know what he did when he said, well, the horizon can be too close, too. Well, oh, really?
Yeah.
The horizon can be too close.
The magic of atmosphere can do anything.
Well, the consequences of the horizon being too closer, ships over the horizon, right? Now it's too close. Now it's too far. Where the ship appears to disappear could be fucking anywhere. Could be fucking a mile away from you. It could be 2 miles away from you. It could be 10 miles away from you. It could just be anywhere.
Yeah, they might as well have not gone to the trouble of figuring out or pretending to figure out a radius of this ball. They should have just been like, it's a ball of some size. Who knows? Changes all the time. And they'd have been like, cool.
Oh, God. Can you imagine the propaganda that they'd be... If that's what they settled on, a freaking variable ball, they have some crazy esoteric nonsense.
Listen, guys, because of quantum physics, we live in a simulation. So it's a ball, but it's an ever-expanding and shrinking ball, okay?
Yeah, that is what they have, isn't it? The very ball.
The very ball.
Whoever the fuck they want it to be. That should have been what they went with.
The very ball.
Man. Got any other new people in? Who's Cancer? Sub Cancer. Anubis. Who else don't I recognize? Scaramouche. You guys all flat earthers by now? Are you listening? No further questions? Okay, good. Welcome. Snacks are in the back.
Yeah, grab your popcorn and get ready for Speculation Sunday, baby.
I've been out of the country for the last week, so I've been missing out on all my flirting. I hear Katy Perry went to space. That's exciting. Blowbirds, are you excited that Katy Perry went to space?
And what were her words? When I came back, I just felt so connected to love.
Oh, connected to love. That's it. There you go. Not science.
They always try to use this idea of we're just a cosmic accident as a pretense for why we should love each other and come together under some sort of authoritarian control mechanism. It's cute.
Mm-hmm. Connected to love. That is sickening.
Yeah. What propaganda.
Oh, man.
Reminds me of the hippie chick in Mars Attacks when the aliens are coming down. It's like, oh, we love the aliens. Please come on.
Yeah.
Come down.
Yeah, they're all waiting with their signs like, welcome, guys. Blasted with a laser.
Back. Baby.
Oh, man, that film was great.
For sure.
So no Globers in, clapping to Katy Perry. She went to space and she liked it, no doubt, in some of the headlines.
Katy Perry's old news. They should have shot JoJo Siwa up there.
Yeah. Of all the people, let's get some interesting characters at least. Oh, well. Guess not. Katy Perry. Like, the Globers must be hating it at this point. They're like, come on, we really need evidence to come through. They must be cooking up something good. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Katy Perry in space. They're going to laugh at us even more. Damn it, NASA. Come on, do something.
They're really trying to milk the celebrity worship mechanism as much as possible.
Yeah, which everyone's like surely already sick of by now. Like now is the worst time to be employed.
Yeah, now's the worst. Yeah, now's the worst time to try to appeal to Hollywood help in any endeavor.
Exactly. It's too funny. They're so off the mark. Just trolling them again is amazing.
one day at space camp, he went looking for Earth's curvature, but we couldn't find it.
wrong channel.
I don't talk to cult members, bro. They just fuck off, dude.
Yeah, you want to do that? You DM him or something. I'm sure he'll just ignore you. You want to talk about the Earth? Do you hear talk about the Earth, or no?
I'm here to talk about the Earth.
Okay, great. You got any evidence for the Earth being a ball, or?
Oh wait, so I believe the Earth's flat.
Oh, do you? What makes you believe that?
Well, it's just obvious what I see.
Okay.
When I look around, it's flat. I can't see no. I can't see no globe.
But it's just such a big ball. It looks flat.
Yeah, it looks flat, and that's my evidence to prove that.
You guys don't believe stuff like satellite pictures?
Huh?
Satellite pictures of
You don't
what?
believe stuff like satellite pictures of Earth?
No.
Of Earth as a ball.
And if you were to go in like kind of high altitude plane, like a plane that goes in extremely high altitude,
We've all seen the videos of the rocket ships.
No, I'm saying you specifically. If you were, as a person, go on like a high altitude plane, and you'd see like the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes, not through a camera, would you? Wait a second. Would you? What?
What altitude are you talking?
I don't know. Let's say you go 6 kilometers.
Yeah, that's not high enough.
That is high enough, actually. That is high enough. Let me see. Let me check that out. Let me just a second. Let me just check this out.
That's 6,000 meters, dude, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but none of us have actually gone 6,000 meters up.
I know. But I'm saying if you were to go,
bro, there are mountains taller than that, bro.
Hold on, just a second.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah. You can't.
Right. I should have said. Here's the thing. I should have said. Here's the thing. Let me make it more because I think 6,000 is a little too much. It's a little way too much. Let's say 40 kilometers, right, above sea level, right? Let's say 40 kilometers. I think there are like air balloons that can go that high. Hot air balloons that can go that high. So obviously we need like an oxygen mask and whatnot. So if you were to go on that hot air balloon, you yourself, the guy Paul Smith, and you were to see like the curvature of the Earth, would you say, yeah, I believe it's a ball now?
No, but that's just perspective.
I understand. Okay, so you're saying even your own eyes, you wouldn't trust
We don't know who this Paul Smith guy is. Does anyone know who this Paul Smith guy is?
Wait, I'm just asking. I know. Right. But I'm asking Paul Smith himself. Because Paul Smith believes it's flat.
He's a new guy too. So if there's no
yeah, it's okay. But hold on. I can't ask him questions.
No, because if you want to do that, you could jump into a private call because he's not a flat earther as far as I know.
Okay. Are you a flat earther?
Wait there. You guys are talking about yours truly, Paul Smith, like he's not even here.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Paul. I didn't mean to speak to you. I appreciate the apology. Like that.
That's all right.
So, Cyclone, are you are you a flat earther yourself?
Well, if you a flat earther is someone who doesn't believe in the globe and understands that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat surface, essentially, yes.
Okay, great. So the same scenario I'm asking you here. Like if you go on a hot air balloon on top, like 40 kilometers above sea level, and you do see the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, let me continue though. Would you say, yeah, I do believe it's a ball now?
Well, whatever altitude you're going to, no curvature is evident unless you're looking through a lens that curves.
I'm just saying, like if you were to go, here's what I said to you. But here's what I said.
If I was to hypothetically go up, if you're asking me if you were to travel up some altitude and get a view of Earth that shows it to be a ball, would I believe it was a ball? I wouldn't have.
Do you see the curvature? Yeah.
A ball. I would have observed that it was a ball. If I would observe it to be a ball.
No, but you can listen. Observing doesn't mean believing, though. Because I asked Paul, and he said I wouldn't believe that. He said he would even that he would see.
I'm seeing it with my own eyes. It's not a question of belief. Okay. I would know it.
Wait,
no. Hold on a second. Wait, just a second, please. Everybody, just a second, please. Just a second.
Grizzly,
so, Cyclone, I understand what you're telling me, right? You yourself, as a person, you believe what your eyes can see, but some people can say to you that, okay, I don't believe necessarily everything that my eyes see. No problem. But you specifically, your answer would be that if you do go up 40 kilometers in the air and you do see the curvature of the Earth, right, through your eyes, not through a lens or through a camera or whatever, you would believe, or not just that you would believe, you would know that it's rounded, not actually flat. Now let me ask you another question. Wait. Now let me ask you another question. Hold on a second. Let me ask you another question.
No. I'm going to respond. Problem is, there is no observation like that. There is no curvature.
Sure. But just a second. I understand what you're just going to say here, right? But I want to ask you another question now. Just a second. I want to ask you another question that's very related.
First. Wait, Tamsin, if you walked 400 meters into a forest and saw a unicorn, would you believe? Would you know that unicorns exist?
Would I believe? I don't know. It depends. Am I on my right mind, or am I like on drugs or whatever?
No, you're on the right mind. You're seeing it, no lens.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, if I go on the forest and I see like a horse that has like a horn that's coming.
I said a unicorn.
Yeah, what's a unicorn? What is a unicorn?
Oh, what's a globe?
It's a horse. No, but that's the thing. A unicorn is a horse with a horn in the middle of its head. That's it.
And what's a globe?
Yeah, so
it's a fucking ball.
Unicorn. Okay, so you see the unicorn, so you know that there's unicorns, yeah?
No, if I see, that's what I'm saying to you. I said if I walk into a forest and I'm in my like full mental space, and like I'm not on drugs or anything, and I look upon a creature that looks like a horse. Hold on. That looks like a horse that has wings and that has a horn in the middle, then I would believe my eyes that I am seeing that thing, right?
Yes. Okay. Now, is that a good argument for unicorns existing? To say
it would be this. Is it a good argument for other people to believe your testimony? That's what you're asking.
No. I mean, in the abstract right now. So we're saying if you saw a unicorn and you knew, you're in your right mind, so you would know there's unicorns. Then you would know that there's unicorns. Therefore,
I would know. What do you mean? I would know there are unicorns. I would just know. Just a second.
Therefore, no. I'm finishing the argument. Therefore, we can say unicorns are real.
Are you going to allow me to reply or not?
No, because you haven't even let me finish what I'm asking you.
Okay, finish what you're asking me. I'm going to reply afterwards.
So we're saying if you saw a unicorn in reality, you would know unicorns are real. Is that a good argument for us saying, therefore, unicorns are real right now?
Sure.
Yeah, based on my observations or based on testimony? Because that's what I'm asking you right now.
Based on you saying if you saw it, then you would know it. Is that?
I didn't. Hold on a second. That's not my argument, though. I'm not telling you that it's real because there's a hypothetical that you could see it. That's not my argument.
Okay, good, because that wouldn't be the case.
Sure.
Yeah, because what the fuck? Hold on. What fucking person would give you that argument to begin with? Like tells you, something exists because it's possible that it exists. No. Here's what I asked you. Here's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you something like this. I pushed the scenario first, where if you were to go outside and go on a hot air balloon 40 kilometers above sea level and you do see the curvature of the Earth, you would believe that. So that's one thing, no problem. I'm not saying it's real because of that. I'm just saying, I'm just looking what you would do in that hypothetical. Then afterwards, I would ask you, which is the question. Wait, Paul, please. Now I'm asking you, would you, hold on, shut the fuck up for a sec. Would you say people can be justifiably correct in their belief if they were to trust your testimony about seeing the globe?
No.
So you're saying nobody should trust anybody's testimony concerning anything they see?
No, they shouldn't. If I said to you the Earth is a spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum, I saw it, trust me, bro, I would not recommend that you just believe that, no.
Right, no problem. But do you believe yourself that your testimony should never be trustworthy whatsoever upon anything whatsoever?
I'm not telling anyone to trust my testimony.
I'm not asking you. I'm just asking you in a general sense about the human testimony. Do you believe human testimony shouldn't be trustworthy about anything?
I wouldn't expect someone to change their belief or take a belief about the nature of reality based just on my testimony. No.
But if they know that you have the capacity to go upstairs, I mean, up 40 kilometers, they do see. Hold on a second. But hold on a second, Cyclone. Rationally speaking, if they do see you going up with the hot air balloon 40 kilometers in the air. They didn't go with you, but they do see you going up, right? And you come down, and you say it's rounded. Hold on a second. And you say it's rounded. Rationally speaking, right? They could believe that either you are right, as in telling the truth, or you're just wrong, you're lying. But here, they would come to their head and they would say, okay, what justifiable reasons would he have to lie for me about the roundness of the earth? What reasons could he come to me and tell us? What could he benefit from that, right? Because rationally speaking, you wouldn't just lie for no reason whatsoever, right?
If they can't think of a reason, then I must be telling the truth, right?
No, it's not that you must be. It's that it's rational to assume you're telling the truth.
So they're still not.
No, Cyclone. Are you listening to the words I'm using? Because I'm using particular words specifically.
You're trying to intellectually justify your appeal to authority fallacy. That's what you're trying to do.
Appeal to authority is going to be considered a fallacy only in certain contexts. You know that, right?
Because you can't find the reason why they would lie.
Because if we're talking, hold on, just a second. Because wait a second, please, wait. Because if we're talking about a subject, let's say we're talking about human anatomy, right? And both of us are inexperienced about human anatomy. But then I bring you an authority on it, like a doctor who is experienced about it. And I say, look, this doctor says something that supports my opinion. In logic, this is a reasonable use of authority.
But that doctor could be wrong or lying still.
Yeah, he could be, but that's the point. He could be wrong. Hold on a second. That's the point. He could be wrong. Hold on a second, please. Hold on a second.
No.
Cyclone, hold on a second. He could be right. He could be wrong. Nobody's denying that. But the fact is, he is more likely to be right than you are. Why?
No,
why is that? Wait a second. Why is it the case? Wait. Why is it the case? Hold on a second. Why is it the case? Just why are you interrupting me? Not letting me answer the question. Ask the question.
Fucking annoying, dude. Because you're.
Why is it the case that a doctor? Wait. Why is it the case that a doctor?
No, just being a pain in the arse now.
He just wants to appeal to authority, like blunt.
You're just trying to pathetically justify why it's okay for him to believe in NASA, even if it's wrong. We're not interested in your belief in NASA, even if it's wrong. So, could you get some evidence for the Earth being a ball?
Can you not mute me when I'm asking you a question? That's intellectually dishonest.
Well, if you're going to talk through people and not let them actually,
you're talking through me. You interrupted me. It's not me.
And you interrupted me.
No. I was telling you, why is it the case that a doctor who is experienced on anatomy would be as equally as possible to be wrong as you, who know nothing about anatomy?
So why does that justify? Why does this idea about a doctor justify your belief in a spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum Earth?
If it increases the likelihood of it being true, then your belief is more justifiable. Yes.
No, someone telling you something doesn't increase.
That's a straw man. It isn't just anybody telling me something.
No,
that's a straw man.
Geometry is not adjudicated by what someone thinks.
That's not about geometry. Geometry doesn't tell us about anything. Geometry doesn't tell us about the reality.
Half the time the good chat goes on while I'm at work. I just get to listen to it.
Yeah,
geometry doesn't tell you anything about the reality. Hold on. Geometry doesn't tell you anything about the reality, just like the laws of logic. It can only tell you what could be possible and what couldn't be possible. That's it.
Come back, Sky.
It doesn't tell you about what exists and what doesn't exist. It just tells you what can be possible and what cannot be possible. That's anything with the rules of inference, like laws of logic. This applies universally. And the point that I'm making to you is very basic here. If you go to a doctor, right, and if you go to a mechanic, asking them for the same exact thing, so let's say you are having a cough, right? You have a cough or you have a pain, a heartache in your heart, a heartache, right? And you go to a doctor and you ask him, hey, what's the reason? A cardiologist, and you ask him, what's the reason for this? And then you go to a mechanic and you ask him, what's the reason for this? Are you going to tell me that you would believe that both of them have equal amount of chances to be right and both of them have equal amount of chances to be wrong? If you believe that seriously, then you're mentally retarded, with all due respect. Because again, you're alone in that belief. Only you believe who is experienced. Hold on, that a doctor who is experienced in a certain.
Shut up, man.
Wait. Hold on a second. Give me your justification for what you just said.
Just because lots.
Wait. You seem to speak on the sidelines. You seem to speak like a coward in the sidelines without any actual way to confront your opponent. Go ahead. Reply to what I just said. A doctor and a mechanic are being asked about a question concerning a person's heart. Go ahead, tell me that. Go ahead, tell me why is the doctor and the mechanic have equal amounts of being right or wrong. Oh, that's your point? Hold on, that's your refutation, that I'm an idiot. Ad hominem. Okay, great. So another logical fallacy. Great. So your logical fallacy is even worse than mine, assuming that I'm taking one to begin with. Since everybody is silent here and has no response to what I'm saying, I can only assume every single one of you here who is incapable of actually replying to what I just said.
Yeah, a heart surgeon touches the heart. A mechanic touches the engine. You are talking about people looking in the sky and telling stories. No,
that's not what I said. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. Sorry, but that's a straw man,
bro.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man, and that's an ad hominem. Listen, I can be quite literally, right, hit with I don't know, like trisomy 21.
You just got time zoned.
Just a dumbass, man. Appeals to authority and consensus just like over and over and over again and thinks he's smart. We're an idiot, man.
Me and my wife, my friend, are trying to beat
They're making
Platinum.
it sound more and more
Elden
like
Ring
a religion every day.
We're stuck at Consort Radon.
You challenge them. These are experts.
Hard Knock Life.
Well, there's obviously more.
I don't think we're going to beat him.
Probability that he's right.
I think we low-key gave up like a week ago.
Obviously more chance.
The time zone, can you get it together? It's this pompous nonsense that you're just going on and on about is what got everyone in this outer space fairy tale lost. Just try to keep it together, time zone.
Just talks so much and says so little. That fool.
Yeah, exactly.
The best you could do is just mute an insult, but nobody here gave me any intellectual chance for
I can ban you.
Yeah, but that just shows that you're weak. You cannot actually refute anything I just said. Can you refute it? Refute anything I just said. Be a man with balls and refute anything I just said. You're not a man if you cannot refute it. Go ahead. You're cannot refute anything I just said. You're a faggot. Go ahead.
My God. Oh, the hard T. You just earned it, Bat. Why don't you go
so
back
you're a
and
faggot.
listen
So
to
you couldn't
your
even refute anything I said. So you're a faggot. That's it. Mute me or ban me.
That is what it is, man. People are retards now.
Geez, we want to have the discussion, but the way that guy's carrying on, give me a break.
But by the way, when I asked him about the unicorn, what he should have said is, no, Grizzly, if I see a unicorn in the forest, I'll have to ask some PhD scientists to confirm it for me, and then I'll believe it, because I on my own can't do that, because there's no scientists around to confirm it, to increase the probability that I'm right. He should have said all that, but he didn't. Funny enough.
I muted you, Fresh Grown Flowers, if you're around, since you were hot micing earlier.
Sorry about that.
Maybe you can do better than that last guy. Uncle Charlie's here at the bottom.
I'm low-key in the general trying to get people to join the VC. I doubt it'll work, though. Are we still this server's most active VC? Is that still a thing?
Yeah.
Are we? They said yeah.
Yep.
Okay. They should join a VC that's not 24/7 Flat Earth.
Why did you join?
To be honest, I've been listening more while at work, and I gotta be honest, listening so much just fucking irks me when I hear shit I don't want to hear, and I want to take part in it, and I want to help it run more smoothly. I want to do my part.
Oh, okay. What sort of stuff don't you like? Just like yelling and screaming, or?
Yeah, no, yeah. I feel like we fucking execute them too quickly. I feel like for the audience, we need to show the audience how retarded they are half the time, and let the audience decide that. I feel like we just execute them too quickly sometimes.
Yeah. All I can say is that the senior mods here are really awesome, and if there's any problem, they'll fix it. So I won't worry about it too much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it's I like your attitude of, sort of wanting to do your bit for the channel. That's really cool, man. Lots you can do.
How's your day going?
It's okay. It's Friday, so tomorrow's holiday, which is nice.
Yeah, it's my Friday. It was my Friday yesterday.
It's May already, so it's basically nearly half the year's over already.
Oh no!
So that's going fast.
Does anybody have that power to like show the numbers for that VC thing? I wanna get the numbers for it real quick. I'm trying to use that. It's the most active VC to get people to come, and one dude just literally denied it, and I was like, "Oh, you just don't know."
Oh, okay. I think I've got one. Should be okay to post, I think, because they usually post it in the general chat.
I don't even know how to do it. Thank you. I have no idea.
And you're not the best.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. That's pretty recent. That's just from a couple of weeks ago, I think. Yeah, for as long as I've been here, I guess we've been about 20, and politics have been about 5. So, I think the final experiment, that thing gave us a lot of a good boost in viewers, listeners. and politics was usually about 5. But they've gone up with I think it's all the trade war tariff thing that they're getting a lot of people in politics. Yeah, it's the numbers. It's pretty good, isn't it? It's like the home servers, VCs, second.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in the home server in a minute. I normally just follow the voice chat, whichever server it's in. The PR, this one, or that one.
Nope.
I've never claimed to know anything. You're the one claiming to know things.
Oh, well, good. Shut up then. Stop being a pain in the ass.
Math is not a force.
You talking to me? Yeah, well, no.
Mathematics is not a force, and neither is your frame of reference.
I know. I never said it was.
Seems like these two gentlemen wanted to see if the Earth is a globe by way of producing the evidence that it is.
No, I don't want to see if the Earth is a globe. I know that the Earth is a globe. That is my one and only.
No, he's changed it. So check it out, Alpha. It was a belief earlier. Now he knows it is. That's interesting.
What information gives you the knowledge claim that the Earth is a globe? Ulf.
Information.
What type, sir?
Okay, pictures that I've seen and science I've gathered, which is, for example, I've circumnavigated the Earth.
That's not science.
All right,
what is science?
It is though. It was called.
Yeah, it's navigation. It's looking at stars and triangles. That's what you make triangles when you navigate.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought observing was a fundamental part of science.
Yeah, it is, but like it's the first step of like when you're doing an experiment.
All right, so still science.
No, it's not science in and of itself. It's a step within the science process. The systematic study.
So within the science,
sir.
Okay.
The systematic
still
study.
Science.
Would you like to just interrupt? Is that cool? Systematic study of the physical and natural world. It's the first step within the method to inquiry of like the physical and natural world. It's not in and of itself science. It's a part of a methodology, sir. So if you would allow me to finish, I would have told you that. The gentleman, Ulf, says that the Earth is a globe based on what he's known it to be. I don't think you know it to be. I think you're just told what it is and you accept it as a choice that you believe.
Why should I accept your truth rather than truth that actually has pictures, that actually has my perspective supporting it?
Yeah, well, we're talking of scientific proof that we live on a globe.
Hold on, you can shut up. You've been a pest. Now, you just said perspective that you can support. When was the last time you were in space to back the space pictures?
Let me see if I can carry this with Ulf, because I think we'll get a little bit discombobulated if we're addressing two people. Matrix.
Yeah, I'm going to answer.
No, you're right, man.
I'm going to answer this guy. Yeah, I haven't personally been to space. That's why people who have billions of dollars.
Yeah, but let's not focus on that just yet. I think there's too many things being asked all at once, and if they're going to get derailed and just answer a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay. You go ahead.
All right. So essentially, you say that there's a really strong evidence because you have pictures. Yes.
Yeah, I suppose it's for me really strong evidence. Yeah.
Okay, and in any way, can you verify that the images that are shown are anything comparable to the world that you know on the surface?
Yeah, at least they seem to be showing the same countries. They seem to be showing the same types of forces that.
You can see forces in pictures?
No, in the videos and documentation regarding, for example, the ISS, you can.
I'm only covering pictures, Ulf. I'm not really going into videos and such. So I'm just covering images. So you see an image of an Earth that looks like a globe to you. What I'm asking you is that the physical and natural world, as represented from you on the surface, does it look like the image of that globe that you see?
Well, I don't go out of only my perspective. You know, I don't wake up, go out the door, and think, oh, I only see a flat Earth. The Earth must be flat. I look at other people who have gone up into space. Then I think, oh, the Earth is not flat because.
So you're trusting that somebody showing you an image of what the Earth looks like outside of your purview is something that is true. So you can't witness this. So in other words, it's not empirical evidence. What you're showing is these images is something that you trust. You make a choice to believe that this is what the Earth looks like.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, but you haven't proven that that's what the Earth looks like. According to you, you're trusting the people who are giving you this image that that's the case. Like you don't know if it is true or not. You're just believing that that's true.
Yeah, let's say this. If you flat earthers go up into space and take a picture of the Earth and it appears to be flat, then yeah, okay. Do you not believe in anything?
No, wait a minute. Wait, but don't jump on that just yet. I'm showing you how, like, the thing that you have isn't evidence. It's just a belief. Somebody showed you an image and you just believe that it's true. You don't know it. It's not a knowledge-based claim. So when somebody shows you a picture, even if it doesn't matter what picture it is, right? There's a reason to verify that image to be true. You can say, okay, I got an image, right? I've never seen this before in my life, but I can test to see if this image is actually what you're showing me. And the way that you test is you validate the image, right? You want to figure out if logistically you can travel to the place that they're telling you. Now, if you can't do that, you just have a belief system in that image you think is true. You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true because you made a choice to believe it.
Yeah, I made a choice to believe it.
Yes.
Out of my own perspective and intelligence, I made a choice to believe people who have actually done the research to support that the Earth is.
Correct, but you don't know that that's what the Earth looks like. You're just choosing to believe that's what it looks like. That's the difference.
Exactly.
When somebody knows that's what the Earth looks like, they've investigated the claim. So if you have an image and you've never investigated, then you just choose to believe that that's what the Earth looks like, and that's all you have is a belief. It's not knowledge. You don't know that that's what the Earth looks like. You just believe it's what the Earth looks like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
okay.
I feel comfortable not knowing if that's your definition of something being true.
Oh, it's the definition. Knowledge is based on inquiry, investigating, finding out, testing, verifying, retesting, and so forth. So it's not empirical by any means. It's just something you believe that somebody has done, and you trust that information, which is what a belief is, right? It's acceptance without evidence. So you don't have evidence that it's true. You just have a belief that it's true.
Yeah, I suppose so, but it's not the same as belief in a religion, for example, because the religion has no pictures or has no documentation or any scientific attempt.
Yeah, that's a different topic. I mean, we could talk about that differently.
So,
I don't think it's analogous, but
yeah. But the point is, I wouldn't call it a belief. I would call it like my knowledge of the world and how.
But it's not your knowledge because you didn't. It's not empirical, sir. It's not your knowledge. It's somebody else's. If you want to categorize it in your worldview, it would be somebody else's knowledge given to you, and you have a belief in that knowledge. You don't have a knowledge, sir.
Yeah, but
you're believing that what they figured out is something to be true. You don't have that empirical evidence to verify, unless you tested and verified it that to be true, but you haven't done so. Not according to how you're explaining. So it's just a belief.
Yeah, I guess if that's what you're going for.
But I am. I mean, I think everybody in here wants to know, can somebody test the claim that the Earth is a globe? And it seems like at every turn that you show images, videos, it's going to amount to the same thing. You can't test and verify those things that they're showing you. The only thing you can do is trust and believe. That's it. That's as far as it goes for you.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
I'm sure there are people who have proved that the Earth is round.
Yeah, I know. That's the trust part. You're trusting that this has, but it's not knowledge. It's just a belief.
Yeah,
which is kind of like what we do. Yes,
I'm trusting the math, though. I mean, I don't really know the difference between your math and scientists' math.
Well, think about it like this. Let's talk about the math for the globe. They say that the Earth is a certain size, right? I mean, the radius, diameter, and circumference.
Mm-hmm.
So, in order for you to verify that's true, you'd have to be able to test the claim of geometry. In some way, be able to figure out even a small portion on the surface of the Earth if it conforms to the math. You know, like if you're drawing schematics for a building, you want to have it built to a certain specifications. Well, you can't know that the building's going to turn out that way until you start building, and then you figure out like the proportions to the size that you have on your schematics are going to turn out to be what the building looks like in the real world when you actually start building it. So the math starts to conform from the schematics out into the real world. And then you can test the math that you've drawn up on your plans, and then you can see it come out to real life. So you could test the math. It comports out into the real world. So what we're saying is, if they're giving us math to the size of the Earth, then you could test that math to see if the Earth conforms to it. That's what we're asking for. The testing of the claim. And that's what I'm saying is not happening. So when you hear that the Earth is a certain size, I think you're just trusting that that's what it is. You're not testing it in any way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I typed my so-called evidence in the.
Yeah, the shadow of the Earth on the moon. You could have just said it. The shadow of the Earth on the moon. But these things are just belief systems, sir. Like, once again, they're not verification of the thing that you think is happening. Like on the first,
it seems overly paranoid to just demand verification for things that you can clearly see. If I clearly can see that the shadow of the Earth on the moon is circular, I don't need any scientific, as you call it, proof based on maths.
The problem is, sir, the problem is it's a baked-in assumption, right? Already they told you a story of what's happening. You've accepted the story. You haven't seen if that's true or not. So I'll go with the first one. So I can just show you an example, right? The shadow of the Earth on the moon is circular. Okay, question is, how do you know the shadow of the Earth is on the moon? How do you know it's the Earth's shadow?
How do I know it's the Earth's shadow?
Yes.
According to your beliefs, how could it be?
No, sir. No, sir. Not according to my beliefs. According to what you can understand. So let's investigate the claim. I'm only asking, Ulf. I'm only asking how you know what you know is true, right? So how do you know it's the shadow of the Earth on the moon? Concentrate, sir. Focus.
Because it couldn't be any other planet.
How do you know? No, well, that's not the case. But I'm saying, how do you know it's the Earth specifically?
Why shouldn't it be? I have no reason.
Don't ask why shouldn't it be. That's a question, sir. I'm asking for the affirmation of the claim to be true. Okay. According to you, that's the first one that you put up there. The shadow of the Earth is circular on the moon.
Yeah.
How do you know it's the Earth?
Because I have no reason not to believe that it's.
That's not it. You have to actually affirm that it's the Earth. How did you know it's the Earth?
But I don't. Unless I have a reason to. I don't.
That's it. You don't.
No.
So that's the point I'm making right now. So with every claim, it comes with I don't know.
Yeah, but why should I, just because I can't verify everything, automatically assume the whole opposite of what I can't verify?
Well, it's not supposedly, there's not an opposite, there's just not proven. So think of it like this. So with every claim that you put forward, if you say I don't know, there doesn't need to be an opposite. There just needs to be a proven I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't, I don't need to replace the thing that I'm showing you is not the case. All you have to know is that it's not able to be proven by you. And that's the most important thing, right? Because you're trying to say this is what's happening. And I'm telling you, there's no verification of you being able to know that's true. So it winds up being that you can only say, I can assume that this is the case, or this is my best guess.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's never proven. It's not knowledge. It's a belief system. I'm only showing you this, right?
Yeah.
I can take down each one of these and show you how they're all just assumptions. They're built on your belief. They're not built on knowledge, sir.
But really, what's wrong with assumptions? Let's say your worldview is true, right? Let's say that the TV is showing us lies. Let's say that space doesn't exist. Space is a lie, and we don't know anything, unless it's totally proven, which pretty much defies science because science has not proven that many things for sure, But let's say the Earth is flat. What difference does that make, really?
Well, you're asking different questions. What we're trying to identify, sir, and I'll grant you the questions. I'll answer them. But the point of our conversation is so that you can identify that you don't have a way to verify any of the claims that you're putting forward as knowledge claims. They're just belief systems, sir. I want you to realize that in our exchange right now, the only thing you can come out of this conversation is that you have a belief system. And that's about where it starts and stops. It doesn't go anywhere from there.
I'm going to finish with this. So if my proof for my belief system is something that you don't believe in to start with, then it's pointless for me trying to prove my belief system if my proof is in a different different realm than
your
yours.
proof is a belief. You're correct.
Yep.
No, my proof isn't a belief. My proof goes out from that you already have realized that, for example, space exists based on.
Yeah, but do you know that the vacuum of space exists like they're telling you?
The vacuum of space?
Yes, up there where satellites and moon landings and all that stuff. Do you know that it really exists?
Yeah, I know based on the moon landings, and if I were to go up into space, I'm sure that I would know for absolute sure myself.
So you don't know right now?
I know as best as I can, not having gone up.
You don't know right now. It's binary, sir. Either you know or you don't know.
Oh, okay. For the sake of argument, I don't, yeah.
No, it's not for the sake of argument. This binary information that you either know or you don't know is essential for your inquiry.
Yeah,
do you know that the vacuum of space exists, sir?
Yeah, I do. Because the only...
Really? What's it based on? What's that knowledge based on?
The moon landing, for example, like you said.
Okay, so other people, not you.
Yeah.
No, we need to base it on how you verified it, sir. It's either verified by you or it has never been verified by you. It's either empirical or it's not.
Yeah, I'm saying it has never been verified by me. It has been verified by other people who have gone up into space.
So you say, but that sounds like a hearsay. That's a story you're telling me. How do you know they've done what they've done, sir?
Because they have pictures, they have video, they have...
So more belief.
They have rocks, they have...
Right, so more belief.
Space dust, they have...
So more belief, sir. You're just telling me about your belief. This is your belief system. You're telling me everything about your belief system, and I already know that you have a belief, but I want to prove to you that every instance that you try to tell me you know something, it's never going to amount to that you know it. It's just something that you believe is happening.
Yeah, exactly. They have rocks,
You want to tell me about a story of how you believe in this globe idea and how they can go to the vacuum of space, but there's no way that you can test and verify this is true. Ulf.
Yeah, unless I become an astronaut, then I won't be able to.
So then you don't know that, right? Unless you become an astronaut, you don't know.
Unless I become an astronaut, I haven't seen it for myself, and therefore.
So you don't know. Sir, we cut to the chase. We can cut to the chase and say you don't know.
Yeah, let's say that. But
you don't know.
But I can still choose to believe it, and
yes, you can. Listen, nobody's stopping you. Ulf,
exactly.
Nobody's stopping you from believing in fairies and Santa Claus and all that. Nobody's stopping you from believing in all that stuff. You can choose to believe in anything you like, but it doesn't make it true, sir.
Mm-hmm. No, but you have to disprove it. Then.
I don't need to disprove something that's not proven, Ulf. You have not proved it by any means.
Yeah, but if I can't prove it and you can't disprove it, then it's...
Then therefore I can hand wave dismiss it and it doesn't exist. Because that's the whole point of this conversation. If you can't prove it to yourself and show me how you tested it, verified it, and then hand it over to me and I can test it and verify it, then I don't need to be concerned about a belief system. I can say, sir, that's your belief. You can believe in tooth fairies and all this. I don't need to believe in that because there's no evidence of it existing.
I mean, I guess they could send you up into space, and
people can do whatever they like, sir. But as far as you go and this conversation, you can't prove it to yourself, nor can you give me something to test. So therefore, it's just a belief you have, and you're trying to be in here saying that it's knowledge, and it's not. It's just a belief.
But I can prove it to myself, though.
How?
I might not. Because I believe in it, right?
Belief. There you go. You can't use a belief to use a knowledge claim on it. You just believe, so that's the only thing you have.
Because I believe in space. Say that, okay? Then, based on that, I can prove to myself that...
You're not proving it.
That the Earth is round. Yeah.
You're not proving it, Ulf. You're not proving it to yourself. You're believing with your heart and your mind and your soul, and you just want it to be true so much that you want to say that you proved it. You have not proved it to yourself. You're only believing in the thing that you're claiming, sir. That's as far as it goes with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
there's no more, no less. You just believe.
Yeah, but if you can prove your worldview with like any pictures,
why am I trying to prove it to you, sir? I'm not trying to prove anything to you. I'm showing you how you have a belief system, Ulf.
Yeah, but
that's all I'm doing right now.
How do you not also have a belief system?
Well, because anything we talk about with flat Earth is self-evident. The Earth displays itself as a flat Earth to you and to me.
Yeah, but all science is not empirical.
Well, if we're trying to verify something, it needs to be. If you're saying, "Well, I want to believe," then that's different. You can believe in whatever you like. You can believe that there's galaxies that are far, far away, and Luke Skywalker is battling the Death Star. You can believe that if you like.
Mm-hmm.
No one's stopping you.
Yeah, exactly. As with religion, But I choose to believe in things that actually have some sort of real world connection,
They don't have any real world connections, sir. They have fantasy connections to your mind, thinking that you're going to travel to stars. So your mind wants to think that's real, so it makes it sound like the way you're posing it is like that could be the case. No, sir. There's no evidence of this.
Do you think the pictures are fake? Do you think?
I'm telling you, there's no evidence for the things that they're showing you. I don't need to tell you that they're fake. I can just say there's no evidence for them. No evidence, sir.
But the pictures are evidence in themselves.
What are the evidence of, Ulf?
Yeah, the thing they're showing, whatever.
How do you know that, sir? How did you test to see if that's true?
If there's a picture, let's say, that someone took of the Earth from space, that is enough evidence in itself.
No, it's not. You didn't know if that's true or not. You're accepting it as a belief, Ulf. You're only believing that's true. You didn't verify this.
A physical picture isn't...
A physical picture is just an image given to you. You can choose to believe the content of the image. If the content is of spherical Earth, you choose to believe that content is real. It's not real because you didn't verify it, sir.
Verify? I mean,
yes.
Does it need much more verification than being a picture of the Earth?
Think about this. Somebody shows you a flying spaghetti monster in an image, then they hand it to you and say, this flying spaghetti monster is real. So that flying spaghetti monster is real now because it's an image?
Yeah, if someone captured it on the image, I would be much more inclined to accept it.
No, dude, see, here's you trying to cope. This is you trying to cope, sir. The flying spaghetti monster does not exist. This is an extreme example of where your belief wants to take you. It wants to take you to the thing that so absurd that I propose that a flying spaghetti monster exists, and you will accept that just so that you can have your globe belief, sir, as something that's true.
I said I would accept it if there was evidence. If there is evidence,
there is no evidence of it, sir. It's an imagination.
And
it's an
therefore
imagination.
Therefore, I don't accept it. But if there was
so is the globe. The globe is an imagination as well.
Imagination.
Yes.
I don't remember. I don't recall myself imagining a globe when I was 4 or 5 years old. I recall.
Well, you didn't imagine a flying spaghetti monster until I told you about an image of it, and then you said I will believe in it if they showed me an image of it. You go to an extreme idea just to have your globe belief, sir. This is what you're trying to figure out how you're going to make an image seem real, and it's not if you can't test it, if you can't go and see where this image was taken from. You can't verify this image, sir. In no way.
There are live streams from space as we speak.
Oh my God!
More belief, sir. This is more belief.
How do you validate that the image is true?
But there's moving pictures.
Where's the evidence?
This is what I've been telling them for the past 10 minutes.
I don't believe that there's a live stream from space.
Yes, you do, sir.
There is a live stream.
No, there isn't. There's a belief in it, sir. You believe that there's a live stream. How did you verify the live stream, Ulf? In what way did you verify it?
Here, no, wait.
Here, another. Dude, just tell us. How did you verify the live stream that they're showing you, Ulf?
I'll verify it by showing you. Here's the link.
Yeah, the link is not a verification of it. You didn't test to see if the location that they're in is real or not. You didn't go there. So how can you know they are there? That's the verifying part. You didn't do this, sir.
Because I also could go there if I wanted to.
Yes, could go there. Could go there if you had a rocket and you astral projected or whatever, dude.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Are you denying? Are you denying that I could go to space if I wanted?
You don't even have evidence if that's the case, sir. You don't have evidence that that's the case. You haven't proved any of these things. These are all belief systems. You haven't gone there to verify it, nor can you even figure out how you're going to get there. It's like Peter Pan telling you how to get to Neverland. Second star to the right and straight on till morning. That's the only thing you know. Is this belief system is something that has been given to you, and you think you can get there by going on a magical rocket ride, sir.
It's not magical. It's scientific. You propulse yourself.
Scientific. So you don't even know the first step into getting to that location they're showing you. You don't know the first step, sir.
So what do you think would happen if you went up?
I don't need to give a reason to what you're asking for because you have not proved how you can go there and verify the live stream that you think you can go and verify, sir.
Well, okay, so I can't verify that a live stream is not fake, right?
How?
Yeah, you click the link and it doesn't 404. I get it.
So for it to be undeniably true, I would have to go there myself, right?
Test it. If they're telling you they're from a location that they say that they're in, then say, okay, let me check this out. Can you do this?
That's just paradoxal because if I went
paradoxal,
there, right? Yeah, okay. If I went there, right? If I went up into space via NASA or any space agency, right? And I said, wow, all that I believed is now undeniably true to me, right? Because I've seen it. And I went back to you, went back to this VC, and I said, hey guys, I went up into space. I took these pictures, and I took this live stream. Look at me. I gathered...
Yeah. What do you think I need to do? When you tell me that, what do you think I need to do? Believe you?
No, I think you won't believe me because...
No, it's not about this. What do I need to do? Tell me what I need to do. Do I just believe you that you went there?
Yeah, I suppose.
No. I need to do the same thing. Ulf, check this out, man. I'm going to drop some knowledge on you, bro.
I can take you with me if I...
Go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. He doesn't understand the chain of events. It's kind of really frustrating. Every time somebody makes a claim, I've been to space, here are my pictures, here are the videos, and you present it to us, we're going to believe these things until we verify them, like you did, go to space, take the pictures, take the live stream.
Yes.
Then to us, it will be first-hand knowledge. Then we'll come down, back again, we'll present the evidence to everybody else, and they'll believe us until they can verify it and make it first-hand knowledge. Do you understand the cycle that's going on here?
But my point is that it's dumb to only believe first-hand knowledge because,
God.
as you said, you would have to be have to be in space yourself to verify.
If they're claiming a location that you can travel to, sir, then you would have to go travel to that place and say, okay, let me see. Oh, I get it. Look at the distance. I see the image. Yep, this live stream is real.
So why don't you do that if you're demanding evidence?
It's not me, sir. You're the one with the belief system in the globe. I don't need to do this because I don't believe in the globe. You do. So you need to verify it, not me. You see how that works? You believe it. I don't. Get it?
Okay. So how do I verify it to you if me?
You don't need to verify it to me, sir. It's not about you verifying it to me. You need to verify it for yourself. You got to prove it to you. Do you know that this is true or not? You can actually say, I have been here. I know the logistical means by which I can travel to this location, and here's how you do it. And then if you give it to me, right? If you give that information, you go and check it out, and you come back, and you give it to me. Now it's up to me. You said I went and did this. It's your turn.
Okay, so if I go and get first-hand knowledge, and I come back and say, hey, I went to space. Here's my pictures. Here's a selfie of me in front of you. Right? Would you believe that I have been to space?
I can choose to if I want to. I can choose to if I want to, or I can say, you know what? Let me give me this. Give me the logistical means by which you went to this location. Go ahead and give that to me. I want to see if all of this is true. I want to go see for myself. I can choose to believe, or I can actually travel like you did and go check it out for myself and verify it.
And I mean, it's a shame we don't all get the experience.
Well, it's not a shame, sir. But what it does is it creates a belief system for everybody who hasn't been to this place. So think about the ratio, sir, of all the people who've been to space and all the ones who haven't. What is the ratio that you can think of? Just a ballpark. How many people have been to space? How many people haven't?
I mean, I'm not good at estimates, but it's very expensive, so surely not.
No. I'm not talking about the cost. I'm talking about how many people have been to space. How many have not?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure it's in the 1 to millions or even billions.
Okay, so therefore, everybody on the ground is a believer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
And everyone who's been to space, what do you call them?
I don't know. People that say they're making a claim that they've been to that location.
Mm-hmm. And they're also believers.
Well, they would be people that have verified it, but the claim needs to be verified by you to say that the validation of the claim is now true. You went to test and verify that what they showed you is the case. Now you've done it, so you can say that what they're saying is the true.
So we can both hope, I guess.
Hey, Alpha, do you mind if I butt in with an edifying comment here?
Sure.
You know, he can't even convince us it's possible without invoking some kind of violation of the law of nature or contradicting his own claim. So before we can even discuss whether or not it's like anyone can go, can you convince me it's even possible in the first place?
Yeah, I was telling him that too.
People have disappeared from the Earth and gone into what we usually call space. And there is
well, what is space? Like, we need to discuss what that means, dude. Like, space itself is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and all kinds of other issues we have that we can test and actually know and understand in real world physics.
I don't believe that to be true.
Okay, so what is space, right? It is an immense vacuum of ever-expanding void, right?
Yeah.
That's the claim what outer space is. So I would say, how is it that you're even breathing? Because the nature of gas is to fill any void that it's presented with and equalize the pressure. It attempts to equalize throughout that void.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, I don't think I don't think he even stated or understands what it is. So I think you're giving him some gold that he probably never looked into.
Yeah.
Kind of like what I actually wanted him to say that, but I mean, if that's fine, if you want to show him.
I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there, and that's my point behind this. Like the very fact that you're breathing means that the outer space claim itself is contradicting what we can prove to be true in nature.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even finished my education, so I'm not super caught up into the actual laws of thermodynamics, but I'll have to get back to you if you.
That sounds good. Yeah, look into that, man. I think it's important.
Honest answer.
Jedi has if you allow him, he's going to go into a little bit about gas expansion into a vacuum. This is just on the physics we can understand here on the surface.
All right, and if I during that time happen to be given an opportunity to go into space on a rocket, I will try my best to make you believe that I was there. Okay.
That's fine, but you can just listen to gas expansion for a moment, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the simplest explanation of the second law of thermodynamics, also known as entropy. Gas expansion into a vacuum, mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally evolved an increase in entropy. Due to the increased dispersion of energy, with no change in total energy in the case of an ideal substance, due to a greater number of microstates for the particular system involved. Basically, what this law is telling you is the vacuum of space and our atmosphere under pressure is a violation of this law. To have the vacuum of space and our gas not increase in entropy, which means disperse into the available volume, is that violation. Quite simply put, gas expands into space.
It would do so if we have gas pressure on the surface, Ulf. It would expand into the available space, out into the void. We wouldn't be breathing right now.
That's where the atmosphere comes in, right? That's what's holding all the gases.
Really? How do you suppose that's happening if the atmosphere is a gas as well? They're a mixture of gases.
No, the atmosphere is, per definition, I believe, the difference in pressure that creates the seal.
No. Right, the atmosphere, atmo just means gas, so that's oxygen and nitrogen. Gas doesn't stop itself from expanding. Gas expands to fill volumes, so the atmo, the gas, isn't the thing that's going to stop the expansion of gases. That's just gas. You understand the definition of gas pressure, right? The force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like within a car tyre or a bicycle tyre or a ball or a container. If the Earth is an open system with no fixed barrier, we've got two problems. One, the gas has got nothing to press against to achieve pressure. And two, because there's no physical container stopping the natural expansion of gases, the gas is going to naturally expand into the available volume, i.e. you will not have balls of gas in vacuums. That's a violation of that law. Gas expands, it has no shape.
Mm-hmm.
Embo Beats, your hot micing.
Oh shit, my bad, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah, I suppose we both need proof.
So we both need proof. We are speaking about the second law of thermodynamics. It's universal, without exception, in open and closed systems. It basically describes the motion of energy, thermodynamic energy, like heat, for example, and particular energy, things that have got kinetic energy, like gases that expand. These are laws of nature.
Yeah, but
when we're talking about gas,
you're claiming, right? You're claiming, right, that we can't prove scientifically anything beyond what we can see firsthand, right?
No, it's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying this law of nature.
Aren't you all saying that?
No, what we're saying is this law of nature seems to be violated within the heliocentric model when we have an uncontained gas ball within a vacuum. That's a violation of that law. Gases don't have shapes. They fill the shape of their container, like a tire or a ball. If there's no physical barrier, then the gas is going to expand into the available volume.
Yeah.
It's a law of nature.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And I guess that's something for science to prove using math and whatever. I'm not sure I would even understand it if it came
science.
to that. There's a bunch
science
of things
wouldn't. Sorry to interrupt, but science wouldn't prove using math. Science would prove using hypothesis and experimentation.
Yeah, or that. Yeah. But there's math regarding that, right?
Yeah. So to violate this law, there would need to be a scientific experiment that shows that this law isn't always valid. There is an exception to the rule. Yeah.
And are you
but
sure
there is no.
Are you sure there hasn't been any? Because
yes,
I think
because gas expands into volumes.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to take your word for it because I'm not super caught up with like the really.
That's all good, man. Just look into what Jedi's been saying, but it goes back to the premise which you had that the atmosphere is holding the air that we breathe into the globe Earth.
Yeah,
and the whole idea that you might have, you need to rethink that whole process, because he's just showing you right now gas expands into available spaces.
Yeah, maybe, but like, I just don't see the point, man. I mean, I totally get your beliefs. I totally get.
It's not a belief, sir. This is okay, hold on a second.
Yeah,
it's not a belief that gases expand into the available space.
Sorry, it's my
just
language error. I'm just talking about the general thing. Your belief
flat
in
Earth?
the flat Earth. Yeah, I'm just gonna continue using the term belief in flat Earth because I don't have another word for it from my perspective.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah, as I said, I totally get, and it's completely valid your belief in flat Earth, and I totally get the skepticism regarding anything except like first-hand evidence or first-hand experience. That's like human nature, I think.
What's paramount in the realm of like saying a knowledge claim, you have to use empirical evidence to substantiate a claim. You can't just say, well, I think this is how it'll happen. You can't use a guess. You have to know things when you start applying how they operate. The operations of things have to be known, so you want to test and study, verify, do all the good things that you can do to make sure that you know something.
Yeah,
otherwise it's not a knowledge claim. So I think using the word know when you don't know something is, I think it's counterintuitive.
Yeah,
it doesn't help us.
I suppose that's what you taught me because you guys probably know the definitions better than me. I'm not fully educated yet, as I said.
It's all good, man. But I mean, you know, when we speak of these things, I think in this forum, it's useful that we are specific with the term knowledge or know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just with like with religion, you know. But like that, I don't really have a reason to believe, you know. If the thing is, I'm trying to get why I should believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, no, and look, it's the obvious truth. We're gonna tell you that when you go outside, the Earth displays itself this way to you, me, and everybody else. You can't disagree with the obvious truth, right? That's what it seems. So exactly. I don't need to believe that the Earth is flat. I see it. I see it. There it is, right? The horizon looks flat, but so can you. But so we don't need to believe in these things. These are observations. This is what the Earth looks like.
Yeah, and
no belief is required.
You value your observations above things that are more difficult to prove because they require first-hand knowledge and first-hand experience, right? So you value your own first-hand experience over other people's first-hand experiences, right?
Well, if I want to test something that they made a claim for, yes, the answer is yes. So they made a claim, right? They made a claim that this thing that we live on is a globe. Well, I want to test and verify that this is true. I don't have to choose to believe that's true. I can test it. Now, if I test it and it's not what they're claiming, I don't have to choose to believe their story still. I can discard it. I can say it's not true. I tested it. The math doesn't equal that the Earth is an oblate spheroid on the surface.
Yeah, but so if a scientist came to you with first-hand experience of space, of being in space, you would disregard his claims about space existing because you don't have first-hand
A first-hand experience is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're going around to that verification circle again.
Yeah, verification circle.
So
it's the same thing when somebody tells you a story. If they can hand you something to test, and then you can test it yourself. Think about it like this, right? When scientists do their inquiry and try to figure out the physical and natural world, they test and they verify things, but then they also hand it off to somebody else to test and verify the thing that they did, right? Yeah. What if no scientist ever did that? They only kept it to themselves, and everybody else just believes that scientist. You think that's how science operates, Ulf?
No, definitely not. But
right. So the method of inquiry would be such that if the person verified and tested, they could hand the test to somebody else. That other person could then test and verify with the same methodology that the scientist did, and they could figure it out for themselves as well. This method is tried and true. That's how we know things. Because you can test and you can verify and repeat the test. And this is important in the method of inquiry.
Yeah, and I'll stop claiming that science is knowing things, or the scientific field that claims that the Earth is round, for example, knows it, because by definition you can't, right?
Right.
That's the whole point.
You're catching on, yeah.
But as I've said, my belief in the science field's capability to do things like as close to provable as you can do things is much higher than just me believing in only my.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've said it at the beginning of our conversation, Ulf. When you leave this chat, that will be a choice that you make every day. You know, those choices you make every day. You can choose to say that, you know, they've done this, they've done that, they're doing this, they're doing that. But until you test and verify, it won't be a knowledge claim. It'll just be a belief that you have that. I'll just put it this way. I put a lipstick on a pig. It's the highest belief that you can possibly have ever.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way I can dress it up, but this is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's good getting other perspectives. I mean, that's why I talk with religious people also. I could not choose to believe in religion, you know. I could not choose to believe in flat Earth
It's worse than that, though, dude. Like, what these scientists are claiming are in direct contradiction to natural laws, and their only means of providing you with validation requires trust.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as I've gone into it, I have all the proof I need. That is kind of the thing. I don't need any proof.
Yeah.
Beyond.
Well, they're telling you the laws of physics are the exact opposite in a place that nobody can verifiably go to.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing with space, I think. I think
in a place really that's completely opposite of reality. In space, you float. On Earth, you're just on Earth. In space, you float. All these other contradictions.
Just like a religion that claims to violate natural laws of physics, with men walking through walls and crap like that, right?
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing about this, Ulf, is that I don't categorize it as a religion. I categorize it as a cult. Because cultists have strong beliefs in their cult, whereas religion gives like an evidence of a creator and such. Like, they have holy books. But a cult is a demand for dogmatic understanding. You can't stray away from it. So they keep a tight leash on those people who have this mindset. So think about it like this, right? I'll give you an example. If you were to talk to somebody in your household or your friends or whatever, hey, let's ask a question if the Earth is flat or a globe. What do you think happens to the mindset of somebody who hears you say that?
I have no idea. I mean,
they get upset. They're like, look at you like, why do you want to talk about that, man? We figured this out a long time ago. We're not cavemen anymore. Like, they'll give you an answer, something similar to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the reality that we live in. And that sounds like a cult. When people have this mentality where they can't even discuss the world around them because it's so cringe. You know, makes people like not want, they shut down.
Yeah, and I think there was the Australian nice man saying that before, that the TV feeds us lies because we like to look at it and it's entertaining. I don't feel like that's the truth. I feel like we just need some form of like half-as verifiable incitation truth because we don't have anything else, you know.
Yes, we do. That's the thing, Ulf. We're telling you what you have. You have a method by which you can test and verify it yourself. Empirical means.
But let's say I'm curious about what's beyond Earth, right? If I send something up, like up beyond where I can see it, let's say I'm curious about where that goes, and if there isn't any empirical evidence to prove where that goes, I will just have to resort to belief, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I'm choosing to do because sometimes empirical evidence, you know, humans are flawed. We can't like we're constantly developing. We're constantly developing science.
Yeah.
So,
can I ask you a question? Do you believe how tall you are, or do you know how tall you are?
Do I believe how tall I am?
Yeah.
No. No. Yeah. According to my measurements we have, I know how tall I am.
Exactly. So this is an empirical standard. You can measure yourself. You don't have to believe in this.
Yeah,
as long as there's something that you can practically do. Now this is why we're talking about the Earth, right? Now measurably, the Earth lays horizontally. Water's a horizontal reference datum. Right? To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. In all intents and purposes, in all practical way, we observe, measure, and use the Earth as a horizontal plane. So being as it's measured that way, that's empirical, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, I might just finish with this. I'm a hold my beliefs because I have nothing else to go. I have nothing else to go on, you know? Because
Vaya con Dios.
Huh?
I said, vaya con Dios.
Vaya con Dios? I don't know what that means.
Well, let God be with you then.
Okay.
If you want to keep your beliefs, you know?
I don't believe in God. I'll keep my beliefs.
Let nature be with you.
Yeah. And oh yeah, someone tagged me right now. Yeah, Bigfoot. I don't know if I believe in Bigfoot actually. Seems pretty fun to.
I mean, look, this is what I was saying earlier. You can choose to believe whatever you want to, mate. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I recommend believing in God, or at least studying the evidence.
Right? I believe in dinosaurs, right?
What? I believe in what?
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs, yeah, I do.
Of course you do.
Yeah, because they're cool, that's why.
Yeah.
Do you?
But yeah, man, I mean, give yourself a chance. Look into it, you know, when you have spare time, whatever. I think this is your first time here. I don't think you've been here before. So give yourself a chance. Look into this stuff. I mean, in the end, you will see the truth for what it is. It doesn't take that much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking I'm going beyond just like first-hand experience stuff, you know? Already in choosing to believe stuff.
Next step is the data, evaluating, validating, verifying, repeatable, testable, you know, stuff like that.
I'm already beyond like the first-hand experience stuff. In choosing to believe in space, I am already abandoning the whole flat Earth. You know? So I think it deepens me and everyone else as individuals to believe in stuff, even if it's religion. I'm totally cool with that because like hypotheticals is really interesting. We are a curious species, so we should question everything. We should try to find our own truths. We should base everything on evidence.
Oh, sorry, no, it's not our own truths, right? If I've got an apple It's an apple. The truth of the matter is it displays the constituent parts of an apple. I don't have to find my own personal truth about the apple to figure out if it's made.
I mean about your life, your being, the things we really can't prove, you know.
The things that we really can't prove. Yeah, but we can prove the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
you're talking about things like the sky in your imagination that because you know that you can't prove them, you're just going to comfortably believe the story that you're told about them.
Yeah,
this is about.
So if I'm curious, for example, about what happens when I die, I can choose to believe in something, some religion or whatever. And
or you could look for evidence and examine the evidence for Christianity, see if it's true.
Yeah, exactly. And I have disregarded most religions. I have looked at evidence.
That's fine, Ulf. But what this sounds like is a long goodbye. You know, some people don't like long goodbyes. So, have a nice day, man. We'll see.
Hey, man. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out for a good time. Actually, like a couple hours ago, I think you came in here.
Yeah,
it's been cool, man. I mean, anytime we have a home server with a ton of materials. If you feel like someday maybe you want to, maybe I want to look through the stuff that's been collected, data, evidence, and such. We have a home server as well, like with all the stuff compiled there. This is just an outpost, which is here.
Yeah, I mean, I might join Islam too. I might be.
Yeah, I mean, explore everything, man. Explore everything. Like the curious people we are.
Got a whole life ahead of me.
Yeah. No, you've been a good sport, though. Yeah. Thanks for.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Yeah.
Now, this is the point where the people. Yeah, where the people start turning the lights off on the porch. Like the company needs to get the hint.
I'm gonna get the brooms out and start sweeping the floor.
Exactly. You don't fill their cup anymore, man. That's a signal,
Did you hear that as well, Alpha? He's going to convert to Islam. Another European converting to Islam.
Yeah. See, but then when he's there, they're going to have to. They're going to seek asylum, and the guys over there are just going to be, oh, poor baby, come here. Oh, you want a house, Jedi? Get out of the way. We've got a nice one right here.
Get out of the way.
No, because freaking Jedi, man. Look, man. That country's he's going through some things right now, man. He's trying to deal. I was looking at. I know I'm taking it off subject, but we're supposed to kind of talk a little bit about what just happened. But I was looking into Poland, man. I don't think that's too bad of a place, man.
Well, Poland.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got like this zero tolerance policy, which. With regards to Islam, which is kind of good. It's the only place in Europe. So it is on the fucking border like Russia. So there's that problem. But apart from that, Poland's supposed to be.
If you ever want to talk about it, I've been living here for 3 years.
You're in Poland?
Yeah, bro. I've been in Poland for like 3 years now.
Holy smokes, dude! I was looking into being an expat. Seriously,
it's all right. It's all right. I mean, we're moving from Poland to Cambodia soon, but it's good here. It's cheap here, but the government sucks balls, basically.
Okay, well, shit.
Yeah, but it's not too bad. I mean, all governments kind of do. So
I'm choosing to believe what you're saying is true.
Yeah, we'll have a chat about it sometime anyway. But.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, America. I just wanted to change the pace,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just bought a house in that, but I mean, for future reference.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Somewhere to escape to. If shit goes down. But yeah, it's a kind of sketchy place. I mean, like being right on the border with what's going on. I'm only an hour and a half drive away from the Ukraine border. It's kind of sketchy. But
I don't want to be invaded by Russia and whatnot and be like, okay. We're over.
It's in the middle of all the countries. It's like a battleground potentially.
I'd mix in pretty well because I could just say I'm from Spain.
Ah,
I'm Portuguese descent, so I think I could pass somehow.
As long as you
could say you're Cuban and go to Russia.
Holy smokes!
I mean, it's like almost the same flag, right? I mean, who stole it first?
Yeah. I'm trying not to get mixed up in anything.
Yep. That's the best policy. Don't take sides. Don't get angry.
Yeah, I just want to eat, drink, and be merry for the rest of my days. You know, so far. I don't want
I have
too
a
much
buddy I
strife.
used to work with years ago. He moved to Rarotonga. It's in the
That place
South
sounds
Pacific.
made up. Sorry, that place sounds completely made up. Rarotonga.
Cook Islands.
Okay, yeah.
He's renting jet skis to tourists on the beach. Last I heard from him.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this last guy, I mean, he, you know,
He didn't want to let go of his space belief, dude.
Yep.
No.
That was
as most of the times we're gonna win some and lose some, but more often than not, we're probably gonna lose some, and they're not gonna be.
Yeah. It's not about keeping count, about winning and losing.
It is for me, damn it! I'm just kidding.
It's funny, after World War II, you read all these historical documents and they talk about we need to set the theme of outer space being the frontier of scientific discovery and this, that, and the other. And we need to convince the world that we've conquered it. Here we are. Conquering space.
What a cult it is, man! What a cult! It's such a cult. And there's levels to how strong they actually adhere to it too. There's the ones who come in and chant. You know, there's the ones that chant. There's the ones who say the Earth can't be nothing but a globe. We've encountered those. And the ones who just say, you know what? I don't even care if the Earth looks flat. I just want to believe that it's a globe.
I want to search out my own personal truths.
Your truth might be different from my truth.
Yeah, your truth is not my truth. Your truth is your truth.
You're not allowed to have any dissenting opinion, but my truth can be different from your truth.
I didn't even notice Apoc slid into the room.
Are you still doing your X feeds?
No, I'm kind of like, I did one like not too long ago, but I'm gonna start up again once I move into my house. I haven't done it. I'm close to it now, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
You guys want to hear something precious for the day?
Go.
Sure.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, he beat Phil Bellum.
I thought it was a soundboard. What the hell was that?
He surpassed Phil Bellum. Phil Bellum is thirdum dynamics.
Yeah, no.
Was that your kid saying second law of thermodynamics?
Yes.
Nice. You taught them as well.
I thought that would make everybody's day. There you go.
It certainly did. That's sweet.
Oh man. Did that guy Christensen, Ulf, did he concede to anything or just nah?
Yeah, I made some headway,
believing.
dude. At least I felt like he was already agreeing that.
Did he budge in any way?
He conceded to the fact that he accepts that he's just going to have a belief system and that's it.
Yeah, that wasn't them. Yeah, I heard.
That's good enough for me, man. Like I was like, because at first he was saying he knows. I'm like, nah, I don't think so. You can't keep using that word, because he's like, well, I'm gonna keep saying that you guys believe because that's the only word I know. Because I don't know any other in my language. I didn't even ask him what language he speaks. That would have been something helpful.
Oh, he was Swedish. I recognize.
Swedish?
Yeah, he said one Swedish word. He accidentally spoke Swedish a couple of when we started talking initially.
I couldn't believe he's still here, bro. Because I remember.
Yeah, I thought he was going to leave. Like, but
yeah,
he was interested. Yeah. I think he was interested enough to know. I think he might be back. I don't think that was it. He's going to haunt him now.
Oh, he's an atheist too, so.
Hell yeah. Atheist, glow believer. Yeah. Good combo.
Seems like those two go hand in hand. But more often than not, you find the Christian apologists actually arguing for globe more. Well, we know there was a big bang, but we know who did the bang. That was God. So they used that whole idea, put it over their Christian understanding.
It's amazing how many people love the ball.
Yeah. Everybody. All these guys. Doesn't matter who they are. They sure do think it's pretty.
When I first heard Dave Weiss, it was from an interview that was on, I don't remember if it was WNBC, I'm sorry, WC.
He broke up. Did you guys hear the rest of that?
No, mate, he broke
by the show host. And then some lady came on and said, "Oh, you just can't be right because God made this wonderful round ball that we live on, and just like our wonderful round eyes that we have," and just went on talking about all the balls that God made and God's beauty. And then after a moment of that monologue, she got abruptly cut off. But it was funny.
She sounds like she might be related to Pythagoras.
You know, I just think maybe we could make asylums great again.
Yeah, we got one. It's called the Globe Earth. That's where you put all the minds of the people that believe in it on the spheroid.
Yeah, is that like Globetardia? So has Brenda been finally kicked out of the room here on this server?
I'm not sure, Barrington. He hasn't come by much lately. I haven't seen him anywhere.
Has that Andy guy from yesterday come back today at all? Or was that in politics?
Yeah, politics. He came in here though. He was arguing yesterday in here. He was a bit angry because of what happened in politics. So he came over here to.
Did he cool down, or so he came back?
Oh, he was upset.
Yeah. I like seeing when this topic hits the engineers. You know.
Yeah, watching their heads explode is fun.
He was saying some engineers are scientists. Did you guys know that?
Oh man. I gotta let some people know. Be like, dude, turns out you're a scientist.
What's up, Lloyd? How you doing, bro?
What up, Kimbo?
Not much, man. Just here.
Looks like it's gonna rain where we're at.
Yeah, I was out there. Yeah, the sky looked pretty bad. So
You're in Texas, right, Lloyd?
Yep. We're in the same city.
Yep.
Upper
and we
Texas.
hung out.
I'd say right in the middle. Not Austin.
Hey, you
though.
got strong storms ahead of you, dude. Freaking.
Yeah, coming right out of Mexico. Out of nowhere.
Are you guys seriously having weird weather over there?
I'd say, bro.
I don't know.
I'd say, yeah. Why are you?
No, I've just been hearing that you guys have been about it like before Christmas.
Oh.
I've just been listening to what you guys have been saying. I've seen a little bit on the news and stuff, like we always do, but it seems a little bit like weird at the moment.
Tornadoes are spawning over here like gangbusters, man. I was saying, like the other day, it was just raining. It was just raining, bro. All of a sudden, I was gonna go get an ice cream, and then on the way back, stepdaughter was telling me that there's an alarm. There's these sirens going off. You know, like tornado sirens. And I'm like, what? I was like, I checked the weather thing, and it didn't show anything prior to me leaving. Like, not even 10 minutes. Then all of a sudden, this storm manifested right over the city and just dropped the
That's why they
tornado.
have tornado alarms, because they pop out of nowhere. We have the alarms here. It could be perfectly nice. Boom, tornado alarm. You look outside, it's orange, crazy shit and lightning everywhere, and then it's gone in 10 minutes.
Yeah, dude, that is like, it's so weird.
I take it that's not normal, right?
I don't ever remember that kind of stuff. Like, just out of nowhere, boom, there's a tornado. I'm like, dude, on the ground? Like, I haven't even got home yet. Like, what the hell?
See, I don't know where, if you move somewhere different or you always live there, but that's normal for us here.
Where in the Midwest are you, Redwood?
In Ohio.
Oh, really? I thought Ohio was a place that would be the least. It's weird.
Oh.
I thought Ohio was for lovers.
Virginia. Ohio is for being a smart ass.
I was kind of it was a joke. Like Hawthorne Heights, like emo music, we refer to, I don't know, as joke. Hawthorne Heights has a song called "Ohio is for Lovers."
Look at over fences. She said Ohio is for speeding tickets. I think she's speaking from experience. Someone's got
I
to
feel like that's what Tennessee's for.
Ohio's not bad for speeding. I mean, our highways are 60, and I had a state highway patrol behind me, and I was doing 75, and he passed me, and he was just cruising, passing, just sitting in the left lane, no lights on, everybody's just doing the same speed. So they kind of gave up on that around here.
And as you know, Ohio, it's round on the ends and high in the middle.
That's right.
Oh, that's hilarious. I like that.
Yeah, I'm about an hour west of Cincinnati. So
I'm by Cleveland. I have to go right around the horn, all down Lake Erie till I get to work. So I get to see the flat lake every day.
So you're that's like a whole different Ohio than Cincinnati.
Yeah. Yeah, Cincinnati's kind of wild.
I tell you what, I never mess with anybody from around Cleveland. Anybody that can make a river catch on fire has my deepest respect.
Hell? Let's set fire to water. That seems like a fun idea.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Dumped the chemicals straight into the river, and that caught on fire one year.
Oh, shit.
I was in the 60s or 70s, though.
And also, if they don't like you, they'll release millions of balloons, and you know what that did. How many people died from that?
How is Earth flat? Please explain to me.
Okay, we will do our best.
It's flat like
Comrade.
the back of your head.
Yeah, the Earth is observably flat, sir. That's how you see it. Do you see it that way or no?
Flat, you're funny.
No, seriously. Do you observe the Earth that way? Hello?
You don't know. He's done.
Mr. Aesthetic of Eradication. He
You
says
have,
on...
like-
Go ahead, sir.
What? We already debated, but yeah.
We did?
You didn't
Wow.
debate anybody. You asked questions.
That was quick. No, it says on his tags, atheist, technocrat, idealist, moral relativist, utilitarian, Europe, male, vegan. Oh my gosh. You got like this guy, the one that was speaking.
I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegan.
Comrade
but
aesthetic.
I support veganism.
Oh, you're not one, but you're a Zoomer though, man. You're a young person.
Yeah.
So you honestly never been to the beach and seen the flat horizon? That's kind of odd. I think you have.
Wow, that's weird. Maybe he's poor. Don't make fun of him.
If you tell me how I know that the number is divisible by 2, I will trust you.
Divisible by 2. What does it have to do with your observation
yourself.
of a horizon?
You can just do that yourself.
It's being the really easy way to check if somebody has the most basic reasoning skills.
Most basic reasoning skills. So when you go to the beach, do you see a flat horizon? I don't know. I haven't got a confirmation of you saying yes or no to that.
You don't know.
Comrade.
The horizon is in a distance where if it was flat, I wouldn't be able to determine that it was flat. You
So you don't see. Yeah, you don't see a horizon, sir.
If it was a curving and if Earth was a really, really giant ball, which is a really, really giant ball, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, right now though, it looks flat though, right? Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's all I was saying is that it's observed that way. That's it. I mean, if you want to go farther, we can, but that's the reason why we would start off to say, yeah, it looks that way. It's a horizontal plane, essentially. So we have a reason to say that the Earth is flat, but I don't think you have one to say the Earth's a globe. Unless you want to challenge that.
I don't think he knows if it is or not.
I don't really know, sir. I will just listen to you guys.
Sounds like a plan. Well, we don't really have anybody to have the chat with about this, but perhaps if somebody else steps in, you can listen.
Looks like it's you. We're going to turn you into a flat earther. What do you think of that?
Are you ready to transition, comrade?
Are you ready to be deprogrammed? Are you ready to lose the programming they gave you? We're going to deprogram you.
It's quick, man. I promise.
I am willing to and listen from the older people, more knowledgeable people. You sound like you're older than me, and you sound like I have something to learn from you. So I will gladly transition. if you can give me the good explanations, which I suspect you have.
Oh,
Go ahead,
excellent.
guys.
Yeah.
What's a good explanation? 'Cause I don't want to mess up.
Aesthetic, he was asking you, what's a good explanation to you?
Something that sounds really logical and reasonable. Something a little more exact, that the horizon looks visibly flat. Something more. I need a little bit more other stuff, which combined with that, which interlink with what you said and completed the picture. That's what I meant.
Perfect. Then this is a room for you.
A reasonable man, yes? All right, so the Earth looks flat. That was a observation that we can make, all of us, but we can talk about measurements as well. So either in celestial navigation, or we can talk about land measurements from planar surveying. Either one. So they can always use a horizontal plane. I think in both cases you have to use a horizontal plane for celestial navigation. If our good friend Jedi wants to talk about celestial navigation, and then maybe somebody wants to go into, or I will, talk about planar surveying on the surface. I don't know, it's up to you, Jedi, if you want to talk about that. See if we can give this gentleman some exposition on Flat Earth. Or if you're busy, that's fine. Okay, I'll start it off. So essentially, when you're measuring on the surface, you have to use a standard or a baseline, which would be, land surveyors need to get elevation profiles or elevation change on the surface, right? Land topography. So in order to do that, you have to establish a baseline by which you can start off with sea level. Have you heard of this term, sir? Sea level? Aesthetic?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So sea level would be the median of the rise and fall of tides. So the mean sea level would be the average from those the height and the depth of a tide going in and out. So the median of that would then establish a baseline, right? It's a vertical point, but extending that vertical point off into the distance would be a plane. That plane would then be something that you can utilize as a baseline. That would be zero, right? Zero elevation from that point. It's a plane. So as it extends outward onto land, then you can start to then gather information from the points that you're trying to measure, like a hill or a depth below sea level. Anything that you can be able to ascertain, you can create an elevation profile. Planar surveying does this so they can gather information for people who want to build on the land, right? Of course, if you want to build like sewers, canals, railroads, roads, bridges, anything on the surface, you're going to need this information to know what is above and below sea level. And so planar surveying depends on a horizontal plane to then get this elevation profile. Sometimes geologists even need to know this information so they can know what type of minerals they're going to be in the region. So in order to do that, land surveying, planar surveying, can be done established with the horizontal plane, which is what Flat Earth essentially is. It's the horizontal plane that we reference, right? Which in accordance with planar surveying is the way that we get elevation profiles. So elevation profiles can be understood like I would say like a side view map of the land, the terrain, so that you know what elevation, that you're dealing with so that you can build on top of the land. So essentially we need that horizontal plane. That horizontal plane extends outward, and then other surveyors that want to continue the measurements from that point onward will connect the same horizontal plane and extending outward. So really what they're doing is continuing that line or connecting it. So that's how we know that when they measure the surface of the Earth, they're using a horizontal plane. So far, so good.
Repeat that back to us so we know you understand.
He's playing with a doll.
I figure he'll just repeat that whole thing back. He should be able to.
Aesthetic?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear what I said?
Of course. You were talking about the plane of servicing.
Yeah. So when you're dealing with the land, that's what you do. So you can measure the surface, a horizontal plane that you reference in order to gain elevation changes. So you're measuring off of a flat Earth. You said you needed more, but I don't have confirmation of you saying that it's.
Sir, I think I must go now. It's a holiday in my country. Thank you for player service surveying. I am gay. Fuck off, dude. I would be glad to continue this later when my friends are not here. Goodbye.
Okay. Later. Does that mean that he has to be humping a Barbie doll? That was weird.
A holiday.
What kind of holiday's that? Where you hump a Barbie doll? I didn't want to say it, man, because I don't know. Everybody's that's seen his videos. That's weird.
He's one of the leaders down in the Globe 24/7 room.
Is he really?
How many people are down there now? Oh, I gotta go.
We got unmoved in the chat, but not in the voice chat. Join the voice. What is Unmoved's idea that he's going to get richer? Mean anything to do with the topic? He's like, if you want to think it's flat, just stay retarded. It's not my issue. I will continue getting richer regardless.
Richer? How do you get richer thinking you live on a globe?
I have no idea, but that statement didn't make any sense.
Well, he's probably not an English major. Usually aren't.
Well, he's using acronyms like TBH, which gives the impression he's a younger fellow. I'm just here to mock retarded people, 2BH.
I don't know how to formulate this to be funny, but I have a 20-sided die, and the one says F me, and the 20 side says F you.
Yes, those are fucking awesome. I sold some of those. I worked in a shop where we sold gemstone dice. So like freaking amethyst and stuff. They're really cool dice, and we had some that were like that. On the one was F me, and on the 20 was F you. Good shit.
Yeah, my husband actually has it because he plays card games. He's not been playing them for a long time, but we still have it. And now we have this Dungeons and Dragons drinking game, and he uses it for that.
Flatsy, you're hot micing. Just
Ha ha ha, funny.
Oh, look, it's the mathematically illiterate chimps. How does it feel to be dog shit at math, by the way?
Oh,
I asked you
I'm pretty good at math.
Give you an IQ question.
So I got a question for
I
you,
teach
right?
math.
I'm pricing
the
derivatives,
question.
and I'm doing stochastic calculus, so I got to...
Answer the question first that I gave you.
Yeah, so like, why would I use the Heston model over geometric Brownian motion when I'm pricing derivatives? Can you answer that?
Yeah, after you answer my NASA IQ question.
Why are you... I got a question. Why are you so shit at math, and you claim that Earth is flat?
I just asked you a question, and I'll answer all the
I
rest
asked
of your
you one
questions.
too. None of you, so far, none of you have even been able to answer the one question in chat. That's
Which
crazy.
of the figures below are not triangles?
I've answered it multiple times. I have answered it. I've answered this multiple times, right? And I told you to hold on, listen. Can I finish my sentence? 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 Right? You said that basically Earth is a globe because of math, right? And I told you to an extent that you are correct, right? But Earth, the thing is, Earth is only a globe. Earth is made into a globe
He left.
using math, but Earth isn't physically a globe, bro.
He left. The moment you
just
started,
opened.
he left. Just an entitled human. He feels like everybody needs to listen to him, and that's it.
Right when he got muted, he left.
Yeah, it's fine. Somebody was asking about Brenda, and there's Brenda.
They're listening on YouTube at all times. Right, Brendan?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're always listening on YouTube.
No.
We have Star that just joined the chat. Welcome, Star, to the room.
Hello.
Hello. And we just
What's
asked.
going on here?
Well, we're asking new people that are joining if they think the Earth's a globe and if they have any evidence for it.
So, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I'm glad to hear that.
So, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Do you think what? Sorry, can you repeat that?
The Earth is a globe.
What about the Earth?
Yes.
What I think. Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Yes, the Earth. Do you think it's a globe? A sphere.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think there's any evidence for that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know any evidence that you can name?
The physics.
Well, any evidence.
I mean, at the moment, I don't memorize, but I heard that on the physics. But well, I forgot.
You forgot?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence that supports the Earth being a globe?
At the moment, yeah.
At the moment, yes or no?
Yes.
You do have some. Maybe English is not your first language, I'm guessing. I don't know if anybody else wants to have a conversation with Star. You're preemptively muted, Brenda, because you will say something in the middle of us talking to someone new.
Is that actual Brenda?
Yes.
Well, how about that?
Yes, he finally showed up.
We'll see about that.
We'll see about that. What do you mean, Quetz? He's already here.
Oh, soon not to be.
Oh, I get it. Got some kind of Thelma Scooby Doo avatar going on there.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. Your Star, are you going to reply or?
I think she said she was busy or something.
Oh.
Wait, sorry, I'm busy. That's what she posted. Sabrina is saying, I have a real job. Come to Sand Hill.
She thinks we don't have jobs. How cute.
Fry cook. Picking over the fences.
I don't have a job. I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Oh, shit.
That is a job.
Venture capitalist.
Diamond ring. I'm busy buying a diamond ring, so I'm going to go on Discord and chat.
Well, all these rich people coming through here, venture capitalists. Dang, we got another guy who was an investment, I guess, banker somehow. Who knows? Got some people coming through with money. That's good. Glad you guys are prosperous. But that's still not answering the question if the Earth is a globe.
Man.
They're like, man, I'm making some money, son. You're like, yeah, so? So what?
Star's busy on the Home Shopping Club buying a diamond ring right now.
It seems like they think that the amount in their bank account equates IQ.
Yeah, there's
That's
rich
not how-
dummies, man. Like, it's not. Yeah, Sabrina's talking about how money she's making. Like, golly.
To be fair, I think somebody did ask her a question related to it, so that was provoked.
Yeah. Oh, well, don't do anything yet because we let Amish deal with the money talk people because that's what he does for a living.
Amish is gonna be like, so I hear you say you want to invest money. Well, I got some pretty hot tips on some stocks, man. You might want to invest in. Step into my office.
Damn, I haven't seen Sabrina in quite some time.
Oh.
Who the hell is that?
She used to hog us with the fucking math equations.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck? Maybe tell it stops chest ganking. Come in here instead. To the VC.
She gets on the mic?
She has before, yeah. She has. It's a she actually. Oh. I call her out. She's very egotistical.
No kidding. Talking about money.
Like the last dude, where you were listening?
Huh?
So I can't get muted like the last dude? Someone's listening.
What's that?
We got Sabrina.
Muted. No, if I'm inviting her, what you talking about? She's
No,
not
but she
gonna
said,
be muted.
so I get muted like the last guy. Obviously, she's paying attention to what we're saying. She's listening on the YouTube.
What, you're listening to YouTube or what?
I think so.
Tangents. Tell us more about it, Sabrina. Come over here. We invite you. I'm gonna bite you.
Damn. Over fences is punching her right in the venture capitalist.
I guess we have to give her an ultimatum.
What's this whole thing about math, dude? Like, if I ask you some basic trick identity questions, like, bro.
Dude, I'll handle this since nobody will get the triangle test. We'll find out what it knows. Okay, forget it.
Math is the
Every
language
single
of
time I want to burn these people.
Yeah.
Math is the language of science, and if you don't know it, you can't really do science.
Oh boy, I thought we got rid of you. What do you make a new account for?
What?
Why did you make a new account?
I have a new computer, and I was unable to transfer the old Discord account.
That's wrong. That's a lie.
No,
You borrowed the Scooby Doo Thelma avatar and put it on your profile.
No, I didn't. I had ChatGPT make one based on a photograph
Of Thelma?
of me.
You look like a cartoon.
Yeah, you know, it's a cartoon, man.
Really, is that what you think? That I look like a cartoon? Because
It's a cartoon avatar. That's what it is.
But you think I look like a cartoon?
It's a cartoon avatar.
In real life, we think you look like a fucking
You
clown.
look like a cartoon. That's what I asked you. Do you look like a cartoon?
I had ChatGPT make one in the Studio Ghibli style based on a photograph.
I think we've been through this before.
Did you know you can do that?
No, you're the wow. I didn't know that.
You're the first person. This is insane. I'm going to quit my job.
I love the style. It's great. Meanwhile, math is the language of science. If you can't do math, you can't do science.
Is math a force?
Nobody said it was.
So it's not science.
I didn't say it was. Did you think I said math is science?
No. We heard what you said. Now we're just wondering if measuring the Earth is science.
Yeah.
Okay, no, who's dying in the background?
That was my husband. He just
Oh,
hit his THC card.
As soon as you open,
Well, you should probably,
awesome.
yeah, loosen the knots, so he can breathe.
So what is science?
It's a systematic study of the world around us.
So if I do a measurement, I'm doing science?
It would be part of doing science.
No.
Oh man, that's
No.
That's
Everyone
So if I'm okay, hold on.
Scientist. Everyone is
If
now a
I'm-
scientist. If you make a cake, you're a scientist now.
So if I'm building a house, right? I'm building a patio, a deck. I'm putting a roof on, right? And I'm doing all of these measurements to build this house. I'm doing science.
Yeah, I never said that was science. There is a science.
You just did. Oh my God! Listen, Brenda. All right. You just told me. I asked you if doing measurements is science, and you said yes. And then I put run it back. Run it back.
I said it was part of doing science.
Part of doing science. So I am doing science if I'm building a house and taking measurements for my walls and my roof. I'm doing some science.
No, of course not.
Okay, then you're fucking wrong.
No, I'm still right.
How? You're not, dude. You're not, man. Chill out, man.
Here, I'll explain it to you, Alpha.
No, you just
Measurements-
finished telling her that that's not science. You said it. You admittedly conceded. Come on, bro.
Let me explain. Measurements are part of science, but not all measurements are part of science.
Oh my God.
Is natural
Which ones
science
hold on, which
qualitative or quantitative?
Which ones qualify as science?
When it's in the process of, say, conducting an experiment, then it's a part of science.
So you're saying that in and of itself, it's not science.
I say that
In and of itself is not science.
measurements are part of science, but
No, measurements in and of themselves are not science.
Alpha, maybe I should reform the question.
No. In and of themselves are not science. Because Jenna gave you an example of measuring something, building a house, and you said, no, that's not science. So measurements in and of themselves are not science.
Yes, but they are part of science.
I'm not saying that. Answer the question. Are measurements in and of themselves science?
In and of themselves, they're not. I said that.
Thank you. That's it. That's good. We just
do not understand.
Concession is good enough.
It's not a concession. You're just validating what I said.
Whatever. You were saying that measurements are science, and they're not.
No, I didn't.
Okay, now you're double backing. All right.
I said they're a part of science.
So hold on. If I am leveling and measuring a floor to build, right, is that any different than measuring the level of measuring for curvature? Is that any different? I'm measuring for my floor in the house that I'm building.
One is building a home, and the other would presumably be taking measurements in the process of conducting.
You could listen. You could use it.
I'm just measuring my floor, right?
Hold on.
Okay. Do something with science that doesn't require a measurement. He's saying, or Brenda is saying, that every time you do science, part of doing that science is using measurements. Can you do some science without using measurements? Don't try to use measurements to say that's not science. Okay, but she's saying every time you do science, you use measurements because it's part of science.
Yeah, that's pretty simple. I don't know why it's so hard.
So now, Jenna or Alpha, do an example of a scientific example that doesn't use measurements, so you can debunk what he's saying, that every time you do science, you use measurements. Get it?
Yeah, if you want to determine what causes something to turn on fire, like dry wood. You got dry wood. You want to know what causes it to turn on fire, combustion, and you don't know what it is at the beginning. If you're trying to make a method of inquiry, you're going to try to determine what causes the thing to turn on fire, the dry wood. So you're going to try and test many different things. You can pour water on it. You can pour some oil. That doesn't work. A lot of different things, right? Until then you use something that you can test, right? You can ignite a spark, maybe perhaps light a match or something, and then put it close to that dry wood. You're going to find out that it burns. You didn't do any science, any mathematics, but you did science. You tested and validated that it was fire that causes that dry wood to burn.
Did you measure how dry it was?
You didn't need to.
Yeah, I kind of think you do. How do you?
No, you just pick it because you pick it up and it doesn't feel wet.
Sounds like a measurement to me.
Well, you didn't measure anything. There's no measurement that was. How much? Okay, quantify how much in a mathematical form.
It's going to depend on the percentage of.
No, it's not depending. You're just telling me that it's possible that you're using math, and I didn't. I just picked up a dry branch from the ground, and it didn't feel wet.
Didn't feel wet is like a percentage of water.
I'm not putting a percentage. You are.
No, you are.
No, I'm not. I told you I didn't put a percentage. I just picked it. I just picked up a piece of wood on the ground. It was a piece of wood, a twig, and the twig didn't feel like it was wet. So I just tried to see what can cause fire to make the dry wood burn.
Did you compare it?
And I just tested many different things, and I found out that with combustion, a dry wood will burn. So I tested it without any kind of math.
Yeah, you compared it to a dry twig.
Yes, without measurements. Without measurements.
Comparison is a measurement.
Yeah, really? I didn't use any.
Yes.
I'm telling you. I told you the method. I told you the method, and I didn't use any math.
Yeah, when I measure, say, for instance,
you're measuring. I'm not. I didn't measure anything. You are. So therefore, you're invoking measurements. I'm not. I didn't need it. I did not need it. I didn't need it. I didn't need it. I didn't need measurements. I just needed to know if it was dry or wet. That's the only thing I needed to know.
You picked it up and compared it to a dry twig compared to a wet one.
I didn't compare it. I'm just looking for a dry twig, and I found one. So I didn't have to compare it.
He can even put that piece of wood inside the vacuum chamber and pull the air. So
Necros, hold on a second. Yeah, we're not taking any more steps. I said what I said. Brenda has to accept what I said because I didn't use any math. That's all.
Comparison is, I said measurement.
There is no measurement being done. I'm just picking up a dry piece of wood and then testing whether or not I can find out what causes it to burn.
When I measure,
It's simple. I tried many different. I throw leaves on it. That don't work. I tried, blowing air at it. That doesn't work. I tried many different things, and I found out that combustion actually makes dry wood burn. No method of mathematics were needed because I don't need math to test something and verify the case of dry wood burning.
So, Alpha, you're saying that even if you do this and you don't measure the temperature, you don't have to. Even if you don't know the temperature at where the wood will burn, you don't measure the temperature. You're still doing science, even though you didn't measure the.
Yes.
my point.
So Brenda, you're saying that he will require to measure certain things like temperature or the amount of water. He will have to measure something within the experiment to qualify it as science.
When I measure the length of a stick, I compare
You're measuring. I didn't measure.
Let me finish my sentence.
No, but you're restating what I'm telling you and making my example into yours, and you can't do that because it's my example. You can't turn my example into yours. It's my example. I didn't use math, and I demonstrated that you don't need math to do science. Simple.
When I measure, say, a fish.
You're measuring. Once again, why are you measuring? It's my example. Use my example. Did I use any math? No, I didn't.
Just settle down. So I compare it to a.
Oh my God!
To a ruler.
You can do whatever you want, but it's not my example.
A ruler. When you pick up the wet piece of wood, you're comparing it mentally in your head to a dry piece of wood. That's a measurement. You're approximating how soaked with water that stick is. That's a measurement.
I didn't do any math, so there you go.
That's measuring.
I didn't do any math.
Yeah, but the question was measuring.
I didn't do any math.
Well, measuring is.
I didn't do any math.
You did it mentally by comparing.
Really?
Yes.
What's the comparison ratio? Because you're adding numbers to this. Go ahead. How much percentage was it? How much percentage was the wood dry that I needed to figure out?
You're approximating it mentally.
How much? How much? How much?
I don't know how much.
That's the point. You don't know. Nobody does because it's not. I'm not trying to use math. You fool.
I'm saying. It's a measurement. I didn't.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, and you still keep saying it, dude. I'm not picking up the dry wood, and I'm saying, "Oh, what's the percentage of dryness this thing?" I'm not doing that. I'm not using math.
The act of comparing one thing to another.
No, it's not a measurement.
Dude.
Quick. What's the numerical value, Brenda? What's the numerical value?
It just has to be a certain percentage, like greater than 50%.
What is the numerical value of picking up an object?
What is the moisture content of a stick of wood?
A moisture content? Look at this fool, man.
Wood has moisture in it.
Yeah, how much of it does it have?
You can compare it. You can make.
How do you know that?
By comparing it to a dry piece of wood.
Yeah, and how much is that then?
A completely dry piece of wood would have no water in it.
How do you know that?
You know it by conducting scientific experiments on it.
Yeah, but then that's not what we're doing then, huh? We didn't do any of that. What you said needs to be done, so we didn't do any of that. I never said what you said. You're twisting my example, forming it into yours so that you can insert math when math is not being used. I made a clear distinction. Brenda, you've been folded like a chair. Just accept it.
Brenda,
Just accept it.
Brenda, that crossroad, you're saying that if he doesn't measure the humidity of the wood, it doesn't qualify as science. But if he does, it qualifies as science.
We all can estimate it. We all have.
We're not doing that, Brenda. Settle down. Just stop. You don't need to continue. My example was good enough to use science without math. Just get over it. You need to.
Okay. I'll drop it. You
You need to, because I use science without math, and it bugs you. There you go. off and leaving.
There, he
I
didn't.
was going to ask, what is it? I just wanted to know what the numerical value of a subjective experience is.
No,
It's not the numerical value, but the unit of measure. So he didn't use any unit of measure. Even if I give Brenda that he compared two pieces of wood, there is no unit of measure. So it wasn't.
Nothing's being measured.
Like when you compare something to measure something else, like the royal cubit. So from the elbow to the tip of the fingers, that's the unit of measure.
And no math was being used.
Unit of measure to the thing that you want to measure. How much royal cubit do you have in that wall or that chair or that table? So you compare the object to the unit of measure that you have. He didn't. He never done that. He didn't have any unit of measure. So no measurements included. And even if we want to go deeper, he can make sure that that piece of wood is dry without even comparing it to anything else. He can put the piece of wood in a dryer or before the dryer in a vacuum chamber, pull the air and let that piece of wood inside that vacuum chamber for how many times he wants, and put it in after that in a dryer and make sure that that piece of wood is dry without comparing it and without using measurements or math or anything.
No, that's not to say that you can't use math, but I didn't need it. It was not needed in this instance to test and verify that dry wood burns by using combustion on it. Like if I have something that causes combustion, and turns into fire, and I test fire against the dry wood, and I find that dry wood burns with fire, then I didn't need anything to deal with math. I'm just testing things that are, against the dry wood. I'm varying and manipulating the independent variable, and I find that there's one that actually proves it. So, no math.
And it's not the only one. There is many situations where you science things without using math, and because you don't need it in that specific situation. So if you don't need it, you don't have to use it. Like just for another example, density and buoyancy. Make sure that if you vary the density and buoyancy of the medium, you can make the thing go up and down and stay in the middle if the medium is equalized density with the object, like that egg inside the water. You don't need to use math. You don't need to measure anything. You just add salt and you witness that egg be going up. You can create a hypothesis before doing that experiment. You can do the observation by watching a drop of water falling inside the medium of air, or a bubble of air rising inside the medium of water. That will be your natural observation.
Yeah, Brenda's just proven wrong. So. What's up, CB?
Hey, what's going on?
Pretty good, man. What you up to?
I was just listening in for a little bit. I just said goodbye to this 304, so I'm free now. But no, so Brenda, are they just displaying like everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome? Because that's what it seems like to me. This guy's wearing a NASA shirt. Oh, I should have yelled at him. But yeah, what were they really trying to say? I feel like everything Brenda does is just because they're scarred now.
Math is science.
Because they've heard us say that math is not science, so they're trying to come up with ways to say that it is. Type of thing. I don't know. Brenda's just cooked.
Well, I just gave him an example that dry wood, trying to figure out what makes it burn. Because we could see dry wood burning in nature. We want to know what causes that. So we're going to vary and manipulate some things to see if we can test what causes that reaction. Without any math, you can just test different things. Find out that it's fire that causes that. Dry wood to burn.
It's so funny. You keep saying him. What is it a girl? It doesn't really matter, but I just laugh every time Necros goes, dude, listen, bro, or whatever. I don't understand what Brenda is, dude. Is that TOS? Should we not? We don't.
Everything's TOS if you twist it hard enough. You can turn anything into a TOS report.
Oh my!
Out of context clips. I don't understand the leap of logic one has to take in order to claim that mathematics is science.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Because they don't understand why we have the numbers next to the letters in any keyboard. They don't understand that math is just language.
Excuse me,
so an
Necros.
author can use mathematical equations in his book. Does it change the book from being a literature and turn it to science? No, the guy is not scientific. It's just a guy who just studied literature during his entire life.
So, what is a scientific calculator? Did someone join?
Yeah, there was Democles, but Necros was in his kind of speech.
Necros, you gotta be careful, bro. No yappuccino when we got new people.
Yeah, Democles, he's a educated person, so I wanted to get onto him.
Boss.
He fancies himself somebody highly intellectual. But he's gone now, so. Trying to scan the chat, see if anybody pops in.
So, what is a scientific calculator? Mine.
I have a graphing calculator. I don't have a scientific calculator.
Is it not a thing? A scientific calculator? That's not a thing, is it? Or is it a thing?
Google it.
I'm driving.
Got a license now?
What do you mean, Rodman?
That's funny.
I thought scientific calculator was big. I don't know what that is though.
It allows you to punch formulas in.
Right. I could hear. I'm surprised the Glober hasn't brought that up. Like, yeah, but we have scientific calculators though. But what is it really scientific? I guess it's kind of like
they will now. I'm sure they will now. I'm sure that's not going to be an issue now.
Put it out into the you're feeding them. Now they're oh shit, bro. We got a new argument. Thanks, CB.
But then we can still cook them though, because it's like, is that a misnomer calling it a scientific calculator? Like that's
just equations that are.
I don't work there at Texas Instruments. We might have to ask them.
Yeah, scientific. That's not science. Interesting stuff.
Like I told you, you're not using just math in science. Because math is part of language, so you use words too. You use sentences in science.
Oh my God, Necros. That's profound.
Necros, bro.
Jesus. Dude.
Yeah, language is part of science. So you want to talk about that thing that you want to identify. So you want to use words, you want to use numbers, you want to use sentences, equations. Language, yeah, language. So the language is part of science, correct? Not just math. We don't use just numbers in science. We use letters. We use words. Or we use the entire language. I don't understand why they want to talk about that specific part of the language, which is math.
Because they were
Math
brought
is
up to think they were brought up to think that math is science. That's why they want to talk about it. They want to emphasize that math is science for the simple fact that they want to say that anything that can be produced with math in a construct can be true, which means that's where the globe Earth exists in math. Doesn't exist in reality. So therefore, if they solidify the point that math is reality, then you can do science with math. Math is science. So therefore, saying that the Earth is a globe is science. Yeah?
And
That's simple.
because I can calculate the power from the fire of a dragon coming from a dragon breath. So that demonstrate that no, math doesn't show just reality. You can calculate the energy of the fire thrown by a dragon.
Yeah, they're just, that's what they're doing it. They want to make it a point to say that therefore, if you accept that now anything with math is science. Anything. Including going to the shoe store and measuring your size of your foot. Oh, that guy's doing science. Let's see how Brenda was like, no, well, if you measure building a house, that's not science.
Yeah, my wife is a scientist. She's doing every time in the kitchen, measuring her cakes and her things. So she's doing science.
Yeah, cake science. Yeah.
Do we think Brenda is being serious or trolling? Maybe a mix of both.
Seriously trolling. How about that?
Yeah, I think it's probably a mix of both too.
Brenda hates the fact that flat Earth even exists.
Yeah.
She hates to love us. There's some people that hate to love us, man.
For sure. It's just giving like contrarian vibes, kind of. Like, we say anything, they're gonna go against it. We might as well just start like doing like opposite day. We should just say things in reverse and see if they like trick them into, you know what I mean? Be like,
yeah, I mean,
math is science, right, Brenda? No, it's actually not. Like, make them do the, because it's everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. What's up, Sonny? How you doing?
Hey, pretty good.
That's crazy. I literally heard a 2-second clip of his laugh. I'm like, I already know who that is.
Is that why you
Gracious Bear's in here cooking, right?
Oh yeah.
Somebody to come in and challenge us on the cosmological aspect so you can have some meat on the bone, man. Starving over here.
I'm thirsty for global tears. We need some salt water.
Oh, we got no one that just entered the chat. He's always good for a convo, I guess.
No one. Y'all know about that Alicia Keys? Come on now. I met her, actually. She's so gorgeous, bro.
No one are you there?
You study science and math in just one single classroom, not separated?
Yeah, hold on, Necros. I just want to see if no one's there. No one, are you there?
Always here.
What? So, I mean, do you argue for cosmology at all?
I mean, it's not my preferred area of argument, but I know the basics, but I'm not.
Do you think the heliocentric? Do you think the heliocentric paradigm is true?
Yeah.
Well, what is your best evidence that we have a solar system?
The movements of the planet.
Can you expound on that?
Yeah, so for the last several thousand years, we've been documenting the movements of the planets. And if you plot it out in a geocentric system, it makes absolutely no sense.
So wait a minute. Are you saying that there's absolute motion, that the Earth is orbiting the sun and not the other way around?
That's what I'm saying. If you look at it the other way around, it doesn't make any sense. The planets do a bunch of crazy stuff.
So you think Einstein's wrong and Newton is right? So you're a fundamentalist. You think gravity is like a force and that all motion is not relative, right?
Einstein thought that everything orbited the Earth.
Well, he said all motion is relative, right? So wherever you put your reference frame, it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. So with Newton, it's absolute motion and absolute space. So are you saying that you're a fundamentalist? Like you think gravity is a fundamental force? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm saying the planets orbit the sun. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure Einstein agreed with that. If
No,
he didn't,
he said all motion is relative, right? So it's
okay,
relative.
Well, show me where he said that the planets don't orbit the sun.
You don't understand how relativity works, do you?
Well, he doesn't comprehend how his senses work because he's claiming the opposite of the actual sensory experience, what we can observe, what we can sense, measure, test. And even when we observe the sky is not sun-centric. So he claiming that the system is centric. That's complete nonsense as well. He's saying that the ground that is you don't feel in motion is in motion, and that makes sense, right? So he's saying the nonsense makes sense. And observing the sky doing what it does, but not observing what he's claiming makes sense, even though you're not even observing that. So he's saying that the nonsense makes sense. And also what you actually sensing, experiencing, that doesn't make sense, he's saying. So he's contradicting what makes sense and claiming he makes sense.
I just want to ask the guy, like, if I showed you, like, high-end science.
Larry, ask him that, but remember, you told him that it doesn't matter that it makes sense or not, but it does matter, Larry, because he's claiming the opposite of what we can sense, test, observe, and claiming that it makes sense. You see, Larry?
Yeah, I understand, and that's a good point. And to be fair, he's made a good point that you're saying it wouldn't make sense, but that's actually what your senses are telling your brain, right? Your brain is being fed by your senses that the Earth is not in motion, and the sun, moon, and stars make an orbit in the sky once roughly over 24 hours. Can you acknowledge that to be true, or what do you think, no one?
Yeah, if you only look at the sun, sure.
No, the sun, moon, and stars, all the heavenly bodies, they make an orbit roughly once over 24 hours.
Yeah, what about the other planets, though?
Well, that's why I said all the heavenly bodies. They make an orbit roughly once over 24 hours. Not exactly, but roughly.
If you listen, Larry, if he goes by his senses, you can actually observe what we call the planets go near the moon and around the celestial equator. So all these luminaries that he's saying, they're going around the sun. You don't actually see that. You've never seen that. But you, in a cartoon, in a drawing, you're saying, look, I drew it in a cartoon, therefore it makes sense, even though you never observed that. Your senses never showed you that you're claiming that makes sense.
Yeah, so the sun and the stars appear to go around the Earth once every day, but the moon and the other planets don't. They do some crazy stuff if you assume they're orbiting here, right?
Wait, are you telling me that the moon doesn't make a circuit once every day?
Not the same circuit like the sun does. No.
Well, I didn't say the same circuit. I'm asking, does the moon make a circuit roughly once every 24 hours? It's off by a few minutes. I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you look at it over the course of a year, or even, I guess, of the moon, if you look at it over the course of a month, it's not the same as the sun, right?
Yeah, I didn't say it's on the same circuit, but it's roughly once every 24 hours. It's more like 23 hours and 50-something minutes. Right, so it's not on the same time as the sun. That's why we have a solar day, right? So we calculate by the solar day. But there's, also a lunar calendar, but we don't use that. So I'm asking, from your point of view, you said it doesn't make sense, but all your senses are telling you if you were to, hang out in your backyard for like 3 days and 3 nights, the sun, moon, and stars would make a circuit once roughly every 24 hours. And anything else, you can't sense that. So Jimsy's point was, you're saying it's nonsense, but it's actually what you're saying. You have no sensory information that all the planets are orbiting the sun. That's just a model.
I know you've seen the diagram of what the
There you go,
planets do.
the diagram. You see? Not his senses, not what he can observe, no what we can actually look at. The diagram, the cartoon, the depiction. That's where he's getting his senses from.
The diagram I'm referring to is based on these observations.
Listen, many days of the year, you can see the so-called wandering stars or the planets orbiting the moon, going around the moon. Can I observe it and say, hey, it makes sense that some of the planets are lunar centric? Because I can see that happening. I can observe that. You can observe it. We can photograph it. Venus goes around the moon. Jupiter goes around the moon.
Really?
I mean, that makes sense.
Can you show me such an observation?
You never seen Venus going around the moon? You never seen that?
No, I've never seen that.
Okay, so that's why you're lost on this claim, and you're saying that what you don't observe makes sense.
Right. So can you show me that, or is that just a claim you're going to make?
Just do a Google search and search Venus next to the moon, and you can see Venus next to the moon, and it goes around it.
Okay, no, I've seen Venus next to the moon. What I'm asking for is Venus going around the moon. Can you show me that?
There you go. So you can see that.
Okay, so just because it's next to it, that means it goes around it. Interesting.
I mean, you're the one making claims that you don't observe, though.
Well,
like, remember, you're saying that the Earth is orbiting the sun. Have you ever seen that? The Earth below your feet orbiting the luminaries up in the sky? And you're saying that makes sense? Even though you don't detect any motion of the ground below your feet, you're saying it is in motion. Nonsense.
We do detect motion, actually.
You know, you have something called your vestibular system, and it detects rotation. But
yeah, what's
guess what? Your vestibular system is not detecting the rotation of the ground, and you're saying your vestibular system is part of your sensory, and you're saying, since my sensory doesn't detect rotation of the ground, it makes sense that it is rotating.
So do you know the
see the problem here?
Yeah, do you know the tolerance of your vestibular system?
The tolerance of the detection of that rotation, maybe like 0.4% or 0.4 or something?
0.4 what?
It's very minimal, right? But you still detect movement if you start moving. If the ground below your feet, just move just a tiny little bit, you will detect it.
Yeah, within a certain tolerance. What's the tolerance?
Very small, but you still detect it. But since you're not detecting it, you cannot claim that it is happening because you're not detecting it.
We've detected it with
listen, bro. The lack of the evidence, the lack of it happening, it doesn't mean it is happening. You're saying the lack of the evidence is the evidence.
We have detected it with.
The only thing you can observe is the luminaries moving. When you remember, you're saying that because you observe the sky moving and doing what it does, and then you draw. Remember, you're drawing a diagram and including the ground below your feet to that diagram, and saying this diagram says that the ground it's moving and is part of that celestial system up in the sky. But you're not observing that in reality. It's just in the diagram.
Yeah, it's the difference between like reading a book about Middle Earth and actually going to like Middle America or the Middle East, right? It's two totally different things, right? We're just talking about, you know, what you can actually verify and what's unverifiable or unfalsifiable, right?
Yeah, so the diagram I was referring to is actually the diagram of your guys' plan, that everything is organized, right?
All right, can you speak up? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Have you ever seen that?
I'm sorry, can you speak up or something happened with your mic? Maybe I can turn you up. Can you repeat your question?
Right, so the diagram that I'm referring to is the diagram of your claim that everything orbits the Earth. Have you seen that diagram or not? I can find it if you haven't.
Yeah, I've seen it on TV. Like the geocentric model, it's modeled out like 100% perfectly, and the only thing you change in the code on that program is you put the camera from over the Earth and you move it to the sun, and nothing else changes. Everything else stays completely the same. And that's what I'm trying to show you, that, you know, Newtonian absolute space was rejected. And I posted some literature for you, high-end scientists, you know, specialists in their field. I'm not saying it's right because they're saying it, but a lot of people know that, you know, Newton, he wasn't correct. He had a problem with the moon's orbit and perihelion and Mercury. So because of these things, Einstein came out, and then we can go over that next once we get there. But first, I have to get you to understand, after you take a little time to read, that, you know, Newtonian absolute space and absolute motion, that's not the current consensus. And I'm not appealing to consensus. I'm just trying to get you to, you know, open your mind a little bit, because I think you're stuck in like the fundamentalist worldview that gravity is a force and absolute time and space exist. Absolute motion. That's not where we're at right now. Would you agree? Like, am I correct or am I incorrect? Take your time.
Yeah, I'm just reading the stuff you said.
Yeah, while he's reading, it's really important that, you know, we don't let people have this fundamentalist worldview, because it's not right. And we don't want people believing things that are not true. So once we get them up to speed with Einstein, you know, then we can show how that's not correct either, because none of this is like scientifically verifiable and it's not falsifiable. So according to Karl Popper, if it's not falsifiable, then it's not science. And also, if it doesn't go through the scientific method, you know, the hypothesis test or the experiment, whatever you want to call it, then teaching it in science class to a bunch of children, you know, calling it science, that's the very definition of pseudoscience. So we got to get this pseudoscience out of people's heads, because what it kind of turns them into is like a fundamentalist, where they don't believe their own eyes. Like, oh, the Earth is absolutely orbiting the sun, but somebody told you that. Like, the difference between indoctrination and education is, if you teach a child to fish, you show him how to hook the worm, and then you let him hook the worm. right? And then you show him how to cast and you show him how to hook and reel it in. You don't just tell a child in a classroom setting, this is how you fish. That's not education through demonstration. That's purely indoctrination. So I'm claiming that the schools indoctrinated you into a fundamentalist religion that is absolutely incorrect, and they knew it was incorrect because it's not like Einstein just came out, in 2015. He published his stuff in 1915, and it was slowly accepted, even though some people were stuck in the old paradigm. But the school, the government educational system has kept you in the old paradigm from like the 1600s, and it's just not true. It's been superseded by Einstein. I'm not saying Einstein is correct. Don't get my argument wrong. I'm just saying we got to get you up to speed because the government schooling system has failed you. Did you read it? Well, apparently he's taking a deep dive.
That's good that he reads. That's good that he reads the citations and that you posted, which are great. After you read the citations, no one, tell us if you agree or disagree, or what parts of what was posted, what parts of that do you disagree with, if you disagree, and what parts you agree with, and the reasons why. That would be beneficial.
That's excellent, Sonny. Yeah, shout out to QE for the sources. It is a good thing that he's taking his time and reading it properly. Definitely respect that. And hopefully me over talking the dead air isn't disturbing him. But yeah, this whole fundamentalist worldview, gravity is not a fundamental force. They used to say that it's the weakest force, but that's just an excuse as to why it's not working the way that it was predicted. So, they say that it's mass attracts mass, but I think that's, flawed, fundamentally flawed. If you can imagine, like Newton described everything, right? He invented his own math to make it all work, and it still didn't work. So that's why Einstein had to step in. And had Newton's worked like perfectly, that paradigm shift that took so long, for people to get over the whole Einstein thing, it would have, never happened. They never would have shifted to Einstein had Newton's worked, so flawlessly. But it wasn't flawless. It had some serious issues. And quantum mechanics pretty much killed Newtonian. But that doesn't mean that Einsteinian works either. It was just a little bit better of a tool for the heliocentrists so that they could keep their idea of, well, maybe the sun does orbit the Earth, or the Earth does orbit the sun. There's infinite reference frames, right? So you could put that camera in that modeling program that I spoke about earlier, you could put it on Jupiter and not change any other code, and all the orbits and everything would stay exactly as they were, or you could put it on Jupiter's moon. So there's infinite reference frames, and that's how Einstein kind of brought us back to the heliocentric model, because Michelson-Morley had kind of took it away for a little while. Nolan, are you there? I don't see how it could take that long to read. Maybe he's just AFK. So I'll pass the mic to someone else.
I guess it doesn't appreciate enough to respond back.
That's rude.
Really rude.
Maybe he got a phone call and his mom's in trouble or something. Maybe, some real life
I
is
could go with
happening.
that. His mama called him.
Aww.
Yeah, gentlemen, always talk to your mother. She's not going to be around forever.
Facts, bro. Facts. Baby mom.
True. Mama's boy.
My mama said.
Are we talking about no one? Q?
Yeah, Wells.
Oh,
No one.
Again? Okay.
Again? He keeps coming back. What do you want to do? Can't had enough of us.
Well, I had enough of him, so you guys go ahead.
Well, he's probably struggling with the fact that the government indoctrinated him into pseudoscience from 1666 rather than keeping him up to date on the new hotness, Einstein from 100 years ago, 110 years ago. Which it's kind of being superseded right now. It's a paradigm shift happening. I think a lot of people are waking up to the fact that Einstein was incorrect and also pseudoscience. So all those people that got those college educations, that went like $100,000 in debt, unforgivable debt, and they taught you the pseudoscience from Einstein and didn't teach you about the crisis in cosmology and how it's not working out. And that's why they're switching over to MOND gravity, MOND. There's a paradigm shift happening right now because MOND apparently works better than Einstein. You don't have to make up 96% of the unobservable universe, and unobservable because it's not there, but it has to be there to make Einstein's gravity work at the galactic level. So this 96% of the universe that we can't detect directly, which sounds like an excuse, that's unnecessary with the modified Newtonian dynamics, or MOND. But no one didn't come back, so I just had to fill the dead air. And what if MOND is incorrect? What if we just, aren't capable of sciencing space or the cosmos? What if all this is just philosophical explanations to fill the gap of knowledge? I mean, you come up with your philosophical explanations of what you think's going on in the sky. Just don't call it science. Don't pretend like like it's knowledge. When anything to do with the cosmos is nations, you have no knowledge of what's going on up there other than tracking the lights and their patterns in the sky. Other than that, like describing what they're made out of and all this other stuff, about star factories and all that stuff, like nobody has any firsthand primary knowledge of how stars are made. But there are people that will tell you with a straight face that they know. And then the more that they find out that they don't know, then they start saying, well, science doesn't prove anything. Well, not pseudoscience, of course not. Yeah, if you think that pseudoscience is science and you can't prove anything with that, I would agree with you. Yeah, you can't prove things with pseudoscience, but you can with actual science, the scientific method. So that's where the world is stuck at right now. The government educated you to think that you know what's going on in the sky, but it wasn't education through demonstration. It was indoctrination through repetition.
I'm actually curious, and I would actually like to see what no one was using as a reference when he said the heliocentric idea or paradigm equates to what we actually see in nature, or what we see in the sky above us, or how, like, what was he using to say that those things are explained by heliocentrism? I would just like to know what he is referencing. And I think Jemsy spoke of it, and I know he mentioned diagram from what I can recall. But a diagram isn't an explanation or a demonstration or really anything other than imagination But I would like to see, like, if he's got some sort of model he's using and what that model consists of, and how was he using this model, so-called model, to make the claim that heliocentrism explains what the lights in the sky are doing. I would like to see that. I would really like to know, because they would have to match up with the GPs at specific times of day throughout the year of these heavenly bodies. They have to match up that they're over a ground position to the second every year, year after year after year, so commonly that they're printed in nautical almanacs, and you can navigate by the stars to islands that would be like, let's say you have an island that's 2,000 or 3,000 miles away in open ocean. The window, the narrowness of that window that you're trying to find in an open ocean is incredibly tiny. For instance, if you're navigating and you're trying to find an island 1,000 miles away in open ocean, if you're off on your compass bearing a degree, you would miss your island by hundreds of miles.
Yeah, when measuring the heavens, you got to be precise. Go ahead, Sonny. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's how these nautical almanacs were derived after years and years, literally hundreds of years of people going out there in the ocean and making mistakes and ending up in places that they did not, they weren't trying to go to. Or, worse off, actually hitting shore, running into rocks. So they had to be precise on these things. The navigational charts that are used in relationship to these ground positions of heavenly bodies are placing the rocks that are pinnacles coming up from the seafloor, barely piercing the surface of the ocean, that your ship will run into and sink. All hands lost. So the next ship that came by said, there's the shipwreck. We need to make adjustments. So that's how these things were created. The navigational charts aren't just by accident. They're made along with these nautical almanacs to the ground positions of these heavenly bodies. That's how they found precisely where the islands were and where the rocks are. Very important if you're at sea.
Sonny, you described an accident and said that these things were made not by accident, so you contradicted yourself there, brother. I'm just joking.
Oh, yeah. By accidents. That's funny.
Yeah, they were made by many accidents. They finally got it right. Yeah, we can accurately measure these heavenly bodies, but when it gets to describing how they were made, you're kind of getting into, Kronos gave birth to Zeus, and then that's how Zeus was made. Like, you weren't there, you don't know. It's kind of the same thing. Like, it's more like cosmic mythology, because the ancients believed that the stars and the planets, like some of them were like gods or whatever. So describing how stars were made or anything like that, that's it's a creation myth. That belongs in like the religious section of the library, not the scientific. And it's really frustrating because someone who's accredited scientist, right, if they start talking about philosophical things and they didn't tell you, I'm taking off my scientist hat and I'm putting on my philosophy hat, and now we're talking about philosophy, so none of this is derived from the scientific method. Like, when has anybody ever really heard a scientist say that? Like, they don't do that very often, if they do it at all. So whenever someone here is a scientist start talking about philosophical things, like the standard model of cosmology or something like that, they don't tell you, like, oh, by the way, we've left the realm of science like 10 minutes ago in the lecture, and now we're only talking about philosophical conjecture and, inferences and postulations. Like, scientists don't do that. Like, not very often. I mean, some do. Like, I've heard George Ellis and others, kind of give quotes that cosmology is not a science, and I can post that if anybody's interested. That there's a lot of philosophical reasoning between choosing if the Earth's orbiting the sun or the sun's orbiting the Earth. I mean, that's pretty well established that, accredited scientists have said that, but for the most part, they don't say stuff like that. Like, you're not going to hear like Neil deGrasse Tyson get up and, explain to everyone that under Einstein's relativity, it could be very possible that the sun is orbiting the Earth. Like, no, he wants to hang on to that, philosophical bias that he has that the Earth is orbiting the sun. But if all motion is relative, it would be just as equally not scientific to say the Earth orbits the sun or the sun orbits the Earth. They're both philosophical statements. So I guess we lost no one. No one, are you there? I kind of get the feeling that it's kind of become like a bad thing to say that you're wrong. Like, a lot of people don't want to do that anymore. And I feel like maybe, I'm not want to put words in no one's mouth. I'll choose a generalization fallacy instead. So I think most people can't really admit when they're wrong when, they get shown stuff by a flat earther and it's like, oh, this flat earther showed me this thing and it turns out he was right. But I couldn't admit that publicly because that would mean that I said a flat earther was right and I was wrong. And I was taught by the government, and the government, even though they were wrong, they can't be wrong. They have to be right. So my ego and the fact that I identify as a Glober has to stay intact. So I can't admit that publicly, but I don't want to put that on no one. Maybe he's talking to his mom on the phone. So I'm just generalizing about everyone that's on the globe side. And you know what? It's a fallacious argument. I'll give you that. Yeah, so it's a stereotype. I admit it. But I have seemed to notice it quite a bit. In fact, that was one of the first things I heard when I came in the room. Is Brenda was here, and I heard someone say that everything a flat earther says has to be wrong. And when someone says that to me, I automatically start saying things like, oh, your mother's not a whore. Like, your mother's actually a very lovely lady, right? Because when someone actually says that, you're a flat earther, everything that you say is wrong, I immediately debunk that right before their eyes. Your mother's a lovely lady and not a prostitute. I'm not insinuating she's a prostitute. I'm insinuating that she is a lovely churchgoer and she's only had intercourse with your father. And then they start going, fuck, he just fucked me. Like,
yeah. So what if we use like the axiom, like Gemsy always kind of points to, the axiom of what is happening above us and below us, the ground below us, and use our senses as the guide. Like, everybody senses the same thing. But there's this idea out there that you can't trust your senses. That's why no one was asking, oh, what's the threshold of you sensing motion with your vestibular system? It's very obvious. I can feel the vibration of a truck going by on the street below me, 8 stories down. That's pretty sensitive. And for instance, there was an earthquake here a few weeks ago, and it was pretty strongly felt. Like I felt it moving my floor up and down first, like the floor bouncing up and down, and then it started going back and forth. Like it felt like maybe like a foot or two back and forth, like outrageous. But they try to tell us in these indoctrination systems that you can't trust your senses. So you can sense the motion of a truck going by, the vibration of it on the street below me, but you can't sense motion of 1,000 miles an hour of the surface. That makes no sense at all.
Well, yeah, people often just think of the vestibular system itself anyway, right? They just think of it as a angular accelerational type measuring device, right? Yeah, you've got those semicircular canals, right? But you've got the otolith organs, right? The utricle and the saccule. And yeah, they're sensitive to linear acceleration and gravity, apparently, right? They help detect head lift, right? Its position. All right. They've got like little calcium carbonate crystals in them. And so crystals, what we know and what they basically effectively have always been something that interacting with is different forms of frequency too. This is why we can feel pressure change and things such as this, like with this same system. But I find that very interesting that for some reason, even though we're supposed to be moving through this I guess space vacuum, right? All these different vectors, that effectively there is absolutely no detection of any of the other gravities that exist out there. There's no detection of any of the other things out there, even though these planets apparently tilt at different degrees at different times of the year. They're at one point closer to another thing than another, that we have meteorites that go past all the time. We have all of these different things, and seemingly we don't detect any of that shit. But the same system is somehow balanced to detect no motion here, but detect the tiniest motion locally. It's very, very convenient, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's good to hear you. I just want to say it's really good to hear Villain on the mic. It's been quite a while, and I want to say you sound. Well, I don't want to say
I'm ill today. I'm ill.
I'm just going to say it at the sake of. I'm not trying to be rude, but you sound all grown up, man.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
It's amazing. Okay. Like, yeah, man. I mean, you sound much more mature. Not that, I mean, you've always been very intellectual and very knowledgeable on the things you talk about. I mean, very specific. Like, I've always thought very highly of your acumen and what you talk about, but you sound more mature, and it's really good to hear you on here, man. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, Sonny, bro. I really do. Yeah, it's nice to be here.
Yeah, same. Yeah, likewise. So I wanted to say that, they say that, because there's no one in here, they say that you wouldn't be able to detect any of these emotions, and, that's me playing the devil's advocate. Now I'm going to switch and put my flat earther hat back on. But, when you're on the carnival ride, that's like the spinning cup inside of a merry-go-round, and you can spin the cup with your hands, the teacup ride, I think is what it's called. Well, it's not really the gravitational force of you spinning it. It's the gravitational force of the converging and diverging cyclical vectors that create the immense momentum at certain points during your, spin within an orbit. So the Earth is very much like the teacup in the heliocentric model, but it's not just going around the sun. The sun's going around the galactic center, and the galactic center is allegedly shooting through space. So all these diverging and converging vectors and trajectories would, change the way that gravity would be seen on Earth. So what they say is, well, it actually does change, but you have to go to the North Pole and to the equator, and then it changes like 0.02, some really small percentage that we really can't verify. It's like all this stuff just sounds like an excuse to me. Like every time I hear the Globers talking about why we can't directly observe dark matter, they come up with excuses. Dark energy, excuses. The rotation of the Earth. It's all smuggling in excuses. That's all I got.
Well, like dark energy, dark gravity, all of these different things actually were only first founded upon as an idea to fill in for the extra space, right? Because the mathematics in and of themselves didn't make sense in their model, right? So they had to add something that was ambiguous, right? But apparently undeniable because it has these, scientifically affirmed formats of language attached to it, so then people don't question it. They feel like, oh, I can attach this deified word to it called gravity, I can attach this other word to this, and then they can effectively in some way trick people's minds into believing that this thing that is very ambiguous, that has no way of deriving any measurement from it, no way of collecting it, no way of actually knowing what its like makeup is something that would fill the gaps in the numbers. Crazy.
He also points out and shows how bankrupt and illogical their claim is, because the guy earlier told you that it makes sense that we live in a planet going around the sun, even though you don't sense that anywhere. You don't observe that. There's no motion that you can sense. But this whole construct on a piece of paper, they're saying, oh yeah, that makes sense, even though it's contrary to everything we can sense, observe, test for. It goes, this nonsense they claim makes sense. So it's like it points out how illogical and full of fallacies this mental construct is.
Well, it's a a postulation filled with shady inferences at best, right? Just like me talking about the birth of Zeus and the demise of Kronos or whatever. It's just preposterous that people think that they've got this all figured out. But at least with mythology, the Greeks aren't charging you taxes to teach this to the children and tell them that it's real. Whereas when it comes to like NASA and the heliocentric model, they are charging you taxes and teaching it to the children as if it's settled science. Because when, the authority tells a child something, most children, or I don't know, a large percentage of children, depending on their age, they're just going to, take it as gospel.
Yeah. So I was going to bring up one more point about our balance system, vestibular system. There's a fallacy going around, and mostly propagated by the Globers, that your vestibular system only senses motion. This is completely untrue.
Yeah, that's untrue.
Your vestibular system senses inertia, complete stillness. You know when you're sitting still, and any other angular motion, or not only motion, that's the problem here. It not only senses all motion in every direction, but you also sense complete stillness and any changes in angularity of your cranium, the container of your vestibular system. When you tilt your head, you know that you've tilted your head. Minute amounts, tenths of degrees, you know when your head is tilted in any direction. It's also tied to your optic system, your eyes. So your eyes kind of give sensory indications, sensory signals to your vestibular system that kind of like help direct you to stay level. This is very important. And the way the vestibular system does that is by these crystals that that Villain was talking about, they exist in the system, in the vestibular system. They exist there in this thing called a cupola. It's a gelatinous substance sitting in your endolymph liquid on site-specific places on this cupola, which is a gelatinous-like substance, are these crystal-like nerve points. They're site-specific nerve places on the cupola, and they sense any directional motion of the endolymph, the liquid, in any direction. The tilting of the head sets off nerves on the cupola in very specific areas that it can tell. You can tell which way your head moved, in what direction, and how much. Very, very sensitive. So this is a fallacy that the Globers try to use. Oh, yeah, you can sense motion, but there's only a certain amount. So there's a threshold. And this is not true. You can almost sense any motion or angular difference of your head, period. Thanks.
Hey, Sonny, you know another peculiar thing about the canals in each ear? There's 3 canals in each ear, and they are oriented roughly 90 degrees from each other. So
Yes.
90 degrees, 3 canals in each ear.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these calcium carbonate crystals, effectively, as they rest in the shell substance, as they feel either forms of pressure change, or I believe even different things would be able to affect them, right? Things that aren't really spoken about. It talks about how this even is connected to the hair stimulational system itself. And we actually do know this, that sometimes if we experience certain forms of motion, we do feel this on a biological level that is very innate, right? It's very innate. It's something that we understand very well. Like you said, it affects angular acceleration, linear acceleration. Well, it doesn't just affect one type of motion. It's angular acceleration mixed with all of these other forms of different types of movement, but then it's also the movement of things around you. It's not just what you yourself are doing to move, it's the things that move around you too.
Yep.
Which makes perfect sense for these calcium carbonate crystals, right? Being like little cilia or hair. And then in relation to one another, they're going to have a form of proximity to one another. And so any changes in angle or any changes in pressure, these different sensory hairs that exist as these crystals effectively are going to, in relation to one another, be able to measure the distance from one another in relation to what they usually know to be still. This is why it needs to know whether or not it's still or not in order to be able to get a baseline, right? To get that baseline.
I'm just going to play the Glover for a little bit. But my mama government teacher said that it's because you can't feel any of this stuff because it's all constant, despite the elliptical orbits.
Yeah, right. Despite the elliptical orbits, which change in angle as they go around, which creates acceleration and deacceleration naturally, right? Which is super.
Not to mention the fact that they completely ignore the horizontal baseline that they get all that shit from.
Yep. Which is replicated in your ear. Level. You know when you're level. You can sense it.
Flat's not a shape, and the horizontal horizon is an observation, not a belief.
I think the problem with the Glober is that they're so concerned with their heads in the clouds and looking at space. I often ask them, what is it about the sky that has convinced you that you live on a flat plane? And, they might pretend like, well, actually, it's actually the ground, but then they start talking about the sun, moon, stars, eclipses, whatever, but the actual Earth, because they know that once they, get grounded and start talking about the horizon, that eventually they're going to have to say, well, the horizon's due to refraction. And I thought it was due to Earth curve. But they don't mind changing the goalposts and making their, so-called theories unfalsifiable. And, if you look at the Earth curve calculators that got refraction built right in, they're backwards engineered to make it to where, we would expect to see Mount Conahoe from 273 miles away. And at that point, what distance do we need to see something so far away that it can't be possible on a globe? And at that point, it's impossible. It's completely unfalsifiable. And at that point, it's completely left the realm of physics or science or any kind of verifiable, falsifiable thing, and it's a just so story.
Birds aren't real.
I'm guessing there's no Globers in here, right?
Guys,
I have to go
birds-
soon, but hold on one second, Taryn. I want to finish up just real quickly on something I discovered when I first came into this topic in 2017. I did an article on my YouTube channel about the vestibular system, and I found an article from NASA. And what they said about the vestibular system is they said the vestibular system is not affected by gravity. Now, think about that. And I'm pretty sure here's the reason. This is very crucial. So the reason they said that gravity doesn't affect the vestibular system is because they knew if they're sending people up to a weightless, zero gravity environment, that the endolymph, the liquid in your ear, would lift off up off of the surface, and you could not maintain balance at all. It's my supposition that in this condition, you would experience dizziness like no other. You would have the sense of being in a washing machine, being flipped around, like rotated. Like if you've ever been in the ocean and you've been tumbled around by waves, where you're flipping end to end, I believe that's what you would sense. So they knew that you would be vomiting until you died.
Well, the vomit comment, right? It's called that because it directly affects, in fact, the vestibular system, right? And this is the thing they use in order to try and tell us, look, this is how we're going to train for this type of environment, right? Well, it's a disanalogous environment by your own supposed sources, by your own articles. And then, this completely disagrees with the actual factual makeup of what we know the vestibular system to be. Anyway. And their previous kind of descriptors of what they've given us.
Yep. So I think their astronauts would die if that were true. And they knew it.
Almost
the
like
end.
we're designed to be here in the dirt. By the
Kinda
way, I'm
seems that
literally
way.
sitting in the dirt right now, getting some grounding and sunlight going on at the same time.
Yeah, I didn't mean to run that guy off, Torin. I hope he comes back.
Dude, if you can't wait for one statement to be said, like, you didn't run him off.
Sonny, you broke my chew toy.
I'll catch you guys a little bit later. Take care.
Be safe, bro. Peace.
Later, dude.
Yeah, I'm outside glowing in the sunlight like a super Caucasian out here. But man, the sunlight feels good. The sweat coming out. The sweat mixing with the dirt a little bit, making some mud. You know, I'm pretty sure all this is good for you.
Yeah, it is 100%, dude. 100%. Like, I was out the other day, like, in the sun, and I was like laying on the ground. And, like, I noticed how much I was sweating by like laying on the ground. And then I like turn over to the other side, obviously to my chest, like to lay on my front. And like I just felt how cold it was, right? I was like, wait. I said that was crazy because like my back felt warm against the ground a moment ago, right? But there's just these ever so slight changes have like a massive fucking effect. Like on our sensory system at least anyway, right? Like I turned over, I got on my chest, and all of a sudden my chest felt freezing cold from the sweat that I'd left behind. I'd previously warmed up, right? It cooled down quick. Entropy's fast. Thermodynamic change happens quick. This whole world's balanced in a very perfect yet chaotic way. Some might say too perfect.
So I got a magnet mount on my phone. So the case has a magnet on it. I put the phone down in the dirt, and then I have to scrape all the iron and other possible elements off of the magnet. And I'm realizing that, wait a minute, aren't I electromagnet? I mean, don't I have like an electromagnetic field around me? Like, shouldn't
100%.
I also be getting in the dirt and getting my hands dirty? And you know, but it's like most people just live on the couch, I think, and got their head in the clouds or on the TV or in the TV. You know, my dad called it the idiot box. Man, that was so astute for him to say that to me.
No, yeah, damn straight. Damn straight, dude. Programming box. It's one of the easiest ways, right, to create a national network and then have it fed by these different authoritative figures in which no one can really question, and then each other figure of authority that potentially could undermine the next has been predisposed to not do so in order that they be on the network. This is why the internet changes things slightly with this form of self-broadcasting, right? Where we're not necessarily told that, you know, we must stick to this axiom of truth or fit in with this axiom of truth in order to be able to speak. That need not be the thing now. But before, for years, that was all was allowed. And people wonder why we say that people were very indoctrinated. Well, it's very clear why they were. We can see the results of these different formats, right? Look at when radio itself first came into, you know, its full force of usage, and how it was used, what it was used for, what it created, and what happened next.
You know, often think about the struggle between the news media and the written form and the radio, and how they would be slinging dirt, you know. And we're kind of experiencing the same thing again right now between like the podcasters and the mainstream media. And the same thing is like happening again. So the more and more that we go into this long form content, the more and more that, the old school people are going to talk crap about us. And if you go back and you watch like the Operation Mockingbird compilations where like 50, 70 people from different local news organizations like around the states are like saying the same thing verbatim, like in unison, it's like, wow, like you guys are the trustworthy ones. Like you all are just repeating what you were told. And when people come in here, I kind of feel like the normies that discover this place and fall in here, they're kind of like those Mockingbird agents, the Agent Smith that comes in here to protect the system. And we think we see a lady in a red dress, but really it's the programming that's coming here to go, no, you guys are wrong.
You're right. Because, like, again, remember, this comes down to the paradigm of someone's actual world that they live in, right? The whole paradigm in which they've been pre-written into, in a sense that, and this is why they added these words such as "we" with the moon and things like this, right? It's to write you into the story. It's to give patriotism to those things in which people might see as completely something separate if they were to see it as something different, right? If it wasn't first told to them that it was a great step for all of mankind, would everybody feel or need or any patriotic desire to defend the actions once they saw the evidence? I don't think they would. I think they understand the way our brains work very well, and I think they utilize that system against people. It's just simple psychology.
Yeah, when they say we, that's gaslighting. They're saying you and me and all of us did this.
Maybe that, but I think it's, I like to say that they identify as astronauts. They identify as moonwalkers. And when you question someone's identity, they get real butthurt.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, though, is that, like, the normal average, like, normie out there that believes in this world, this purview of that type of world, that type of paradigm of space, the idea of these missions even, right? They feel written into the story in some regard. Especially when someone extracts money from you, you don't want to believe that you were giving away money for a lie. You don't want to believe that. You want to believe that you were doing the right thing, that you were paying toward a common good, a greatness, something that all of mankind could be proud of, right? So then all of them get that same thing that these non-astronauts, these fake astronauts get too. They feel attacked in their own essence, right? They feel attacked by the mere fact that we're suggesting that someone ever could trick them, even. They're attacked by that alone.
Yeah, that's why they defend it so fervently, because they've been, brainwashed into thinking like this is part of their identity. When really, why would you identify with a model like that's my model? That's part of me. And then when you start stripping these layers away, they have to deal with like their real self, right? Like the man outside on the dirt, like the things that you've done in the past and the fact that you might be judged for them one day. I think people want to avoid that at all costs, and that's why they defend it, like to the death almost. There have been holy wars in the past, and God forbid that, whatever happened between the Flatties and the Globies, but I could see it happening under the right circumstances with the masses being controlled by the television and computer. And how many of them have said, don't breed? Like we heard it just yesterday on this very channel. Like, that's othering people. Like when you other people, it's so that you can kill them without feeling bad about it.
Yeah, atypical dehumanization of tactics, and yeah, it's a common employed tactic, It's that old divide and conquer. It's that, Hegelian dialectic. It's game theory 101 at this point, right? At the end of the day, people are predictionary upon a multitude of different actions and strata based upon different actions they previously have taken. So when they can presuppose what actions you're going to take based upon previous actions that were taken based on the programming, they're able to understand how people are going to integrate with new ideas, right? And then they know how to display these ideas in a way where people feel they need to integrate with them to move forward. We saw this with COVID, dude.
Well, I don't think I've ever heard. I don't think I've ever heard a flatty tell Globey that you really shouldn't breed. I don't think I've ever heard that. Like I may have and just overlooked it because of bias, but like that would be like a crazy thing to hear flatty say. Like, don't breed. No, it's not like we want them to die or don't want them to breed. No, we just want them to be able to think for themselves and know that they have the ability to ask certain questions that they did not know that they could ask. And if I ever did hear Flatty say that to a Globey and, I didn't admonish it immediately, then that would be, bad form on my part. But, the Globies can say whatever they want. They're just trying to defend their identity. And they say terrible things like we're stupid. They're just defending themselves. They're not really attacking us. And I don't think it should be perceived that way.
Oh yeah, they're moral relativists anyway, right? I'm not going to judge them for their moral relativity when that's exactly what they claim to be, in morality at least.
I never get tired of seeing the relative moralist make moralist claims about my actions in my life, making moralist determinations. Right. Wait a minute, you can't do that. You don't think that there's no objective reality in your head.
You can't know something 100% is true ever, But guess what? You ought to do this. You ought to do that. Wait, I ought to do a thing with my own body, especially, right?
Right.
To be able to fit into society, I ought to do that thing. But you're a moral relativist. Oh, okay. I see how you don't see it's a contradiction. I feel the contradiction.
Yeah, it's hypocritical for Sam to go to the bar every Saturday night and clean up the MILFs, right? And then go to church on Sunday morning and Sam says Henry was speaking while the pastor was speaking. He's a bad Christian. Right? It's the same thing. It's like, oh, you can do whatever you want, but you want to make sure that everybody else is staying in line. Don't talk while the preacher's talking. You're a bad Christian. Never mind the fact that I didn't take a shower last night and I'm still, smelly from the club and afterwards. But yeah, that's the number one problem I think that we face is the people that have been so Newtonianized, I guess I'm going to call it, that there's no objective reality anymore. Or maybe it's Einsteinized, right? Because it's all relative. Like, oh,
yeah, right.
You only hit one person with your car, Or when the cops tell you, like, why did you make me do this? I had bloodied your nose, but at least nobody died. Like, oh, that's the standard? You didn't kill anybody today, so it's all good, right? By the way, I've driven over 1 million miles and never hit a pedestrian. Well over 1 million. I don't know how many exactly.
Yeah, me too. Then they say like every average like fatal accident happens over I don't know how many miles again. I can't remember. It's like going to be the argument for self-driving cars, right? Is that if they can get that number above, 50% better than the average currently, then self-driving cars will be instituted allowed by law.
But gravity is a good driver, and gravity knows what to do, when to do it, and how to do it.
Yeah, I remember when I figured it out. Like, every time I asked the question, like, why does Venus spin backwards? And Jim Panda would go, oh, because of gravity. It's like, oh, gravity's like the answer for, like, everything that you guys can't explain. It's either gravity or refraction.
Of course, what else would it be if it wasn't gravity? Do you have a better explanation?
I have no idea. That's a better explanation, right? Because I'm not trying to explain my biases away, right? I'm just being honest. Got him outside, and other than the cars driving by, like, this is so great. I've been taking a lot of hikes and stuff since I moved here, checking out all the stuff that I can see. But just sitting in the backyard is just as good. Listening to the birds, maybe whistling at them a little bit and mimicking them. But I'm noticing that the birds, like, they're actually doing a pattern. It's like they change it up like every fourth measure. So they're actually singing a song. It's not just random chirping. Anyway, I'm having a good time outside. What I need to do, go to some other rooms and recruit them. There's Elbow up in here. El Boricua. You there, bro? You must be AFK. So I've recently met a lot of Puerto Ricans on the internet, and Elbow is super chill compared to the rest of them. He is so chill. Kimbo, you there? Got some glass in the dirt. All right, I've been playing in the dirt long enough. I'm gonna go do something productive. Peace.
Later, Hank. Detroit,
Yes.
why do you enter this room?
I don't know. I just wanted to know what it was really.
What do you think about the actual Earth itself? Like, what's your like presupposed idea of where we live?
Oh, is it really a flat Earth thing?
Well, is it really a globe Earth thing?
I don't know.
Is it really a globe Earth thing? I'm asking you.
I don't know. I guess
I'm
so.
asking you. What's your evidence? What's your evidence for that?
I wasn't even talking about evidence or anything. I was just like, oh, this is a flat Earth discussion thingy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
So yeah, but you believe it's a globe Earth, right?
Honestly, I don't believe in anything. Things are just things, you know. They are the way they are. I don't think
Good
there's a
answer.
big ass conspiracy as a mundial thing, you know. That's just what I believe in, but whatever.
Think it needs to be a big ass conspiracy?
Yeah, I think there wouldn't be a huge conspiracy that is worldwide about how the Earth could be globe or Earth or flat or whatever, you know. I don't think the shape of it is really important in the end. We just leave.
It might not be. Well, hang on. You could say that, right? But
Yeah.
at the same time, again, by like what criteria is it not important? Like, why is it not important?
I mean, if you just look at it this way, wait, what does it change in the end? Apart from the fact that yes, maybe there is a huge lying conspiracy, what does it change in the actual life? Like we still are living through it and on it, you know, beside it being
Hang on.
flat or anything. Could be.
But are you lying?
You know.
Are you lying though? Just because you think the Earth's a globe, does that make you immediately a liar?
No, it's not about lying or not. It really is. Is it a really important thing to know? Like, what do we care? Is it flat, cubic, triangular, fucking, I don't know, tesseract, any form given? You know, what is it really changing in at the bottom of it? You know, nothing. We just leave on
Well,
it.
it could change a lot though, right? Because, for instance, let's say, for instance, right, how this world is currently instituted, how money is spent, how different things are peer reviewed. A lot of these things are built along axioms of so-called truth, right?
Yeah.
So let's say those axioms of truth in and of themselves are built on a faulty foundation. Let's say they're not even built on a lie. Let's say they're built on a presupposition in and of itself that in the long run ends up building something on top of it that is faulty and broken due to some terrible premises that need to be held to be true because someone at one time or another verified that they were true in some means that they believed to be something that was at the level of a scientific proof, right?
Right.
So then, well, if that were the case, that this Earth, for instance, was built, the Earth's theory of this Earth, right? The globe model was built on fundamentally false axioms, right? Then the very nature of reality itself could change, correct?
I get your idea of if it was a lying thing, it would mean that like scientific research and studies and peer review was all lie and everything, right?
No, you're bringing up the word lie. I even gave you the methodology in which it could actually, right? Like, let's go backwards in time a little bit, right? So the atomic model, for instance, right?
Right.
Let's go to that. The electron model, right? These things are suppositions, right, of what somebody believed the model to be for something that was previously working, but like they're originally built on Greek philosophies. Like the atom itself is built on Democritus and Epicurean different forms of philosophy. One of the philosophies they held was that if you had a good enough tool, accurate enough tool, is that you could cut anything divisibly in half forever, continually, on and on and on and on. This is the beginning point of the philosophy of atoms itself, right? You think they were correct in their analogy? You think they were correct in their philosophy?
I do think that there is a point of no return in the way of like you can cut something in half, in half, in half, in half, and then there will be just one little thing, one tiny bit at the end. This is just atoms, you know. We're all made of it.
This is just atom. See what I'm trying to say. So, but the problem is that you spoke lies, right? And what I'm trying to say to you is that this could just be a philosophy that was ill-informed at that time, right? But then people venerated these different philosophers, right, and their ideas, right? So then they built upon their ideas, right, scientifically speaking, right, in a manner that we believe to be scientific, at least anyway.
If I understand what you're saying, is you're thinking that maybe there was something that was badly imagined at time or researched, and we built upon that, and it came being the ultimate truth because people believed it, but in fact it was wrong from the start. Is that what you're kind of saying?
Well, for instance, we could use, for example, the electron model, right? We know electric works, right? But the electron model itself was, again, reified and presumed to us to be a nuclei center with a positive and a negative, right, that would orbit around it, almost like the globe model that we currently live on, right? The atomic model itself is very similar in essence. You know, a neutron, a proton, right? All of these different things, right? Is there such thing as a negative and a positive charge that could orbit around a nucleus? Think about it.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Wait, what's the negative charge?
What do you mean? What's a negative charge? That's in the name.
What's a negative
charge?
No, there's no such thing as a negative charge. There's only such thing as a discharge.
No, there's a neutron and a proton, negative and positive.
Oh yeah, so there you go. You're reifying that same model again that they came up with based upon the theory of electricity itself. Because electricity works, we build a model for the electron, and therefore the electron model itself. What if I provide to you PhDs from NASA that will tell you themselves that the electron model was completely wrong to this day?
It's not about the model because okay, when we use a model to represent something we can't see, that is like kind of abstract or a philosophy,
right?
We use
that we can't look at from a perspective where we can see all the counterparts of, right? Where we change our perspective and we make a model to represent different parts of a thing in order that we can stretch out and see what this thing apparently is on the micro, right? What I'm telling you,
science
but I'm trying to explain to you.
Always has been about philosophy, and then we test things. It's you imagine a thing.
Okay, define science to me. Hang on, you invoke science, so define it.
No, because what you're saying is we try imagining something. We imagine something, impossibility. Then from that imagination, that possibility, we try to test it with real thing that we can do. And then
no, in science we make an observation of a phenomena. We make it no. This is the problem again. This is like I said, this is why it doesn't always need to be a lie, right? All you need to necessarily do to verify things so-called in a scientific manner is change the very methodology of how things are scientifically validated in the beginning, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, yeah, and you just gave me the complete wrong way of doing that, which is that we think a thing might be a way, and then we test to see whether it's true. No, that's not the way science has ever worked.
It's the procedure that is important when you test something.
And that's what I'm asking you about, though, right? The procedure is important, but again, where do we start with? When do we start to go into this format of a procedure itself?
But this is why there is a lot of different of procedure to do the same experience, and then we test it, and then we see with those different procedure if there is a result that is the same, and then we establish that this may be the good result because different procedure gave the same result. You know what I mean? It's cross testing. It's cross.
Yeah, cross testing. Yeah. No, but we start usually right. We start usually with an observable phenomena, right? And we look at that observable phenomenon and we try and denote what the cause and effect relationship between whatever that we think is attached to that thing, right? We can do this in a very simplistic term, like we do this with planets, for instance, right? But we can't necessarily always denote with just a single form or set of experimentation exactly how this thing is caused or what the cause and effect relationship is. Different people at different times came out with a different cause for why planets grow. Some people came out with the idea that it was time. Other people came out that it was nutrients, right? How much nutrients it was given. Some people said it was the exposure to sunlight. It's only when we take into consideration all of the different variables and we adjust them individually that we can eventually denote the cause and effect relationship. But what you were previously talking about, an idea of a thing, something we think that may be true, and then we work towards experimenting to prove whether or not that thing is true, that's a widening of the very redundant, and I will say it in this way, redundant and restrictive methodology of the scientific method itself.
It is.
It itself, well, it doesn't fit to all things, is what I'm trying to tell you. So there are many things that are asserted as scientific truths, right, that don't even fit within the purview of what is scientific at all. Because they simply, you simply wouldn't be able to attach the scientific method to the way they founded the thing they're now asserting to be true and scientific, right?
Right.
So my point to you was is that if the purveyors of truth themselves expand the very methodology and how they denote what is truth, right? Then is it necessarily always a lie when they come out with the wrong result?
I get what you're saying. I get your point. I can see how you may think that, and how people may think that. I get it. Yeah.
Well, no, but you're the one who thinks it's always a lie, right? Because, like,
No,
I'm just saying.
I don't think it's always a lie. It's just English isn't my first language. Sorry, that's why. So maybe I just say words and you get confused on it because that was not the right words I was meant to use. But maybe I was wrong. Being wrong is not a bad thing. But I do think, in the first place, why would we care if it's flat or round? If we still have the same experience of Earth and we can just be on it and live our life the same, I don't think.
I never mentioned any of that.
You know.
I never mentioned any of that stuff myself personally.
No, but I was talking about the start thingy.
Like, again, I believe what this room deals with is asking people themselves what they directly observe themselves, right?
Yeah.
What it is that they themselves have been previously told to be what is these axioms, so-called axioms of truth, right?
Mhm.
And what the previous standards on what those axioms were. Get rid of the flat Earth part for a moment completely, right? So, again, like, how do you observe the Earth to be? And remember, we already know the numbers that were given to us, right? We know the numbers of radius. We understand all these different things. We understand the different mathematical, we understand spherical trigonometry, right? So we actually understand that if something is given a specific number, then we can test it, right?
Right. Measurements, test procedure thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But the original testing for the size of the Earth itself, right, is a ineffectual methodology, right? And the reason for this is because the goalposts have been moved on it. And that's what a lot of these guys are talking about, from what I've heard. So what it seems to be that they're saying is that previously people would say that measurements to the horizon based on your height in feet, based on dip angles to the horizon,
Yeah.
that they derived the distance to the horizon, therefore derived the actual radii itself, the radius, right?
Mhm.
And that radius was what gave them the ability, right, in order to plug in all these different numbers that they were able to, like, let's say, fire off a rocket and slingshot off and then travel to the moon.
Right.
Right.
But
so, but wait, how? Right. But the problem is that the argument has kind of changed, right? Which is that it used to be that the horizon was a actual physical location that you could measure to, right? But now to this day, everyone that comes in this room, what I hear them say, and this is why I feel these guys have got some form of a point, which is that the foundational part of what started this all off, right? This is where I think they have the point, is that it was originally claimed that they were using actual verifiable measurements that were physically tangible, right? And those measurements were done using dip angles to the horizon, okay, and using the different altitudes that you would be at and how far you could see out to those horizons, right? But the problem with this is that the argument has changed over time. Globers will now tell you directly that in fact they agree with our own idea of the way that this works, which is that the horizon itself is an apparent location. It simply is where the sky appears to meet the ground. Okay, that it isn't a physical, definable, measurable place. That in fact the atmosphere itself can change the distance away from the observer to the horizon. So then I ask you, how was it that they ever derived the actual radius value?
I honestly don't know because I don't know how they calculated it. I don't have the resources to know that. Honestly, it's not.
I can tell you
something that is been my most interesting thing, but yeah, sure.
No, but like again, it's like like I said about faulty foundations, right? Which is that like let's say you need the radius in order to go to the moon, for instance, right? Because you need to be able to plug in for that different formats for orbital mechanics basis, right? For fuel measurement, right? To be able to get outside of the actual Earth's influence, its gravity, right? Presupposed.
Mm-hmm.
You need know the size of the Earth. You need know the radius of the Earth, right? But the methodology in which they derived and measured the actual size and got that number, that methodology today no longer stands. That methodology never stood.
That's what you mean.
It's not outdated. It never stood. It was always this way. It was a presumption that they could measure the distance to the horizon, right, as a physical, tangible place, as opposed to it being a place, as it instead being a leading edge of a sphere, a sagitta, right, something that has drop rate to it. So all we need to really do to you to show you this is that when we know the actual mathematics for this, right, we know the equation, which is like 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So if you're about 6 feet off the ground, a horizon shouldn't really be anywhere like further than like 3.68 miles away. If you're 1 foot off the ground, it shouldn't be any further than 1.25 miles away. Yes, miles.
Sorry, I don't use miles in my country. My bad.
Okay, so kilometers, yeah.
Yeah, I do use kilometers. Yeah.
All right, so
what is it? A mile is 2 kilometers. Half a kilometer, something like this.
Yeah, you just got to double it basically. Anyway, right? So because the 1.225 part is based on your height, right, in feet. So you use feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you can still do this, right? You can understand that if I say to you, right, that if this ball is a spherical object, right, with physicality to it, right, then it must dictate that it has physicality that must be able to be measured, right? So therefore, it would necessitate that actually you could measure to the edge of the sphere, right, and that you would be able to derive from that these different values that would tell you that whether or not, let's say, it has a radius of 3959, it's got a circumference of 1040 at the equator, all these different things, right? So I'm just simply saying to you that the methodology in which was used currently is admitted by all of the globers that methodology is completely baseless, that it doesn't stand. They admit this. Why? Because the argument has evolved. It was pointed out that this is something that cannot be done. We used various other tests and we used various other observations based on these numbers, and it shows that, in fact, you cannot measure something that is a physical, tangible place out to that distance that sticks within the confines of the numbers needed for it to be a ball that size. So then the question is then asked, how is it that they derived the radius value in the first place?
As I told you, I don't have the answer to that question because I don't know enough about it. That's just. But I hear you talking. I hear your things. I'm listening. But the thing is, what I've always wondered with either globers or I think that's what you said, globers. That's their name, or flat earther or whatever. Is you can see in space with your eyes. You can you'll see the sun, the moon. Even at night, you can take a telescope, which is a very rudimentary object, and see other planets from.
Wait, we're dealing. Hang on, we're dealing with the ground, though, right? So, like, you want to verify what's underneath your feet by looking to the sky? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Because yeah, but listen, if you presuppose what's underneath your feet and you presuppose it on faulty axioms, right? Then the problem is that what would be causal between what happens here when we look up at the sky, that could all be completely different in its relationship, right? You then need I have to, like, at that point, I have to grant you that it is a spherical Earth with a radius of 3959. That it is rotating at this speed. That it is orbiting around the sun, or should I say that it's orbiting around the sun and a non-existent center of mass between Jupiter and the sun, because actually that apparently is what's happening. So I have to give you all of these different things, but you haven't yet verified the things in which you need to be able to get to the point for you to look up at the sky and say, well, this thing here denotes the causality as to why the thing underneath that we're on is a globe. Like, you have to point to the sky first, when the claim was never made in that order, right? The claim was never ever made in that order, right? Can someone else take over for a second? There's someone knocking on my door.
Well, wait, it isn't about verifying or proving. That's not my point here. My point is thinking as a logical way, you know, like if everything around us is sphere-shaped in our galaxy, in the most probability we would be the same. Why would there would be a different object, you know? Like it's just a way of thinking more than a
first of all
thing.
All right, so this is circular logic. So the stories about the things that you see above your head at night, all of that story, all of that fantasy, all of that fiction is based on the fact that you are sitting on one of those things called a planet. You would have to verify that you're on a planet at first. So if it's not a planet that you're on, why would you assume that you're like the things in the sky that you see? Because number one, none of those things have been measured to be spheres either. And the size, the distance, and the entire construct of that fiction is based on the Earth being a radius of a certain size. So you can't point at the sky and go, I live on one of those, when you have to verify it first whether or not you live on a ball to begin with.
But wait, so the question behind this is if it's not verified or if it's a fiction or a story, the question is, why would there be a fiction about it? What do they gain, the people making the fiction or the people making it that it's globes when it's not? Why do they gain from making that story? What do they gain from people believing in it? You know, they don't gain money out of it. Like,
what do you mean they don't get money out of it? NASA makes about $70.
Yeah, no, but sorry, the money wasn't a thing. It was just a mistake. It's more of a, what do they gain out of making a story, and what do they gain out of making people believe in this? You know, like.
Well, why is that important? That's an appeal to motivation. That's a fallacious. It doesn't matter why they did it. If you can prove
it does,
that the Earth is not a sphere.
You'll be like, there's been a murder, dude. There's someone murdered on the ground, but like, you know, is he really murdered yet until we find out whether or not that there was a motive for him to be murdered? Like, well, there's a knife in his chest, and it's like there are 17 stab wounds in the guy's chest, right? So we definitely know he was murdered, right? Maybe it was in self-defense, right? You could then talk about the motive there. But that was kind of this guy's point. No, hang on. No, but this isn't your point. This completely undoes your point, which is that you're basically saying, right, we're telling you there's been a murder, right? And we're showing you there's been a murder, that something has happened that is wrong, that there's a faulty foundation. And what you're effectively saying is that, well, unless we know the motivation behind this thing, then the thing is irrelevant. The evidence that's been presented already is irrelevant because we don't know the motive for why it happened, right?
But that's a thing that exists in jurisdiction, in laws. Maybe not in America because I don't know.
Science, right?
Whatever. But if there is a murder, there is different thing to prove it. There is evidence of the murder. There is maybe a weapon, which is an evidence, and then there is a motive. And motive is a really important thing in murder cases. But it's really like, why would there be a conspiracy this big to gain nothing out of it? You know, like, I just don't get it. It seems stretched as a thing.
The thing is, we don't have to necessarily go into all of the motivations with you, right? We don't need to tell you the minds of psychopaths and why they do things. Why do people murder people for no personal gain? It happens all the time, right? You're effectively disincluding that things can happen, like I said already previously to you. That things can happen all the time based on faulty axioms, i.e. faulty beliefs. There are people that accidentally kill people because they believe something faulty. For instance, that, let's say, the Aztecs and Mayans killing people thinking in some way this would rejuvenate their soul and their spirit. So they murdered people because of that faulty action, the truth that they believed in, right? We're pointing out the part in which is faulty and showing to you this bit is faulty, and this was what the original foundational premise was for the size of the Earth, right? This is what gave us the ability to derive whether or not we had a radius, like I said, and all of these different things, right? So if from that part of that premise, if it is false, again, motivation come not need to be into it at all. This need not be in it at this point in time. We're not saying that later on it can't be spoken about. But you've got to deal with the problem at hand that's right in front of you as of now. You know, a detective doesn't work in the way that you're trying to work. You're trying to work backwardly from a crime. Crime has happened.
I do think that working backwardly isn't the word, because what is backward, what is forward? You know, there is different ways to deal with things. As you said earlier, it's all a procedural thing to see things and prove things. So, like, why wouldn't it be more efficient to just think, why is there motive? And then when we get the motive, then we prove things, you know? It's just a way of dealing with it and trying to see things. It really is a thing of perspective, I do think. I don't know.
What would be more efficient, for us to try and prove someone's internal motivations when you can't actually see into their mind, or to measure the surface of the Earth? Which one would be easier?
What was the first one? Sorry, I didn't get it.
What would be easier? Me trying to divine someone's motivation, or measure something?
Right. Right. I know we're not mind readers or whatever, but it's mostly about, it's not about reading in someone's mind or what they think. It's more about thinking what would they gain out of it, you know? It's.
I don't know why you're avoiding the question. Which one would be easier? Trying to figure out someone's motivation or measuring something?
Because it's not a real question. You know what I mean? Like,
it is a real question.
The point is,
it's an
if I say the first option, then I look like someone stupid, because reading in someone's mind is impossible. If I say the second option, I prove your point, because it's more of a logical way to see things. My point was not about those two propositions. It was more about, why don't we just think about it first, and then we see, you know?
Like, why don't we just measure the Earth? How is that difficult? Why are you avoiding that particular thing?
I mean, we could. I don't know. Can we?
Okay, so yeah, we can measure the Earth. We measured it. Everybody's measured it. In fact, the people that make your maps, they measure it, and they measure it flat. The surveyors measure it flat. Everybody measures it flat. So now we don't have to worry about motivation. We know that we live on a flat surface, and so the Earth is not a sphere, and so the entire fiction about the sky is false. And so now, see how easy that was? Now we can go, okay, so why are they lying to us?
Okay, I get, okay. If I go with your point, your thing, your idea, and we live on a flat space because it's measured as a flat thing, whatever, I get it. What is the thing with the season then? I wanna know what's your perspective on, like, season, like summer, winter, because what science explained as a belief thing that we all think it's true is.
No, science doesn't explain that. No, science has no evidence for why the seasons occur.
It's the sun that orbits around the Earth, but it doesn't orbit in a perfect cycle, so we change seasons because it's sometimes further, like in winter, sometimes closer to the Earth, like in summer.
No, sir, that's incorrect. That's all still part of the fiction story. In reality, the seasons occur when the sun, in its angular relationship to the flat Earth that you live on, changes from tropic to tropic. That's the observation, right? That's why we have differing seasons.
So if there is the angle thing that you're saying, like the angular way of the sun, why do the summer occur in Europe, example, or in the US in June, July, and why is it reversed in December, January in Australia or in South Africa, maybe? Like, why are the?
Because that's the way it was designed. That's the way that the Earth was designed. Pretty simple.
Okay, but design. So you do think it was created by someone or something?
Well, yeah, that's pretty much necessitated for anything that exists. Sentience must occur before anything else.
So you believe in and that something created. And do you have a belief or an explanation yourself of who or what created things? It's pretty interesting.
Oh, well, if you want to ask me for my belief,
Yeah, yours.
right?
Right.
Yeah, mine individually. Yeah, no, this place was created and designed by one God named Yahweh, right? For his pleasure, his glory. That's why people create things. It makes sense to us because if we were made in his image and we like to create, it would make sense that we came from something that also liked to create. Well, he likes to create life. He likes to have order to it. And so this entire system has a good amount of order to it. One of the examples of that is even the seasons themselves. There needs to be those 4 seasons for the cycles to be completed to do what they need to do the next season. So all of this is very comprehensive and obvious. So yeah, my personal belief is this is a highly intricate and well-designed system to sustain life.
Okay, so then my question would be, if I think Yahweh is from Judaism, isn't it?
I mean, you could you could call it the Judeo God, but to be honest with you, he doesn't even call himself a Judeo God. He just calls himself, the Most High.
Right. But sorry, my point wasn't here. Sorry. The thing is, if Yahweh created this, which is us, as talking, as thinking, sentient, as you said, why don't we have other places like this in like the known universe?
There isn't a known universe. The only universe that you know is the Earth. Everything else is still a part of that story we were talking about that was debunked because the Earth is flat.
Right. So you believe that the sky is like, I'm not going to say not a real thing, but like there's nothing beyond it?
What the sky is and how far it extends and what it's constructed of, all of that stuff is unknown to us. But the idea that it is an ever-expanding cosmos filled with balls of gas inside of a vacuous space is even in violation of the natural law that we know to be true. So all the story about outer space and all that stuff, all that lore about vacuums and balls of gas is impossible according to the laws of physics.
Right. It's really interesting talking with you and this guy before. I think his name's Villain, because in my country we don't have people thinking that much about this thing. Like it's not a real thing here where I live. So it's very interesting to have like different opinion and point of view, but isn't your thing a bit from that Yahweh thing? Isn't the belief thing from the outer space, the fake sky, the flat earth, something you get from a religion point?
No, the religion is the heliocentric model itself. All the things that I'm describing to you are verifiable by measurement and empirical evidence, right? I'm not going from the Bible side, starting there first, and then living, creating an environment for myself in my mind by what it says. I'm going from what the evidence in reality provides, and it just so happens that what is described in those texts are the exact same. So I'm operating from reality first, empirical evidence, and then it just so happens that the Bible describes the same thing.
Okay, it's really interesting to see your point of view. Like I'm not agreeing with most of it, but it's really interesting. Thank you.
Well, it's not about really agreement, right? So if the Earth measures to be flat, what is it?
I don't know really, because it's
flat.
It's not a thing I think about really. I just leave, I live my life, I do my work, I do my things. I don't really think about it. That's why it's interesting to have your points of view and thing, because I can learn about different people and what they think,
Right. Okay, so let's see how you live. Do you live like you live on a ball that's spinning in a vacuum? Or do you live like you live on a flat and stationary plane? How do you live your life?
Can I just say, like, because I know he wants to talk about, like, let's say we can separate the belief aspect, right, from the whole entire story completely. We can levy the same claim against the people that are the globe model believers, right? Globers, listen, and the reason we can do this is because we in fact know that it was a Jesuit priest, right, presuming that effectively the Big Bang itself, how it was originally hypothesized, right, how it was theorized, right. I don't know if you know anything about this story, but a Jesuit priest effectively read the Bible and he looked into what was stated inside of it, right, referring to God speaking things into existence, right, this being the formation of acoustic sound, right, and all of these different things. And that's actually the original defining philosophy behind the idea of the Big Bang itself, right? And so the same claim can be levied that the word of God, right, was used as a foundational element in the presupposing of a formation or axiom of a formation in the part of the universe as described in the heliocentric model, right? So again, a lot of these ideas, right, these philosophies, right, that may be faulty in their foundation, they may have been derived from the same place anyway. So it's just not until you know that. But like, again, like when you talk about, well, the seasons, yeah, we do know how they happen, right? And you say, well, yeah, it's to do with the fact that the Earth tilts between, let's say, 24 degrees to like 23.5 to 24 degrees, and this tilt is what is allowing for these seasons, for instance, right? Again, with that, we have to grant you immediately, in order for you to have that you live on an Earth, right, that has a distance of 53 million miles away from the sun, right? We have to also grant you that sun rays are parallel entirely. We have to grant you that the Earth itself is spherical entirely, right? We have to grant you a multitude of different things that are yet to be verified by yourself, or even understood by yourself, how they come to their conclusion that these things are this way, right? So we're saying, can we not go backwards in steps in order to understand where the foundation was first arrived, where the philosophy itself that created the idea for the foundation? We're asking you to think about that foundation, because let's say you in no way are able to define or describe how it is that scientifically or in a real in a real measurement-based sense, right, that the Earth's surface in some way computes with the numbers that we were given at the beginning, right? If you cannot contend with the original point, right, then at that point you're basically just granting us the argument for like argument's sake, so you can hear the rest of what we're saying, right? As opposed to you introspectively looking at what you yourself believe based on what you were taught, and looking at what we're telling you and seeing whether or not what we say holds up to water, right? Holds up to standard.
But I don't think I'm here like talking with you guys to change my opinion on thing or to get the absolute truth. I'm just interested in what you guys think. It's genuine interest.
We don't claim to have absolute truth. We don't claim to have absolute truth, though.
I know, but I'm just saying, I'm just interested in what you guys think things are, you know, and how you perceive it, and how you think it is, and how, you know, it really is just, I'm interested. That's it. I don't my opinion here doesn't really matter. If I had to get my opinion, you would know it. It's really just, we live in a ball. I already watched in a telescope, looked in a telescope in my life. I saw other balls in the sky. I thought, we live in a ball. All the scientific process of the Earth spins on itself. It has a degree angle. The sun orbits around it. The moon's orbit around. Like, I do believe in all those things because that's what I've been served and that's what I've been reading about. But my beliefs here are not really important. I'm not trying to change anything on what I think.
So you at least admit their beliefs, right? That you at least admit their beliefs.
Yeah, beliefs, because I use that word because, as I told you, English is not my main language. I can speak with my real accent if you want, so you can guess from where I am. But
so let me get this straight. So, because those things in the sky look like balls, then what you're standing on is a ball.
It's. I think that if I see balls in the skies, then we probably are a ball in the sky too, you know.
So let me ask you this: all all the billiard balls are round. Is a table round too?
No. The difference is
Right.
I
You
do
see the
think that
flaw. You see the flaw in your logic there, right?
yeah, because the point is funny. The difference is that we created pool. We didn't us created the universe and the planets. You know, like there is a human touch to a pool table.
Right.
and,
There's intelligent design, right? It's intelligent design.
I don't know if it's intelligent. It does work. because we're
Hold on.
speaking.
No, what I'm saying is, it took intelligence to create the pool table.
Right.
With the realm of.
So your point is, so it did use intelligence to create the universe and the planets. That's what you're trying to say, right? I don't know if there's a god. I don't know if there's a superior intelligence. I have no way personally to prove it. I don't really believe in it, but I do think that maybe. Yeah, why not?
So like so you have like no problem with the fact that like galaxies, for instance, present themselves as flat, right? So I could then just say, well, instead of you looking at, let's say, a singular part of a thing that is just a light, right, in the sky, that you yourself have no genuine exact way to verify in any way, shape, or form what it's formatted as, whether or not it's even relevant to the materia that we live on. In any way, shape, or form, you couldn't say that it's even analogous to what we currently live on, right? So I can just show you, again, a different way and say, well, how come galaxies themselves, appear as flat things as well, right? We could say, well, you can look up at the sky and you can see things therefore as flat, so therefore the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Based on your own logic. We'll look in the side chat.
Like you're saying, like when you look at the galaxy, they're presented flat.
Well, no, I'm saying they presented from that perspective. Yeah, I'm saying the galaxies, yeah, and even space itself is defined as a flat thing, right?
Right.
But the space itself is defined as flat. So we can then say, well, we can point to two different things in the sky. You say you point to these different planets. They're round, therefore what we stand on is round, right? Well, then I can say, well, actually, wait, you can just look at a whole galaxy and see that it presents almost like it's flat, right? You can then also say, well, current status quo states that the actual space as well is also flat. So then can we infer the ground is flat based on that? Does that logic seem logical to you?
I mean, everyone's logic is not the same, but I don't know.
Well, hang on. There are laws to logic. So, like,
no, but human logic is not the same for everyone. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but we're not talking about the abstract or the intangible here, are we? Well, we are when we're looking to the sky because it is abstract. It's intangible in the sense that you yourself have no methodology in which you can define these things to be what you think they actually are, right? But you will still appeal to them, right? So, like, when we're dealing in the realm of science, right? Science being that which is confirmed to be affirmed eventually through the scientific method, which is a very restrictive form of methodology, believe it or not. And when I say restrictive, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that it's not actually always able to be applied to everything, right?
But,
so
then I have an interesting thing to say. Even if I believed in all those scientific things that they've been fed to me and how I think personally things are in the universe or whatsoever, what really does it change? Like,
well, we can talk about what it would change, right? So again,
really, what should I care in a real important way? What really does it change? Apart from some people are lying to me, it doesn't really change anything. I do think that, but I don't know. I have a more philosophic approach of way of thinking that, but thinking about.
But we can actually show you that people did lie to you, right? So if you go back to the original, well, yeah, we could, like I said, let's bring it straight back to the original point, right? The measurement of the size of the Earth itself, where it was first defined, how it was originally measured, the methodology in which was used, and how that methodology holds no water whatsoever because that methodology has been proven 100% to be false because it's something that cannot be repeated today, right? that form of measurement in order to derive and define that we're on a sphere doesn't apply. You simply can't take dip angles to the horizon. You can't take your altitude from the ground, right? You can't do any of these things in order to derive a radii value, a radius value, right? And simply because that is the case, right? Just because that is the case, that means either a lie was told to you, and then again, this is you using that word lie, but I'm trying to open your mind up to the idea that maybe someone was misinformed about how things. All right, so again,
mistake, misinformed, not especially lie. It's just that it's the word I use because I told you I'm not English first language, but I don't know. But it's honestly, you open my thinking. You give me how do you call that? Pistes? No, like ways to think, roads to take. It's a thing you think about yourself. You know, it's like internalize all the information you get and then you think about it. But I'm going to let you go tonight.
Let me say one thing to you. I know you might have to go. It should be very quick, and it's so that you yourself going forward can see and actually verify that what I'm talking to you about, this methodology of measurement, about measuring to the horizon, this apparent thing, a place where the sky just simply appears to meet the ground, right? This was told to us to be truthfully, as they explained it, right? This was a sagitta, a leading edge of the sphere, and this is how far away the horizon is, right? So then you can know based on the radius, right, how far away her horizon should be from you. So you should know, like I said, if you're 1 foot off the ground, the horizon should be roughly 1 feet away from you, right? If your chin's literally like at the edge of the water and you're looking out to an island, right? You shouldn't be able to see past a mile, right? If you're standing at 6 feet off the water itself, right, at sea level, and you're looking out to an island, you shouldn't really see past sort of about 7.6 kilometers in your world, right? And then I ask you to make that comport and compute with what you yourself see, what you see yourself.
Yes.
Is there a differential?
Okay. I will think about it. Anyway, have a great night, gentlemen. Have a great night.
No worries. Like that's the problem, is that you can't really force people to like just deal with like the original part and point that was made from the beginning. Like, and they don't see how, if the foundation of how things were told to you, that you can assume that there's curvature, then assume that because there is curvature, we're in fact on a ball, then you can assume because of that as well, because there are other things that look like balls out in the universe, that in fact these balls that are in this motion of orbital formation, like you can assume all of these different things, right, to be true, and then assert that it's because of the ball that you're on and its angle, you know, from the poles, and it's changing that angle. You can define and derive that, oh, you know, well, because of that, therefore, the seasons are created by it. But the problem is that you then must ignore the faulty foundation in which it was all derived from. You have to lie to yourself. So the guy who keeps talking about lies, right? What he's admitting is that he's willing to be lied to about the foundation, and he's willing to carry on, regardless of the foundation being faulty, with these still presuppositional beliefs, and he wishes that these things stay the same regardless of the foundation being faulty. You know, that things are in some way, they are that way, they are true in this way. When the foundation is faulty, the rest of the house falls. We can't even get into specifics with people like this because they don't actually know their own model at all anyway. You ask these people, can you validate why it is that you think that this is something that's been measured, to be able to point to it to say, like, look, it is causal to a thing. This even goes with this, you know, point to point from, you know, one point of the axis of the Earth, right? And how that axis would change in order to create an effect. But again, you're still having to go past the point that the effect, in order for it to happen, has an antecedent relationship that has multiple steps before it that must be verified. But we're showing you the very first part of the whole thing is false. We're showing you the very first part of the antecedent relationship that is almost like a chain link effect. That the first chain link itself as an antecedent no longer stands. So we therefore cannot grant you these other things that need those things are needed to be true at the beginning, for these other things later on to be true. And people don't understand what these antecedent relationships are. And it seems to me that it seems to be very obvious, actually, in fact, why it's not necessarily all just lies, right? Because if people think there are different formations of laws of logic, for instance, or they believe that there are different relativistic ways to look at logic itself, right? That it's able to be warped and bended to their will in order that they're able to keep their own beliefs intact, well then they're not dealing within the realm of science at all. They're making a categorical error about information they hold to be scientifically true, applying something to it, a form of logic that's faulty to it, and yet are still able to think it stays consistent in some manner. You can't have that. You know, people often say you can't have a cake and eat it. Like, well, you can have your cake, then you can eat it. But like I said, like, you can't then get your cake back. The antecedent to that is that you ate the cake. It's gone. And in this instance, the cake has been eaten. The antecedent cake has been eaten. Therefore, what stems forth from the antecedent is no longer.
What is everybody leaving for? Greetings. Hey, what's up, Vitaly? Hot micing a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, no, I just got a phone call. Once it took me off mute.
Oh yeah, it does that. Are you on iPhone?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, it does that with iPhones. Yeah.
I'm just packing up over here, trying to get out of work. Come right back. Anyway, guys, let me go on mute.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, what's up, honey? How you doing?
There's a little cut there, right there. See? Right there, take that one. Yeah. Okay. Right there, it's damaged over there a little bit. But thank you guys. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's doing it, but you know.
Does your mic work, honey? Or you don't want to talk? I'm doing good, thanks.
The Earth is flat.
Anybody live? Anybody listening? What do we got in here?
Okay. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys. Sorry for the delay. I can finally talk now. Are you guys still doing like a Q&A sort of thing going on, or is it like debate style now?
It's
or
whatever. It's whatever. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Awesome. I was just gonna ask questions. I'm honestly not in the. 1 second. I'm so sorry. My brother just randomly came into my room. That's so irritating. Okay, anyways. So yeah, I just had a few questions. Feel free to answer them as you wish. But my first question was just related to your own journey of being a flat earther. I'm presuming that you probably grew up like a like a glober, if you will. Like I imagine the rest of us here did as well. Also did. How did you become a flat earther? What changed your mind about the Earth being a globe?
Well,
I don't know if you can.
yeah, I hear you. Sorry. Well, this came about like 3 years ago or more than 3 years ago. Came into the topic of flat Earth through a video, and then I found the Discord server for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, where everybody was hanging around. So it was a good place to start asking questions and listen to, debates, conversations between Globers and Flat Earthers. And what I noticed is I was looking through the evidence that was presented. And I would say, the fundamental things we have on Earth, like we have water. We know how water behaves. When you fill up a cup of water, the surface is flat. Any scale, it will still be flat at the surface. This is the physics of water. Everybody knows this. It is just when you go beyond it and use your imagination, when you can't prove the curvature, the curving water, so to say, in the globe paradigm. So once the people in the community have gone outside to test the surface, basically to do some type of measurements, long distance observations, they couldn't find any curvature according to the globe sized model, the curvature rate where the drop of a distance, should be at. And we're just, we're able to see basically further beyond the limitations
of this globe-sized model, basically. Yeah. So yeah, that's changed my mind. Basically, I could see which one was the truth. I'll say the true one. You know, so there's either a lie or there is a truth. You can't have both. You know, so that's why.
Yeah, it seems interesting. So it's interesting because it seems like you presented two evidences that seem to fairly convince you. So one of them was what you presented was that like water is generally flat. Like it's like was that the claim that like water has a flat surface when it's in a container of some sort? I think was the first claim that you made.
At rest,
and then the second
when the water is at rest. Of course, outside when you go to the, you know, weather conditions, you have wind, whatever, you know, you will have small waves, of course. But I'm talking about generally when it's not being impacted by, basically no force impacting the surface. So at rest is always laying flat, no matter what. At the surface, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then the second evidence that you presented was that curvature over distance, that the fact that when we observe certain distances at a certain height, that we're seeing farther out than perhaps maybe we should with the eye. That doesn't really comport to what the globe model
predicts.
Allows.
Basically what the model predicts should be shown in the reality, basically.
Yeah, we shouldn't be. Your claim is we shouldn't be seen as far out as we are able to. There definitely some claims that I've heard from flat earthers before. So it's good. Like obviously, consistency is important with any worldview. So it's good that like you at least had a chance to hear out. Like I'm not the most scientifically literate, but I think it's good that you did hear out individuals who are scientifically literate. And then I have a few more questions as well. My second question was, I'm presuming for all the flat earthers here, are you guys familiar with Professor Dave, or Dave Explains? You can say no if you're familiar.
Yeah, he's known.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say he's definitely known within the flat earth community. I can't see a way he wouldn't be, because he's so outspoken on his channel and general media about flat earthers. Like it's really unavoidable. At a certain point.
He's getting the views and the push in the algorithm. When you search for flat earth, he comes up as an anti-flat earther. So you don't get the flat earth stuff at first hand. You get the opposite side of it.
Yeah, YouTube definitely suppresses. I was going to say YouTube definitely suppresses alternative views, scientific or not. So especially if there's a horde of people who disagree with the sentiment of a worldview, like YouTube will definitely suppress it. When I think I agree with you, I think they should definitely be, if you are interested either in debunking or hearing out flat earthers, YouTube should definitely be a platform where if you want to search up flat earthers, you should get flat earth content, or at least like flat earthers debunks of the globe earth model according to whatever claims they make. I guess my follow-up question then about Professor Dave, and by the way, like it doesn't, I'm asking you, but if there's other flat earthers that have their own comments and would like to elaborate, I'd love to hear more from you guys as well. But what rebuttals have you heard either that you've made or that other people within the flat earth community have made to Professor Dave's rebuttals and debunks of the flat earth model?
Well, you have to look up those videos, I suppose. I don't know. I personally don't do any debunks of what he says, but there are people out there who has done that. So
definitely, yeah.
Yeah,
I've watched. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he honestly, if you look into the way he debates, he comes off pretty arrogant, and he ad-homs a lot as well. So he has a very interesting debate tactic, I would say. Not very respectful. He degrades people.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people with this. Oh, sorry. I'll let you go, Necros. I just have one quick comment to insert. Yeah, I think a lot of people accuse Dave of not being a good faith interlocutor on this subject. I think a lot of people, yeah, like you said, very hostile, very aggressive. Only reason I would push back is I would think that, or not I would think. I think Professor Dave, as being a science communicator, he gets very like it's not unreasonable to get riled up in his position about these certain takes, and I think a lot of his interlocutors are also not the most good faith, and he has a good amount of evidence to support that claim. And so that's the only reason. I mean, I would just push back on the fact that he might not be that he's not good faith. But I know Necros had something to say.
I just wanted to tell you that you don't need to rebuttal a fallacy. So if your opponent is just throwing a fallacy like a straw man, or he's begging a question in his argument, you don't need to rebuttal that or respond to that. You can call the fallacy and just back off, because it's just a fallacy. It's not an argument. It's a logical fallacy. And Professor Dave, yeah, he got a bunch of them.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've also heard that claim made by flat earthers that Professor Dave, not only does he strawman, this is what the flat earth community says, this isn't what I'm saying, but that he strawmans not only does he strawman flat earthers, his arguments are strawmans in and of themselves, and that he also begs the question with a lot of the arguments he presents, which again, I think he's also talked about quite robustly, but I'm just asking questions, so then another question that I have, it's more so media related, honestly. So I'm sure for I don't know how up to date you are with current media, but so recently Katy Perry and a bunch of, I think if you know where I'm going with this, Katy Perry and a bunch of people who are studying the astrosciences, if you will. So a group of 5 people, I believe. I forgot if it was. Pretty sure it was Elon Musk, right? It was Elon Musk, the SpaceX or whatever the fuck, Here, let me look it up actually, so I'm not talking out of my ass.
Blue Origin.
Well, I think it's okay if you just go ahead and ask your question. I don't think you need to give all the background. I think we're quite aware, but what's your question?
Yeah. I was just gonna say, what do you guys think of the all-female crew that went on the quote-unquote space mission, if you will? What are your thoughts?
Have you seen that video yourself? Analyze the whole thing?
Yeah, I've seen the video. I've seen the footage of her going up in space. I've seen the footage of them.
And the landing?
Yeah, I saw the landing as well. I saw, their reactions as well. I saw the whole footage. It blew up on social media, so it's
I posted an interesting video from a Glober that I watched last night, and I recommend everybody watch it. Okay.
Post a link to it up in the if you find it. I will say you would have to look into it properly, analyze what was actually going on. It kind of looks weird, I would say, kind of fishy, the way the whole thing went about. Now, for me to debunk that, or otherwise, I can't really say how to do that. It's just something we were presented, but you have to analyze the details in that video. What's really going on? What are they doing? How was the whole thing going? And such.
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting because a lot of the pushback that all of the crew got from their flight was related to the fact it wasn't even I don't know how the flat earth I'm sure the flat earth community is reacting the way you are, and saying that it looks a little suspicious, it looks a little weird, it's a very small, tight aircraft, and somehow it made its way into space. it was propelled with enough force to launch itself into space. It's a little, yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard those claims. The pushback surprisingly, that wasn't like the predominant pushback that the crew got. The crew mainly got pushback because, well, you know, how dare people who can afford to travel to space do so when the American people are struggling to make ends meet. Like, that was the biggest criticism, is that it was kind of a what's her name, Marie Antoinette, eat the cake, or let them eat cake kind of moment. But yeah, I've definitely heard a lot of people who obviously support the globe Earth model suggest that it was also fishy for similar, or if not similar reasons, they definitely had their own reasons for suggesting that whole launch into space was like the way it was conducted, the amount of time it took to launch them into space, the media training of the crew, and the way they prepared to speak about the mission itself was all very suspect. And so that's definitely a claim that's not just that's not just coming from the flat Earth community. So, and I have my own criticisms of the launch too. I also thought it was
Yeah,
suspect.
it's on both sides. Yeah, it's on both sides. It's not just us reacting it to in that way, like, oh, it looks fake or something is off or whatever. It's also on the globe side. It's been criticized really harshly.
For sure. I guess my last question, just because, again, not in the spirit of debating, but this could come from any flat earther, but what would you say are the strongest arguments to suggest that the Earth is flat that you've come across?
Well, you can start off with your first observational premise that we all observe Earth to be horizontally, planar surface, and we don't feel any motion. And it measures to be flat, that I mentioned earlier as well. The measurements about the long distance observations with measurements. So it measures to be flat. The lack of curvature that has not been found according to the globe model, and even beyond that. So far, nothing of that kind. And the third one would be flat Earth is practically used as well in different various fields, such as surveying and so on.
So you're
Everything
suggesting
that
there
requires a flat baseline, basically.
So you're suggesting that there are certain areas where they
utilize flat Earth, yeah, the flat surface. So flat Earth is about the surface. Flat is not a shape; it's just a surface description. So you get the idea? Surface Earth, flat Earth. Yeah.
Yes, I do. Sorry for the background noise. It's interesting because I know, again, flat Earth, flat surface, globe Earth, that's a globe, curvical, like a spherical, spherical surface. I think the curvature point, and I'm just making an argument that I'm honestly just reiterating one of Professor Dave's arguments, because as I said, like I said before, I'm not the most scientifically literate, but one of the arguments that he proposes of why we aren't seeing curvature over distance is, well, I think I'm sure the biggest arguments you've heard against that claim is that the Earth is really, really big. It's huge, it's humongous, and so there's really no guaranteed way to see curvature over, or not guaranteed, but it's unlikely that the average person will see curvature over distance because of how ginormous the Earth is. And so that's one argument that I know people have presented. And then about the moving argument about if the Earth is supposedly moving at the rate that it is, which is a very, very fast rate, why aren't we feeling any motion? And so I'm sure you've heard of people talk about inertia, And that's another argument I'm getting from Professor Dave here, but like the fact that we don't necessarily feel any motion acting upon us as an object unless unless like there's a force, like I think we were talking about, like unless there's a force to act upon us. And so that would explain why, for example, when you're at cruising altitude on a plane, you're not really feeling the plane move. Even though even though you're high up in the atmosphere and there's friction, you're not really feeling that, like, the sensation of the plane moving unless it's accelerating really fast, decelerating really fast. Because again, there's no force that's acting upon the airplane at that time, or that analogy can also apply to, being in a moving vehicle and you not feeling you moving with the vehicle unless the vehicle is again accelerating really fast, decelerating really fast. And so those are just, and like again, I'm sure you're aware of those arguments. But
So what are the proofs of the globe then? Like what is Professor Dave's proofs of the globe then? Because those sound like well, the Earth's a globe, but you can't tell it's too big. The Earth's a globe, but you can't in motion, but you can't feel it. What else does he have?
What else has he presented?
Well, that's like he didn't present anything on that one, right? That's just.
Well, no, he has. I mean, he's like when he makes claims like, "Oh, an object in motion won't feel like it's in motion unless it's acted." Oh my God, Rian, stop! Sorry. An object that's in motion will continue to be in motion unless it's acted upon by like an external force. Like that's just Newton's first law of gravity.
Yeah,
like that's
I've never seen that, but all right. So now, is the Earth in motion, right? Like orbital motion, and and axial rotation, like so, and others.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying you should not be able to measure this thing in motion because it's in constant motion.
Yeah, something to that effect, that it's constantly, it's constantly moving. An analogy that he gives, and I, again, not so sure how familiar you are with the analogy, don't know if you've filtered through his content, but an analogy he gives about us not feeling the motion of the Earth is, so like, let's say, for example, you're in a car, and you drive for 24 hours, and for every day that you drive, you veer by 1 degree. And so then he would the follow-up question is, would you feel the car tilt by that 1 degree in that instance after over a 24-hour span?
Right, gotcha. Yeah, well, it would take more. Like some of the laws that he's kind of like I guess pointing to, referencing would be like motion caused by there's acceleration at work, there's momentum, there's conservation of momentum. To drive my car for 24 hours would take a lot of energy, like a lot of gas, and it would be, and if I was turning in a circle, it would take more gas because I'd have to be constantly accelerating rather than just drifting in some straight line without a gas pedal, So yeah, I mean, it would be measurable energy being used to be in that state of acceleration. You'd feel that in like the airplane would feel that in its in its gas tank.
Yeah, I think the reason, and again, this is going back to the point I made earlier, the reason why we feel motion, and this is presuming that an airplane, like if you're in an airplane, it's accelerating, so you're not at like cruising altitude, like you are accelerating. The reason why we feel motion in an airplane or in a moving vehicle is because because we of the atmosphere
we're at a constant speed. I get it. But when we are in the airplane and you take off or you descend, you feel it because that's a change in direction, which causes a change in acceleration, which is what we feel.
Change in velocity, but yeah, like velocity, it's a change in the vector. Change in the vector. The fact that because of atmosphere, there's friction involved as well, and so you will feel that motion again, I don't want to keep rehashing the same point.
Right. So then, all right, fine. Yeah. So then the conclusion would be that if the Earth's a globe, we are changing the acceleration to remain at a curvature rate. So we should measure it. But do we measure that?
Yeah, I mean, scientists have given numbers at how fast the Earth is rotating, and they've given the precise degree of axial tilt. I think it's like 23.5 degrees.
Yeah, how was it measured? How was it measured, though? That's what I'd ask. How was that measured?
Yeah, a great question. I mean, these are great questions that I feel like I wish the scientific community, and specifically and again, most of I think if you are within the scientific community, I'm presuming that you probably believe in the globe Earth model, and so these are really great questions that I would also ask scientists, because I don't know the answer as well, to be honest. I don't know the answer.
So let me ask you this here. You've given all these different examples and everything, but you always are referring to other people. What do you yourself observe? What do you yourself feel?
Yeah,
have you ever flown in an airplane?
I have many times.
So you're telling me that when you've flown in an airplane, you could never feel that it was moving?
No, I never said that. I said that when you're at cruising altitude, when the plane is moving at constant motion.
Correct. So you're saying that you. So I'm asking you specifically is when a plane is at cruising altitude, you're saying that you cannot feel the plane move?
I can if I walk.
So yeah. So just to clarify, yep. So constant motion, also constant speed.
Okay. I'm not asking about constant speed and constant motion. I'm asking you specifically. Okay. I'm asking you specifically here. Okay. Hello there. You say a lot of words with very little meaning communicated. So I'm asking you specifically here, when you are telling me, it's a yes or no question, that when you're in an airplane that's at cruising altitude, you cannot feel that it's moving. Is that a yes or no?
That's a yes for me.
Okay. So I'm not sure if you're best working right or what, because when you're in a moving vehicle, even at constant speed, you can feel that it's moving. A person with a normal vestibular system can.
Because of friction. You can feel it's moving because there's friction.
So then you can feel it because you're saying there's friction, so you can feel it then.
So you asked specifically in a plane, and my honest, genuine response was, no, I don't really feel motion in a plane, unless it's accelerating, right? Just to clear, unless it's
accelerating. Okay, so you're saying you don't feel it, but anybody with a normally functional vestibular system can feel the movement in a vehicle.
I'm sure it's because of friction, right? I keep harping on that.
It's not about friction.
It is about friction. Your
vestibular system has nothing friction. Your vestibular system.
You just keep saying the same thing. Can you offer?
That is correct, because you keep going down different paths, and there's a specific path that we're going down, which is you can feel a plane moving. A person with a normally functioning vestibular system.
Because of friction.
Okay, so you said you can't feel the plane moving.
One sec.
So now you're contradicting yourself.
It's one thing to make. One sec. It's one thing to make excuses for why we can't sense the motion of the Earth. It's another thing to actually prove in the first instance that Earth is in motion in order for you to be able to claim reasons why you can't sense it. Because once you start making excuses for why you can't sense the motion, you've already accepted that it is in motion, right? Your senses just naturally tell you that that the Earth isn't moving, right? So what is it, right? Where is this suggestion that we could be even in motion? Where's that come from? You need to analyze where all this stuff comes from to start with. And if nobody can give you a good enough reason why the Earth is in motion, you have no reason to accept that it is. I mean, it's not really analogous to these other things that are in motion where you could be on a train or a plane or in a car and you can say, well, you don't feel like you're accelerating, right? Because you're not accelerating because our vestibular system only senses acceleration and slight changes in side to side motion, whatever, right? Okay, look, and bumps and things like that. Okay, that's fine, right? But the Earth is claimed to be spinning on its axis, right? And orbiting the sun in a circular motion. And uniform circular motion, which they don't even claim that the orbit is uniform. And apparently, as of yesterday, I discovered they don't even claim that the rotation on its axis is uniform, right? But even if it was, uniform circular motion is acceleration. Right? Now, then they have to claim, well, it's just not enough of an acceleration for your body to sense it, right? So it's just excuse on top of excuse on top of excuse as to why you're not sensing this so claimed to be Earth in motion. We need proof that it is in motion in the first instance. Otherwise, there's no reason to accept it as being true.
All good points. And your vestibular system is just your inner ear system that gives you balance. He's saying like a person within the other guy was saying. So that's like what gives you balance, so you can know when you're moving and you're falling.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, because the other guy wasn't, like, he just kept repeating the system, and I was like, I don't even know, I'll be very frank, I didn't even know what the system was, so thank you both for clarifying what the system is, I appreciate it, because, again, did not know.
I said, I'm not familiar with the vestibular system. I would like to know a little more, if you don't mind, and then I would have explained it to you. I was giving you several different options there to where you could cling on and say, hey, I'm not sure I understand that. So I repeated it for you so you would have the opportunity to let it filter to say, hey, this is something I should ask about. You spend a lot of time talking about what people say, and the reality is what Professor Dave says, or if somebody debunks Professor Dave, none of that changes the shape of the Earth. If I say that it's flat and it's actually a globe, anything that I say has no value, and vice versa. If you say the Earth is a globe and it is actually flat, then anything you say has no value. So the fact of the matter is, what we need to do in these conversations is break them down into the important issues and not talk about people or like who went to space or who didn't go. The important question is the proof, and what I was pushing you at a point to get the point across to you, because you seem a very well thought out person, and I have to admire that in you. You've done a very good job of thinking about a subject. So a lot of people don't care about. So I've got to tell you the way, and I'm going to say one more thing, and then I'll shut up. Is ultimately, every little claim that somebody makes needs to be backed up and says, is what they're saying actually real? Like, for instance, you're in an airplane and you can feel it. Maybe you ignore the sensation because you just get adjusted to it, but you do feel it moving. And my point to you is that was a claim that Professor Dave made that's totally bunk. Anything that he says that's built upon that is also totally bunk. And that's my point to you is, you have to start with the claims, and those who claim in the globe and axial rotation and all this other stuff, you have to tear apart their claims before you can accept them. And that's all my point is if ultimately you tore them apart and said you agree with them, I would congratulate you and say, great job for tearing them apart. And that's my point to you is ultimately
I don't know if it's just me. I feel like you're glitching a little. Maybe am I the only one experiencing that?
It's him.
Okay. And for sure, just to elaborate on why I'm so invested in this topic, I mean, I have to be honest, it's a lot of people within the scientific community, like, Professor Dave notwithstanding. There's a bunch of other science communicators that I'm also following as well. It was this topic, honestly, I really do think more people should invest time in, whether or not you're a whatever, like a glober or a flat earther. I think it's really important because all of physics, every single concept in physics rests upon the knowledge and the assumption that the Earth is a globe. And so if the Earth is not a globe,
that is not true. That is absolutely untrue. I'm sorry.
You think it's? I would love to hear why. I'm very curious.
Basic principles in physics actually support flat Earth. Like you've got the horizontality of the surface of liquid at rest. You've got gas pressure requiring a container. In order to achieve gas pressure, you need the gas to impart a force upon the wall, upon a surface, right? You don't have gas pressure if there's no surface to exert a force upon. Okay, so that debunks outer space. I mean, these are basic principles in physics which just fly in the face of all the claims that they present to us. I mean, like I was saying, right? About uniform circular motion. That is acceleration. And don't let anybody tell you that you don't feel Earth's motion because it's in constant motion. That is untrue. Constant circular motion is acceleration, right? So all these things, these basic principles that in physics actually are not based upon the idea that the Earth is a globe. You're talking about pseudoscience, theoretical physics, which has no demonstration.
I would not. So I will just push back on this claim, and I don't even have a very rigorous understanding of physics. I think that's just patently untrue. I think the laws.
Well, give us one demonstration, Hanny. Give us an example. Give us an example, because if the claim is brought forward that that's just untrue, it's either a way that you can prove that it's untrue, or you don't have a proof that's untrue.
No, I was going to elaborate. Don't worry. I would never make a claim without having some evidence to support my claim. Don't even worry about that. But I think first of all, I think it's patently untrue that modern physics, and I'm not talking about astrophysics, I'm not talking about theoretical physics, I'm not talking about string theory. I'm talking about like modern physics, like Newtonian physics, Galilean physics.
But you said that before. Just show us an example. I think what we're listening to right now is you tell us about ambiguous information. We want an example, because right now an example is what's going to win the day. One example.
Yeah. Okay. So
you don't have to dress it up. You don't have to dress it up. Just one example. That's all.
Okay. I think gravity doesn't make sense. According to the flat Earth model. I don't think.
Wait a minute.
Stop.
How does it not? We're not investigating the flat Earth in the case of the globe. Because the charge was that the globe doesn't make sense. And you're like, that's patently false. Okay, so now we're going to investigate what physics from the globe makes sense.
No, I think you misunderstood.
No, I didn't misunderstand. So there's, okay, you got globe Earth, you got flat Earth. Right now, at this current time, you believe the Earth is a globe. And you follow all these pseudoscientific communicators.
Not pseudoscientific.
Yes. So let's investigate the claim, right? So which claim in physics... We'll investigate the claim. Which one in physics denotes that the Earth is a globe? One claim. Doesn't matter which one.
Wait, repeat. One claim that supports that the Earth is a globe.
Yes, in physics.
Oh my God. So, first of all, gravity is the biggest component. Gravity, the fact that...
Okay, so what is gravity, Hanny?
Gravity is the... Okay, hold on. I'm trying to put this succinctly, because it's so, gravity is so much. Gravity is the force that propels everything downwards, and it's what. So when you, like, again, a simple example, throwing something into the air, why does it fall down? Why doesn't it stay in the air?
Well, don't ask any questions. Give us the example of how physics denotes an Earth that's a sphere.
I'm gonna pull up a model of 1 second of the globe Earth, I don't want to say that it's just the Earth. It's not. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up a model that might explain what I'm saying a little more clearly.
Go ahead.
Great. Yeah. We're finally going to get a model, folks. Get ready to shut the server down. Oh my God. I can't wait.
models have existed for like
All right, yes,
thousands.
thank you. We're just hold on, Sonny, hold on. Let's not. I just want her to focus. This is going to get difficult. Henny, just focus. Find me the example, please. That's all I'm asking for.
Damn, Alpha jumping in hot here, huh?
Yeah, I want to, because when we have somebody that's blatantly going against physics and saying that it supports the Earth as a globe, we're going to have to stop everything and let the person show us that one example, just one. All we need is one that supports the globe.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, we weren't really
disputing that modern physics is pseudoscience.
Yeah, it's just
that's what I heard on the stream. They're like, that's horseshit.
Yeah, but we're gonna have like everybody.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna. Don't worry, I'm not gonna try and fuck it over you either way. But I'm gonna just bring up one point. She brought up Newtonian gravity. That assumes instantaneous action at a distance. And pseudoscience means claims or theories which can't be falsified by experiment. Has that been verified by experiment that the gravitational influence is instantaneous action at a distance? Of course not. It is pseudoscience by definition. But anyway, maybe you'll get that example. I doubt it.
I think she's searching, and what I'm waiting for is that one example is going to come through and denote that the Earth is a globe. So, in whatever way in physics she's going to describe, it's going to lead back to the Earth being a globe. She said that was patently false, and that's a huge accusation. Not unless you need a lot more time, which of course you can take your time. Then you can come back.
Yeah, the initial claim was that all of our understanding of modern physics relies on an understanding that the Earth is a globe. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. That's a claim of epic proportions.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
That's so when I mix baking soda and vinegar, it bubbles up and has a reaction because the Earth's a globe. That's crazy, dude.
Honey, did you find your information?
Hold on. She's speaking.
Yeah, I posted it in the side chat, and so this is. Can I talk for like 2 minutes, like a minute?
Hold on, but before you do, are you going to beg the question that the Earth is already a globe, or are you going to show how physics describes how the Earth is a globe? Which one of them is it, Henny?
I'm gonna show how physics describes and is responsible for.
But you're not going to beg the question. You're not going to show us a globe first and say, "This is how physics works on this globe." There's a difference.
I'm not gonna assume. Hold on. I'm not gonna assume because we figured. Okay, can I go ahead?
Yes. As long as you don't assume, go ahead.
So let's just take basic observation, right? Because I think you guys rely a lot on observational evidence. So let's just take a very basic observational claim. Why is it that we are not just floating around aimlessly? Why is it like in this?
Yeah, you can't ask any questions. You're going to present. Sorry, Henny. You can't ask questions. You're going to only have to do this in a presentation style. How things correlate to the Earth being a globe using physics. So you can't ask us any questions. This is a presentation from you coming to us.
Okay. So the modern physics suggests that gravity, that we fall on Earth, the rate of gravity is like negative 9.8 meters per second, right? So that's when objects fall to the ground, that is the rate at which they are falling. And so because of physics and because of that principle itself.
Can I ask you a question before you move on? Can we figure that out without a theory of gravity simply by measuring it?
Sure, I mean that's how we figured it out. Yeah, figured out that it was negative 9.8 meters per second.
We just measured it, right? Yeah, we just measured it. We didn't need a theory for that.
Experimentally verified.
So it didn't rely on the idea that the Earth is a sphere.
It was. Hold on. It was part of a broader theory. Let me explain why that relates to how the Earth is a globe. So gravity, under the principle of gravity, this would suggest that everything is pulled towards the center of a mass. right? That it's pulled towards the center of something. And so that also explains why when, for example, if you have a human that's falling and they fall towards the ground, they're not falling through into the through the earth, right? They're not falling and this is like, let's just say there was like they're not falling. Hold on, how do I explain this? They're not falling through the earth. Like the surface, or I don't know how. Actually, hold on. I don't know if that's what I'm trying to communicate.
Would you like to rethink this?
Can I actually, if that's okay?
Yes.
Because I don't want.
You can have some time to do rethink this and come back, and then when you formulate this, because this is important, right? You have to know what you're talking about in a presentation style when you're presenting that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
so
that's
please
why
take your time.
Yeah, that's also why I was saying earlier that I'm not the most scientifically literate, and I started off with that because I wanted to be honest.
Yeah, but usually when people are making claims, they have to support the claim. So if you say that's patently false, you're going to have to describe how something is patently false. You can't just hand-wave dismiss it.
Yeah, no, I was never going to do that. Absolutely. Can I
That's
actually
fine.
hear, as I'm trying to make it more professional and whatnot, can you explain to someone how Newtonian and the modern conception of gravity, or like how physics does not support the globe Earth model? Like, what about physics is not suggestive of the globe Earth model?
Sure, I guess if you want to take it, or if anybody else wants to, we can break it down for Hanny while she.
Yeah.
I was going to say, besides the physical fact that Earth can't possibly function physically, naturally, as a globe, you can't even replicate or demonstrate any of it in reality, in physical reality.
Yeah, just let Indio kind of take her through Newtonian or Einsteinian gravitational.
Yeah, but Jenna actually makes a good point. Like I shouldn't even have to
Can I
talk
ask?
about it.
Can
Like,
I ask one question?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Even if you had a physics prediction that said, "Hey, Earth should be a globe," you'd have to go out into nature and verify it.
Okay.
All right.
Austin, can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, is it going to
Just
be
very
related to this topic, or?
Yeah, no,
We want to stay on this topic for now, so we can cover it. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's related. So, how come the Earth is not a globe? What do you guys think about the other planets? Are the other planets spherical,
It's tangential.
or is it just?
Sorry, Hanny, it's tangential. We can't go there because it's going to take away. It's going to take away from the point right now.
Okay, all right. That's
So
fine.
let us cover this point, and then perhaps we can answer that question.
Yeah,
We
sweetheart,
want to be. We want to be fair. We want to be fair to the question.
Yeah, sweetheart, you're trying to look away from the ground and see these things in the sky and assume because of these things in the sky that the ground is curving. Now, really think about it. Does it make any logical sense to look away from the ground to determine what the ground is doing? Or wouldn't you have to be looking at the ground, the physical ground, to determine what the ground is doing?
I really want to cover Newtonian and Einsteinian, which is what she was like had in contention right now. I think we need to cover those points before we go anywhere else. Is that okay? Can we do that? Just covering those 2 points. All right. So you said that physics, right, are concerning the Earth being a globe, either Newtonian's gravity pulling everything to the center of a mass, or Einsteinian's bending and warping of space-time, which I think the modern rhetoric is going to be that Einsteinian's gravitational theory is that everything's being pushed down into the Earth because of a gravity well that's being caused by time and space being distorted. So if that's the prevailing theory, then you're going to have to realize, has anything been done in science to verify this? Because if it is true, then we have a cause and effect relationship, right? The effect of something that you see happen. You drop something in the medium of air and you see it fall to the ground. You want to know why that happens. So there's this idea, this theory, that the reason why that's happening is because you live on a ball Earth. The ball Earth has a large enough mass that it's pushing everything down into the Earth with this bending and warping of space-time. So it's causing this gravity well to occur, which that's the reason why things fall, the cause of the effect. So you have two things. When you parse out the word gravity, you're talking about a cause and effect relationship. So the effect is, like I said, something falling. The cause is the idea that space-time is being warped and distorted and causing this gravity well that pushes things down into the Earth. So the idea that Newton's gravity is talking about things being pulled to the center has been superseded for over 110 years by Einsteinian's gravitational theory. So it's no longer in play. The current prevailing theory is Einsteinian's gravitational theory. Henny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. So I'm trying to like, not to like sound like kind of weird. I'm trying to write up a script, but it's not to support my claim because I know that was.
Yeah, I just want to know if you're at least alert. Are you alert to what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was like half listening. And I mean, again, I agree with the last point because I did hear that last point about we are the prevailing theory surrounding gravity and surrounding gravity and physics is based on Einstein's general theory of relativity. Totally agree with.
Yeah, it's superseded Newton's gravity, which is pulling things to the center of mass, or mass attracting another mass.
Can I interject very quickly, though, and say that Newtonian physics isn't just thrown out the window, though. We still use Newton's principles and still use Newton's, the constant of gravity, the equation that he devised. We still use that to this day. Like, that's still very much relevant in physics today. We still use it to calculate.
What is it useful for? What is it useful for?
Between two masses, so between two planets is when we would invoke Newton's gravitational constant.
No, that's actually incorrect.
Yeah, but when was the last time you applied that?
Yeah, when you say
use in physics, and actually like pretty recently, I'm college right now, first year,
Yeah, in order for you to use something, you have to prove it exists first. But in order for you to use something in physics, you have to prove it exists first.
Yeah,
if it's already been superseded by Einstein, it's basically superseded because it haven't been proven to exist.
No, I mean, Newton proved that it exists. Here, give me a second. Let me finish writing what I was saying about
when you're done, I think, when you're done, we want your full attention because a lot of this information is just going to, really pass you by and you're not going to absorb what we're saying. So I don't want it to fall on deaf ears. I want you to actually be attentive when we're talking. Yeah, because I think it's important the key part that Newton.
I've been attentive this whole time, except for now, of course.
I think you would miss the key part that Newton's gravity and Einstein gravity is very different, is opposite. Yep, that's the reason why.
And the elephant in the room is direct the motion of planets. They don't use Newtonian gravity. They use Keplerian orbital elements, which is not a dynamic model with forces.
I don't think she's going to be engaged.
I'm just saying, she's saying a lot of things, which I'm sure she believes, but she's been historically miseducated and just miseducated, period.
Right, and then I don't understand how she said she's saying that they used the equation of Newton. Yeah,
I think she's talking about the universal law of gravitation.
No. Okay, can I just actually, instead of writing a formal script, can I just address some of these questions?
Actually, we'd like you to finish. Annie, it's because you're going to be engaging with us and doing something else. You're not going to hear what we're saying, and then we're going to ask you, "What did we say?" You're going to be like, "Well, I'm half listening."
Well, no, that's why I'm saying. Well, hold on. That's why I'm saying I'm just gonna ditch the script and ditch giving a formal. Because I want to respond to some of these questions, and I feel like, no offense, I feel like I've been interrupted a little bit, so I just feel like I would like to respond to some of these questions. So first of all, someone asked what am I talking about when I say this gravitational constant? I'm specifically referring to Newton's law of, I think it's called universal gravitation or something like this, and that's a law that he devised, and that's
it's not a law of nature.
It's a law of nature. The equation is F equals.
I'll give you a citation. Okay, so if you.
Oh, I would love that. Please do. Please give a citation.
So you know who Richard Feynman is?
Richard Feynman.
Richard Feynman.
Richard, I have not heard of this.
He's a Nobel laureate for quantum electrodynamics. He worked at Los Alamos.
He's saying that gravity doesn't.
Hanny, just hold on. He's telling you.
No, I didn't say gravity doesn't exist. What I'm saying is the universal law of nature or law of gravitation is not a natural law. It's a geometrical law based upon an elliptical orbit, right? It says that if a force points at the foci of an ellipse, that force will fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Now, you can go on YouTube or 3 Brown 1 Blue, which is a math channel, and they go over how Newton derived the inverse square law. It wasn't from experiment or observations of nature. He just noticed that, hey, if there's elliptical orbits, this would be a consequence of it, this inverse square relationship. So it's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. You can find it on YouTube. It's the audio of the lecture he gave at Caltech in like 1961.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Are you basing it off the equation of Newton?
Yeah, also just to
Unless you have
also
an observable
clarify,
experiment that Newton provided, that you can provide for us.
Newton also devised the law. Are you guys familiar with Kepler's laws of motion? He also, or like not Kepler's laws of motion. Yeah, yeah, it is. Sorry, got it. Yep, that's where Newton also got some of his, like he borrowed some of those laws.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, he just told you that.
He noticed from the geometric relationship of the Kepler's second law of planetary motion, right? The elliptical orbits. That if there was a force, so an ellipse has 2 foci. There was a force that points at one of the foci. That force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance to maintain the elliptical shape.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's not a natural law, like the law of thermodynamics.
Why is that not a natural law?
Because it's not observed in nature.
What makes you say that?
It's a equation.
You ever seen an orbit?
Myself, no. Can't say.
Neither does anybody else.
How do you know that, though?
From the perspective of Earth, you can't see because none exist. So from the perspective of Earth, you can't see planets orbiting the sun. You can't see the moon orbiting Earth. You can't even see the moon completely orbit Jupiter.
Wait, we have footage, though. I don't think that's true. We have footage of...
It is true.
We have satellite footage.
I've been asking global earthers for this for almost a decade. Evidence, observation of a single orbit.
Right? I mean, that's again,
20,000 people.
See that again, like, don't want to discredit, because that is a lot of people. I will say, not going to discredit that evidence that you're providing, but I think there's whole NASA has provided satellite footage of the Earth revolving around the sun.
Right.
Like, we've seen this footage.
That's not possible. Okay, that's not possible. Because if you had the Earth and the sun in this, okay, I'll tell you. If you had the Earth and the sun in the same frame, right, where you could see the Earth and the sun, given the distance that they say, you would need a screen 40,000 pixels wide, and the Earth would be 1 pixel.
Exactly. There's no such footage exists. I'm sorry.
Have you seen the footage? I'm just.
That would only be half the orbit. You would need an 80,000 pixel screen to see the full orbit.
It's actually, we're saying there is no footage. I mean, unless you can go get it.
I'll pull up the footage, because I do know of people who've communicated to me, and again, science communicators have also pointed out this footage. So let me go find it for you guys, and I'll put it in the side chat.
The last time, it was probably 3 days ago, someone said, yes, I have an orbit. They sent it to me, and it turned out to be an animation. So make sure it isn't an animation so we don't waste our time.
Definitely. I'm going to pull this from NASA. So, and then it's not going to be like
this was from NASA, and it was an animation. It wasn't video or time-lapse photos.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up the footage. I also just wanted to quickly interject. I have other questions.
Was there a picture when Newton was around? Was Newton taking pictures of the orbits?
Well, no. How could he? This was the 1600s.
So again, it wasn't nothing he observed.
And another thing on top of that, how could Newtonian universal law of gravitation? How could Newton's universal law of gravitation be a natural law and then be superseded by general relativity? Then it was never a law of nature. Laws of nature don't change.
There's a couple of eye-opening things that Hani should consider. I don't know, Hani, are you considering anything that has been told to you so far? Or are you thinking that we're just wrong in everything that we're saying? I want you to
Well,
see if you can consider anything we're
I'll be
talking
very transparent. I do think you guys are wrong. However, I am
Okay.
and I am absorbing what
She's-
I'm responding to the claims that you guys are making, though. Like I am.
Okay,
hearing
so
you.
far, let's just recap, because if any more information gets poured into you, I think it's going to be a loss. There's nothing retained. So what have you retained so far between what Indio has said, Reg Joe, Jenna, anybody, myself? What have you heard so far?
Yeah, because we're trying to figure out what claims we made.
Can you hold on, Reg?
So yeah,
Can you
so
recap?
I'll just repeat some of what I've been hearing, like as of recent. So the first thing that I'm hearing is that we're not observing what Newton and Kepler and all of these early physicists claim, and all of these laws surrounding physics and motion. We're not actually observing that. So that's the first thing that I've been hearing a lot, is that we haven't seen an orbit, right, with our own pair of eyes, and it looks like Indio is saying that no one has ever seen an orbit, and because it's not physically visible, that means that it doesn't exist in nature, so it can't be written off as a natural law. So that's something that I've heard as of recent.
I said it's not
I've
a
heard
law
that.
of nature. Law of
Yeah,
nature
like a
is very
natural law. I mean, okay, so I'll revise what I said. Law of nature. Sorry, not natural law. Law of nature. And so it's not inherent. Yeah, again, not a law of nature. I'm hearing that we're not observing certain phenomena that is being claimed by physicists like Einstein, like
Right. So
right,
the challenge
that's
is
basically it.
so the challenge is it's either witness or not witness. So it would be
Well,
binary, right? Can
yes.
the claim is it witnessed or not? So if the challenge
Okay,
is
wait.
yes, it's witnessed, there has to be a way that people can empirically provide evidence of such a thing.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Right.
I have a question to follow that, because I think there are certain phenomena that we don't see, and yet we very much are in consensus exists. So why does it have to be
like
observational
orbits?
evidence?
Well, because
Why
orbits. Yeah, orbits are something that should be observed, right? If we're making an observation of an orbit, it should be something that we can catalog and say, this is something we witnessed. Let's put this down. On this date, we noticed that this occurred. Now, has an orbit been witnessed in such a way?
Yeah,
Honey.
I mean, you remember a law. Remember, a law of nature must occur always in nature. That's what a natural phenomenon
has
is.
this happened?
You need an
Henny?
observation for it.
Yeah, so currently I am filtering the NASA database for this, so because I do want to give you guys empirical.
So you don't know? Hey, hold on, just a second, just a second, Henny. You don't know if it's happened or not. You want to see if NASA has anything to show that if it actually did happen. So you don't know at this current time whether or not an orbit has actually occurred. You're checking NASA to see if it actually has.
I know an orbit has occurred, and I know that. And I'm gonna. Can I just finish my statement without
Yeah,
you
but
interrupting?
to know something. Hold on, Henny. But this is important. To know something, Henny. Wait. To know something, yeah, you're jumping the gun. You're jumping the gun. You can't continue. If you say you witnessed something, you're gonna have to provide the evidence that you have your knowledge of it, firsthand knowledge. You can't go forward unless you.
Hold on, because you're now steamrolling what I was about to say. So your epistemic grounds for evidence is wholly observational. It seems that don't interrupt.
Grounds for science generally.
It seems very observational in nature, and what I'm and according to my view.
Grounds for science and physics.
Hold on.
Is it
according to my Yes, hold on. Wait.
Why is you condemning him? Why is you condemning Alpha for using the criteria of science?
No. Because hold on.
I mean, even in this right now, it's no need for to even have that criteria, because right now y'all just talking about observing the natural phenomenon.
Wait, because I'm just now being interrupted, and so I can't even get a point out. Yeah, can I get it out, please? So observational strictly with your own sight, right? And what I'm saying is science doesn't rely on just observational evidence based on what phenomena we're seeing with our own pair of eyes. We've devised technology that aids us in our observations, right? Such as telescopes, such as these certain equipments that help, because we cannot see it. We can't see
census.
The augmentation.
Yeah, I mean,
we are aware of that, but listen, I or none of us in here believe that empiricism is the only form of getting knowledge, but science is based completely on empiricism, right? It's based upon empirical. The foundation of science is empirical.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
I don't. So you always need the observation or the experiment to support any scientific claim, or it's not a scientific claim.
And remember, Hanny, you're the one that put the science. You're the one that put the science in here. You're the one that brought up pictures being taken and everything from NASA in the first place.
Why was disputing
So you can't. Wait a minute. Hold on. But you can't condemn Alpha for trying to hold you to a category that you brought up.
No. He was saying that I didn't know prior to my claim that that the Earth is and that I'm only now trying to find evidence that it's in orbit based off what the NASA database is providing me. And what I'm saying is that's not.
But did you know before?
Yeah, did you know before?
Yeah, I did. That there's footage out there, that it exists. Yeah.
I'm asking how. Like that. That's what my main question was. How do you know before you started to look it up on NASA's website that orbits exist?
So I would just appeal to like science within a classroom. Like I was given footage within a classroom. I was given footage of I know you're disputing like animations.
No, I want to know about this mystery footage. I want to know about this mystery footage that you said that you've seen in the classroom.
Yeah, I'm providing that right now. I'm providing like what I saw as a kid, what I saw growing up in physics classrooms. Yeah. Okay. Here, I'm providing that right now. Absolutely.
So what do you actually know? All you really know is that someone showed that shit to you in an animation. That's what you actually know.
Is it an animation? Is it an animation, Henny?
Growing up, the documentaries that
no, Henny, just can you straightforward answer? I feel like you're not answering straightforward. Is it an animation, Henny?
Yes and no. Can I say yes and no? Because I've seen animation.
No, it either is an animation or it isn't. It's simple.
Then yeah.
Why does an animation doesn't qualify for you going out in nature and witnessing a phenomena occur?
Yeah,
doesn't qualify.
Okay, but I'm saying that other scientists have though.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like the problem we're having right now is the filtering process. If you're gonna say that somebody did something, you have to be able to test and verify the very claim that the person said that they've witnessed, which is in fact, in this case, an orbit.
Well, can I interject and say why that's a bit difficult as someone who's not a scientist and not,
well, it's an observation of the natural world, Henny. All you got to do is go outside and see it. You don't need anything special except for an observation to be made.
So you expect me to go outside and see an orbit? How is that possible?
How did somebody see an orbit they didn't see an orbit when they went outside? How did they see it?
They use technology. They use technology.
Like what?
Use technology
like what?
Means.
Like what?
What did Newton use?
Wait, hold on. Like what, Henny?
So I'm going to be very. Can I say that I actually don't know what specific technology, but it's been observed.
Yes, because that furthers. Yes, I agree. I agree with you. That further proves our point that you don't know what technology has been used. You don't know what orbit's been seen, witnessed, because you're going to show us an animation. Therefore, you've never witnessed an orbit. You don't know what technology is needed to witness an orbit. No orbit can be witnessed because it's provably shown that even if we give you the time to look for something, you can't even find someone that it's ever seen in orbit. In the physical natural world outside, Henny.
Can you provide that evidence for me? I'll provide my evidence.
You haven't. No. I don't need to provide. Like what the claim is, there's an orbit happening that you said happens, and I'm asking for that evidence. You did not provide the evidence of an orbit happening. Therefore, no orbit can be processed as an observation because it has not occurred. You cannot provide the positive evidence that it occurred. So that's my point. I'm saying that you cannot prove that orbits even happen, which of course you're trying so hard to use animations, appeal to some kind of technology that exists, but you can't even know what technology.
Well, how do you know I was going to provide an animation? Because I was saying that I was going to provide footage.
Because you said you were.
I specifically said footage.
You said you
No,
were.
I said no. I said growing up, I had seen animations of orbits. That's what I said. I never said that I'm going to provide for you a specific animation.
You said
of
I
any
was going to
sort.
look for some information, and then I asked, "What type of information will this be? Is this going to be an animation?" And you were like, "Yes and no." And then you said yes afterwards. So you were going to provide an animation. That's how I know. That's what you said. Therefore, no orbits have been witnessed, because in an animation, that's not true, because it's not the physical and natural world. Oh. The old Dipski, huh?
I think she went to the.
She bailed.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, let's give her the benefit of the doubt. She just like lost connection or something.
Oh, wait.
She said she had to go in the chat.
She'll be right back. That's fine.
Yeah, I think, she said she's going to go on the website and go try to find it.
Yeah, we'd like to
Guys,
see it.
Good one though. I'd never seen them show any evidence of or any video footage of an orbit at all.
Yeah, because it's never been witnessed by anyone ever.
What you'll get is the best they'll do is someone took these of the moons of Jupiter with a telescope. Okay, where's the rest of it? Well, obviously it's orbiting. What else would it be doing? Like, so you get the question proofs. That's usually what you get, the best you'll ever get. Because all you'll ever see is, a bunch of little dots passing in front of Jupiter, and that's all you ever see.
It's difficult because when the mind's looking for an escape hatch, when one's provided, it will immediately attach itself to it. So it's difficult when you're trying to corner the mind into like figuring out that it doesn't have anywhere else to go. It's so incredibly hard because it's trying to scatterbrain into many different places, like question proofs into like other tangential topics, and it's like you have to like get it to realize that it's not, there's nowhere else to go. Once it realizes that, then it like, she'll fall back to like, oh, well, I didn't say that. It usually happens that way.
Well, I was trying to see, was she actually trying to say that Newton them had the technology to basically sense orbits?
No, I didn't hear her say that.
Well, it also just highlights.
I mean, so why would she even bring up pictures and say that they had any observations at all if she wasn't saying that?
Well, she was saying that
for her to bring up Newton. There was no reason for her to bring up Einstein if you're saying that you have an observational study, if they ain't have an actual observational study. So she was technically trying to say that we use technology because you're talking about Newton.
Yeah, she was appealing to that for the argument of gravity, because gravity was because of physics. Yeah, physics was like what she was appealing to, and she was going to use Newton's gravity to then prove that, of course, gravity would be the force of nature, right? But of course, there's no, and then she went into orbits kind of as an example. So,
Blatchy, you had something to say? We all cut you off.
Oh, thanks. I was going to say, just back to Miggy's point, it highlights people's inability to self-critique. So you got to be able to judge yourself. So, I don't need to judge you. You can judge yourself. Do you have any assumptions that you are applying to what you think you know and whatnot?
She was another one, right? She's trying to give us the answer that she thinks is going to be on the test, right? Oh, what is the answer to the question on the test? That's reality, the answer to the question on the test. And that's what she's trying to tell us and like was butchering it, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was no better way to even explain that Einstein superseded Isaac Newton laws of gravity, or so-called laws of gravity. Basically stating that Newton's laws of gravity is basically saying mass is attracting mass. Basically, gravity
instantly
is pulling to the center of the earth.
Yeah.
Where Einstein.
we didn't.
Yeah, but this part, the instantly part, it's an instant force. It's an instantaneous force. So none of these people, if you ask them, do you believe things travel instantaneous or infinitely fast? No, I don't believe in that. Nothing can go faster than the speed of light. Well, then how can Newton be right? It's just he can't be.
Yeah.
Right.
Check this out, Reg. I'm gonna post it in the text chat. I don't know if I'm gonna read it for you guys, but this is the quote from Newton on the absurdity of gravity. Absurdity of gravity. This is what a lot of people don't know. It's his third letter to Bentley. Of course, the 25th of February, 1693. It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. Whoa. That's what he said, man.
Amazing.
Inconceivable. I don't know.
Well, I guess let's wait and see what she come back with.
And that's from Newton's own mouth, man. Well, hand.
Yeah. And they love to say, "Oh, well, we still use it today." You use what today? It's what's in question right now.
Yeah.
The only thing we use today is little G to like build buildings and shoot cannonballs. Other than that, we don't use the universal law of gravitation to do anything ever.
She's first year though, so I'm thinking her head's gonna get filled with a lot of this globe nonsense for sure.
Dude, that graphic is funny though, right? Because I wanted to bring this up when I saw the graphic. Like, how'd you get to mass of Earth? Where'd that come from?
Oh, her first graphic? Yeah.
Yeah. Go wait the Earth, man.
I was saying, are you gonna beg the question with anything? And she was like, no. And it's exactly what that was. A diagram of begging the question right away. And it says falling through the center of the earth. Wow, dude.
Oh, this her first year. She's in school for physics or something.
Yeah, well, she's in uni, so.
Oh.
A long way to go. Yo, Star, you there? You still listening? Hello, Star. Earth calling upon Star. Yes, no.
Wow, I guess she's not coming back after all. Then it may take another maybe like 6 years before she find this footage. Indigo.
Yeah, we're not holding our breath.
Probably not. Oh, I was. Fucking hell.
Oh, you missed it, did I?
Yeah,
Poor
looks
Indy.
like it.
Poor Indio. Greg Joe, did you just call Indio Indigo?
Yeah, I got him Indigo again. Indio.
He's been Indigo to Reg Joe for quite some time.
Oh,
Indio doesn't correct him because he's like, it doesn't matter.
I like that name.
Rich Evans just sent me a DM.
Unban me,
Join him.
please. Please, bro.
He's desperate sitting down there in the channel. Do you see that,
Come on,
man?
bro. Can I come in? Indio, please. I promise I'll behave.
Oh, he wants me to go to his.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
What did he offer you?
Why you come? He says Why don't you come down here and defend your view? Then posted the join link.
Bro, their channel is fucking dead. Don't give any attention.
Tell him, dude.
So pay me. Here's my PayPal.
Yeah, tell him I'll go down there for 200 quid.
So, Reg, weren't you flat smacking somebody at your house yesterday? Was that yesterday or the day before?
Who?
Weren't you flat smacking somebody at your house?
No, that's Flat Earth Ranger. Oh, I thought it was Flat Earth Ranger.
Oh, that's Flat Earth Ranger. Yeah, shit. My
His
bad.
wife and him had people over during ladies' night.
Oh, wow. I wish I was there for that.
Dude, we heard them like yelling at each other in the background. It was pretty funny.
Oh, that's a family get together if I ever heard one. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Well, it wasn't the wife. It was like their friend. So he was like flat smacking his friend, and he came on the mic for a minute. Total normie nonsense, right? And then next thing you know, they're arguing off the mic, and his wife's like, "I'm gonna record this."
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's all the way live, man. Let's go. Friends and family included. This is a friends and family plan right here.
Those be the best though, right?
Oh yeah, they are, Reg. Because face to face, dude, they can't walk, they can't turn, they can't disconnect. They can't go. You're right there. You're like, nah, man. You really want to talk about physics? You think you know? And you're walking behind them, trying to catch up to. Him.
I remember being on the job site doing that, and this guy's like, "This is so stupid. Why are we talking about this?" It's like he was literally having a meltdown.
You're like, look, dumbass dude. Like you're hearing me, but you're not listening to me. Oh shit. I know it. Yeah, I know how it goes. What, AK? Headmaster, Pickle Rick, or whatever your name is. You want to be unbanned? That's why you keep going in and out. Unmute me and all that kind of jazz. What? Yeah? Hello?
Huh?
Pickle.
What happened?
Headmaster, AK.
Who?
Whatever you call yourself.
Who?
AK at the very top.
Who?
Oh my god.
I'm not sure.
He's no one important.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Oh. No, you say like CB. Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy? Hey, are we live?
Oh shit. There he is.
Hey, just be live.
The other day CB got called white trash, so I don't know about that.
That was so funny. That was so funny.
The guy told him he was white trash. I'm like,
Halfway true, right?
It's only
kind
half
of not
true.
really.
Only half true.
Oh yeah, that's
so
well,
funny.
yeah.
I'm just playing. I'm playing.
It's a half truth.
I was like, "You stinky Jeet." He's like, "Oh, you're white trash." You just guessed.
He tried pretending he was an Indian, dude. That was,
I know.
It's privilege. Yeah.
Too funny. What's going on, chat?
We're waiting for this young lady who was trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe to physics.
A lady?
Excuse me. Yep.
She's a lady. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
She oh my God, Quits. Are you showing your age? You are, dude. You're in your 40s, bro.
She sounded sweeter than Dr. Juicebox. And that says, you know, Dr. Juicebox sounds real sweet and kind and like soft spoken.
Wait, is she here right now?
Oh, she
did ski.
Oh, she was a high school.
Skibidi.
High school.
Rich Evans down there with his 3 people.
We've got competition, have we?
Yeah, Rich. He was trying to get Indio to go down there and debate him.
Oh, they gave him a room. Oh, okay. I mean, his own little. Oh,
yeah, Quits put the image.
Yeah, he made an event as well, channel event.
Has he got? He's got Top Cat with him. Bloody hell.
Top Cat. Is he one of our boys?
I have no idea. I just like the name.
I think I've seen him through here. Hey, Larry, you missed it, man.
$50 he ends up saying, we're too scared to go down there. Guarantee it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Of course.
We're in there like swimwear with Gravity. I was like, Larry should have been here, man. That's his cup of tea. He's like, if you guys are talking about Gravity, count me in.
That's right. Sorry I was late, but I'm here. I'm back.
Well, I'll tell you what. If there's any hope to be had, it's in the fact that she said she might return. But let's not hold our breath, you know, because it might not be.
I mean, I can barely listen to them and speak for very long, but that voice does sound intriguing.
I should send that picture to him, Quits. Why don't you come up
he's
here,
watching
man?
us. Don't worry. He sees that. I'm getting tagged in their chat now.
I was going to say, guarantee they're watching the stream. They're so
watching
obsessed.
us.
You could send him this too. Hold on.
He's obsessed, man.
Yeah, send him this too. Take a snapshot of this.
That command doesn't work here. That's still on the politics.
Oh, wait, we're in a different room.
Yeah, we're in PNR.
Oh, this is the
But
wrong
I'll
place.
get it now. I'll get it now. What was the?
Oh, you know how to get that? Are we good on this place? Like, what are we in here? We're probably like rank number 5 or something.
We'll see.
Well, we have to because we weren't active the whole month. I don't think we just recently started getting active.
Yeah, so waiting for the whole month to count. Let's see.
Ed Masto, gravitational theory. What do you think? Good or bad?
Gravitational.
Oh, Ed Masto.
Is he in the call?
He's in the call.
Being a wuss.
You gonna let them talk to you like that, bro?
We're not even on the list, bro.
They just sit here and let us roast them. No comeback. That's wild.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. On politics, not on here, though.
What's going on up in here?
No, I digress.
I was talking to a guy earlier about gravity. As soon as I cited my sources, he never spoke again.
Oh, that one guy.
So your sources, he's gone.
I tried to lob you one, man, because I was like, Larry, I'm gonna set you up. Set you up pretty good, man, but it didn't seem like it was effective because he didn't stick around after he.
You guys are too scary. You make them run away.
Well, Larry didn't say nothing much. He didn't say nothing much. I don't think he did. I wasn't here though.
I'm one of the top 10 chillest flat earthers for sure.
That's facts. That's big facts, Bill.
Top 5.
Possibly. That's argument.
Sorry, Larry.
Miggy, you used to be up there, but you've been on Demon Time too long.
Yeah, I've been playing bad cop.
Yeah.
Actually, dysfunctional bad cop.
I'm here for it. I'm so here for it.
Dysfunctional.
Yeah, I don't have any mute. Sorry, Dylan. I don't have any mute powers. If anything, I'm going to scorn you for over talking to me and call you yellow belly and tell you to act like your daddy raised you.
Oh shit!
You know, I mean, that's only if you won't let me speak and get my argument out there.
Did you call him a yellow belly?
Yeah.
What that
Yellow
mean?
spine, yellow belly. Coward.
If they're funding me, if they're talking over me and won't let me get my argument out, tell them to act like their daddy raised them.
Oh shit!
Hey Jedi, I found a meme for you, Ben. I'll put it in the text.
Oh, cheers. Sorry.
Now, the most terrifying part, though, you
Yeah,
tell them the truth, and that's
Ain't that right?
hell out of them.
Ain't that right? Oh, the AK go? You vanished.
Just let me say that quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that, man.
I don't get the reference.
Huh? What do you mean?
What's the reference? Yep. Am I missing something?
Oh, you don't know, you're talking about the Misfits, you know?
Yeah, you know they say like at the poker table, if you don't know who the sucker is. I'm just kidding, brother.
Oh,
it's
shit.
not you. It's not you. It's probably.
Oh man.
Not like that. No, it's everybody here we're pretty strange, dude. Society doesn't like us because we're flat Earth people.
Mhm.
They might look at us this way, right? Like we're sick and twisted. But some of us are just sick and twisted by nature, baby. That's why, due to the sick and twisted nature of the people in this group, I'm not leaving.
All right, me neither.
Born this way.
Born to be alive.
Dang, I need my soundboard. I'm not fucking leaving. This is my home. They're gonna need a wrecking ball to take me out of here.
We haven't heard Cyclone throw them bows yet. He's gotten in here, man. Him and Larry,
Ooh.
man.
We got Mary Mom visiting us. Howdy, howdy.
Yeah, Mary's here too.
Nice, guys.
Hello. Yes, whoever that was. Sorry, I had to get back to the
Always.
where you guys were.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to see her.
Mm-hmm. W Mary Mom. We should call her Wary Woms.
Yes, you can call me that. That sounds like a good idea.
Well, it means you're winning there, Mary Mom.
Yeah,
Big
well,
time.
thank you. Yeah, I would like to keep thinking that. So I will try to keep thinking that.
W.
Thank you.
The Dandy Lioness. She's another one that's soft-spoken, but will eviscerate you with the truth.
Back.
Hello, Dandelion.
Hello.
Whose voice is that?
It's mine.
Oh, that's my team.
Oh, that was Patsy Cline. She was like singing it to me. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm about to do open mic tonight, so I'm just warming up.
Oh yeah, well that was good. Yeah, yeah.
Do re mi.
Me.
Me. All right, guys, who are we cooking?
Warming up the pot.
Okay.
Waiting for
All right.
the next one.
Bet.
Yeah, we got Cyclone on deck and Larry.
Nice.
And we have in the hopper myself, Jedi, Indio, Heretic. Yeah, it's like a full metal jacket right now.
What's up, fellas?
And there he is.
Here I am, on for the late shift. What's up,
you're on the
boys?
night train right now? Nice.
Yeah, he had supper. Now he wants dessert. So I don't
That's
know.
it.
Oh yeah.
That's it. Who we got? Serve him up.
Let's go.
Like I said, we had this one young lady that was talking about gravity, but she's first year in uni, and said was going to come back, but I don't know if she will. It's been what 20 minutes now, 15, something like that.
In uni, she's studying what, physics or something, or unrelated?
I think it's unrelated, but she had some kind of like idea that all the people she follows, which is like I guess Dave Farina or
oh boy,
all them guys. Yeah.
Oh, creepy guy 3. Drug dealer 2.
When she asked about him, I was like, oh boy.
There we go.
And all of modern physics relies on an understanding that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. She told she told T-Dub that he's patently false, saying that
T-Dub, you are patently false, to be fair.
I'm like, golly.
Dang, T-Dub, you're gonna sit there and take that, bro?
Just in general, false. He's the false T-Dub. T-Dub the false.
All flat earthers wrong?
Damn, T-Dub, you're gonna sit there and take that, bro?
It's alright, we've spoken about it before.
Australia is fake, so, you know.
Yeah, there you go,
I forgot about that meme.
Yeah, you don't want to do this. All these motherfuckers are false. I don't trust one of them. Timbo, T-Dub, Skinny Vet. I don't trust a one of them.
Me neither, bro.
If somebody else comes in with that, man, we should just lean into it the next time. Aren't you guys that say that Australia is fake? Fuck yeah, dude. Shit don't exist.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm gonna lean into that
Have
shit.
you ever met an Australian? They're just New Zealanders that you're really meeting.
New Zealand.
I've got anecdotal stories at best about Australia. That is kind of true.
Damn.
Just argue that it's not.
Yo, we should learn the native name, and then when they say Australia doesn't exist, you're like, no, it doesn't. We'll just say the native name, whatever that was before the Europeans got there.
What is it, T-Dub?
They were calling it New Holland for a while, right? That
What
was
the-
the other
New
settlers.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dutch were finding it. I don't know what the Aboriginals were calling it.
Comes from.
Well, the Aboriginals called it whoa, 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 whoa.
Uluru? Arnhem Land.
It's like on
Kangaroo
have you seen
Tokyo.
flathead theory? All
No.
the anti-flat earthers got flat heads. Huey kind of discovered this, I think. No, he's got like pictures, like the back of their heads. Every single one of them got flat back heads.
Yo, that theory's got legs, brother. It's got fucking legs, bro.
I know.
That bitch is walking right
I
now.
want to get confirmation on that one. Can we get a confirmation on Professor Dave's
hard the legs.
Okay, I like that. We should bring phrenology back.
At the legs, I know you
do on people's skulls.
Yeah, that's what it's
No,
called.
Mary Mom
Phrenology.
and Flatsy. Mary Mom and Flatsy brought up that kids that aren't picked up enough, they end up developing flat heads if they're just left lying there when they're infants.
Oh man, they were just left under the little space mobiles.
Yep.
For too long.
The part of the brain that produces critical thinking is basically demolished. It's kind of wait. Did you guys see the irony in this? The hardest fighting anti-flat earthers are actually flatheads. You don't guys see the irony in that?
Put them
I
face
see
down
it,
and put them
and-
on the back of their head.
Here's the thing. It gets to the point where a 6-year-old can say the second law of thermodynamics better than a physics professor.
Bit of gas pressure might pop it back out.
Nah, man. It takes a lot of reworking of that skull. You gotta massage that
That's
bitch.
what the Victorian doctors were all trying to do with phrenology and all that. They were like feeling the skull to be like, yep, it's a glober.
Well, I'm gonna do the back of the skull like they did in Django.
So the real flatheads are anti-flatheads? Well, I don't even know, man. What
It's
do you do
ironic,
with that?
right? They're saying, oh, flat
Irony.
brain.
Yeah, it's just too much, man.
Well.
They've got a real problem with flat.
Maybe we can use their skulls now to explain 90-degree angles to them.
That's funny.
This is why they think that there can be flat on a spherical object.
Oh shit! Dude, that shit is like the fucking Flatsy's like the Matrix, man, putting shit together like this. Like, oh, I get it now. Fuck.
Is this flat Earth?
Hey, Indio, that's the 50% ball right there, bro. Come on, man.
51%.
Fucking, you've been debunked, Indio. I'm sorry, bro. You're debunked.
So when they lay down, the back of their head's like a tangent plane.
So debunked by Dr. Spock.
Yeah, it's game over, man. You've been 50% ball is now a thing. Yeah, the one who has it the worst between those images though would be fucking what's his name? Bob the science guy?
Bob the pseudoscience.
God, dude, he's got a perfectly like.
It's bad.
That bitch is flat.
Have we got a good collection of flathead photos?
Yeah, we do. Fucking, we need Neil deGrasse Tyson right above Bob the science guy's image. So I mean, that stuff is flat.
Look, man, like we can get AI and Timbo to use the back of his head as a straight edge to like mark tile.
Oh my god.
It's the fucking standard, man, for a straight edge.
Archaeologists are going to uncover skeletons that have flat on the back side of their head. They're like, oh, damn, this is a globetard.
It's crazy, man.
Pick up those artifacts.
Is this the first question we got to ask people now when they come into the room? How flat is the back of your head?
It's just ironic, though, man, that the anti-flat earthers are actually flatheads. It's weird.
Booger eating flatheads. Damn.
Well, we just asked them. We asked them this: when you lay down on your back on your bed, are you looking at the corner where the wall meets the ceiling, or are you looking straight up above you?
They're probably in the fetal position after being in this room.
Bruce.
Maybe it's the absence of the brain that just kind of leaves a freaking empty spot where it just.
He ran away.
Wait, was that made of Tetrix?
Nah, it was Frubrews.
Yeah, I was trying to call him out to speak up. He ran away instead.
Yeah, he's like, fuck that.
Oh shit, run away. Dodge that.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Shit.
Like,
My
yeah,
head is
whatever
flat.
part of the brain lets you be able to think outside of the paradigm presented to you. That part's missing.
Medulla oblongata.
Hmm.
Yeah, look
Yeah,
at
just a lot of fluid.
Yeah, that baby right there has got a flat head. That's an anti-flat
damn.
earther right there.
That's a flat ass backhead there, right?
Can anybody explain to me why I have one strand of hair that's a copper color like Booger's hair, and I've got brown hair? I got one strand of hair that's like the same color as Booger's hair, red.
Nate, where do you get it from?
Entropy.
Where do you think he got it from?
It's entropy.
I've never had that in my. I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, yeah. Welcome to what 31, 32.
Oh shit!
It's red. It's not gray.
Well, it turns red. Then it's like the autumn leaves. You know, they turn, red before they turn, white.
No, dude. This hair is the same color as Booger's hair because he's got that red, like really copper colored hair, and my hair's brown. Like, that's crazy to me.
It's not uncommon. I mean,
What came of our $25 word girl?
yeah. Look at you, DeGrasse.
Did she spiral out?
What did you say about a $25 work girl?
No, word girl. We had this girl in here earlier, and I had to jump out before she left, but she was doing everything she could to use as many $25 words as she could when nickel words would do.
This man said word girl. Damn.
Yeah, she was Hanny or Hannah Y. Jane or something like that was her name.
Word girl.
Hanoi Jane.
Oh my god.
Are you trying to say she's bloviating?
No doubt.
Well, she is in first year uni. She's got to try them out. Those big words.
I love it when people are trying to put their sentences together because the brain hasn't fully developed yet.
They need more tummy time.
Yeah, I hated to miss it, but I just wondered what the spiral must have been like. I figured that there was a big spiral coming at the end of that one.
Is there any particular reason why we're hanging out here versus the other one, or is it just preference?
I have a conspiracy theory, but
The mass attracted the mass. Here we are.
I would agree that
I just go
generally
where
in
the party is,
PNR, you get a general higher quality of speaker in PNR compared to politics.
Speaker.
Yeah, the new people that come along, you get a higher percentage of actual people who will listen on this server than Paul.
What is
I
that?
think,
How did you?
from what I've seen.
I'm like, okay. I mean, shit. I'd never
You
put
still got the crazy
math
people, don't get me
together, but I
wrong.
mean, if you. Where did
Yeah, I think it's a
Andy
noticeable
was first?
uptake.
Oh, Andy was first in politics, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The crazy guy, and then he came over here. Oh yeah, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's true. Who knows? Not keeping up. I don't keep. Well, I mean, if you keep score, that's something. But
This is anecdotal from me, but I guess the guys who hang out more here also say the same. But hey, they're both fun, and I will just go wherever the biggest crowd is. But I would say that I've noticed a bit better conversations on PNR than Paul.
Okay, that's nice.
I actually look for smaller crowds, believe it or not.
You would.
Yeah, that's a fair tactic as well.
Probably because there's less atheist over here.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, in politics, you've just got the politics. Over here, you've got maybe a little bit of religion in them, so they maybe still have a little bit of common sense about them.
A handful of morals.
well, they have religion over there too, don't they?
Nah.
Or no?
That's
Only
fair.
to bash it.
Oh.
Their religion over there is like, God is real, or God is fake, prove me wrong. That's like their religion over there.
Oh, yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
No, I think what we should do is wait for them to cheer and like, we finally got rid of them and they fallen into second place and we all go back over there and bump it back up.
That'd be funny.
Get their hopes up. Then
I was thinking because it's Saturday night, maybe we can. But we'd have to do it like strategically. I'll just pop up over there, and
yeah,
I don't know how that can be coordinated.
Dude, it is Friday night, not Saturday. What are you talking about?
If you're Australian, it's Saturday.
Oh, well, he's not.
How do you know that?
Did I say Saturday? Thought I meant
You did say
Friday.
Saturday. Yeah, I had to do a double check for a second.
Okay,
Don't fuck up, bro.
Well, okay, hell,
Yeah, he must have jumped off the earth and it spun him a day ahead of us.
Oh my god.
Well, it's the first Friday of the month. That's why
Is
open
that-
mic is,
is that what we
open
think it
mic
is?
is tonight.
Is that fucking
Yep.
J.E. Barrington? Like, I ain't
That's it,
seen you in
Brother
a hot minute. What?
The man, the myth, the legend.
That's right.
Yeah, you all talking about CB there, the man, the myth, the legend, that's for certain.
Facts.
Used a man.
I appreciate you. Good to see you in here, man. Hope
Yeah, good to see you as well.
Hope all well with you and yours.
Certainly can't complain.
Sounds like everybody's in good spirits today. I like that.
You guys see the news that just dropped? Like it's all over. It's gonna be my news for tomorrow. NASA
What is it?
budget cut by $6 billion.
Ooh.
Oh my.
And
What happens now?
shift a mass majority of the spending to get to do Mars exploration.
Oh my god.
So it's ogre. This is exactly what like Jerry needs to talk about, where every administration Moon, Mars, Moon, Mars, Moon, Mars, back and forth, never get, like swatting a fly in midair, trying to knock a fly out of the sky. So now Trump will leave office in the 4 or 8 years or whatever. The next president will switch priorities back to the moon. It'll just keep going back and forth, never ever getting anywhere. Just flushing money down the toilet, generation after generation. Because we were promised another overview effect here. We'll get some more astronauts going to space and seeing the Earth. But nope. NASA's budget is being slashed by 24%.
Well, at least they gave you Katy Perry.
Yeah, I was promised like an international space station on Mars. What I got was Katy Perry kissing the ground and not liking it.
Oh my
I know why. They slashed the budget because they've got all the AI stuff, so it's a lot cheaper to deep dream generate your fake ass reality now. They just slashed the budget a little bit, and let's go Mars.
At the same time, he wants to get rid of NPR and PBS.
That was what they do. Fucking defund them. They've been pushing weird shit. They need to get their shit straight.
Yeah, so it says here NASA braces for budget cuts in 2016.
2016.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2016.
2026. Yeah, Freudian slip. Had hoped it had happened 10 years prior. 2026.
Oh no. We need to see what the Globers think about this.
Yeah, I was
So
just
now
saying.
and went back and cut the budget.
They're going to have to pick up where government failed. So now that they see that government bureaucracy gets you nowhere, now it's time for them to step up and do what government failed. Or
The Globies already think NASA's underfunded as well. It's funny.
yeah, they think it's underfunded, but they never put their money where their mouth is. Here's a perfect opportunity. Perfect. Put thy money where thy mouth is. Pay up or shut up. And they won't do either. They won't pay up and they'll keep talking. No flat earther did this. This had nothing to do with flat earth. Then they make it seem like, oh, flat earth is holding back the Artemis program. Really?
I hope they do think that. I hope they do blame us. That would be great.
God, some of these quotes are amazing. This level of funding will make it impossible to conduct space operations. They're still getting billions
That's the amazing thing, isn't it? It's just a great excuse for them to continue to do fuck all.
Yep. I hope they blame us.
So where do you think the money is going, then?
Completely for this. Please do.
They're still going to get. Okay, this is it. They're still going to get 18 billion. So they lose 24%, which is down to 18 billion, which is still more than all the other space agencies combined. It's still not counting how they piggyback on DoD. Like all NASA installations are on Department of Defense sites, like Cape Canaveral and whatnot. Like Redstone Arsenal. So they get all the security, rent for free. All their top people are all high-grade military officers. So all that, all the salary, all that is already paid for by DoD. And they seem like now they can't do anything at all. Like nothing. No, it's over.
They said
with a mere $19 billion, they can't do anything. It's impossible. This level of spending.
Have they said where that cut is going to be allocated instead, specifically, or no?
Yeah. Well, not only are they cutting down to 18 billion, there's a massive funding shift to Mars exploration.
And we got a new guy that just jumped in here. Gigi just joined us.
Did he just say where's the money going? Did he just say that?
Yeah, I think that was just a weirdo.
Haven't you been keeping up on current events that Treasury is dishing out $7 trillion a year, and they're not even marking where the money goes to?
There's some globetards if he calls down. We need to go and lighten them.
Here,
well, they don't know where it's going. How would we know?
Here, check this quote out. The SLS program is severely over budget. SLS 3 is already 140% over budget. and there's no way to replace Orion capsules. Like there isn't anything to even replace it with.
Well, I heard they were expensing sex workers to NASA. That was in the news, so maybe that's where a lot of it's going.
Bro.
Here's a great quote. This is deeply troubling, and now it shows that Trump has shifted priorities and is letting China return to the moon before America does.
Wow.
Not a problem. Even if China did it today, they're still 60 years behind us. If you believe their story, if you believe the lore. So if they landed today, you'd still get to laugh. You'd be like, yeah, we did that 3 generations ago.
So America are letting China
just letting
join them on the moon.
So I guess
because America, it's America's moon to permit further entry since they got there first, right? That's the narrative.
Yeah, like we're going to lose out.
We're going to let you land on our moon now, China. So who's the new guy? It's the new guy. Have you heard? They're cutting NASA's funding. How are you going to get to Mars now?
Sure.
Now they won't be supplying lollipops on the flight. Are you still interested?
You talking to me?
Aviator.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up? What's happening?
I was just curious about your conversation.
Okay. Have you have you spoken to flat Earth people before?
Oh, many times, yeah.
Many times. That's great. So you will have all of your globe evidence already prepared to present.
If you can, I don't really have a folder or anything.
Okay. Or you've realized that there is no. Sorry, it's the other way around. Then you've realized that there is no globe evidence.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No. Okay. So what's the globe evidence?
Hold on, I'm more curious about your fascination with the NASA budget cuts.
I'm more interested in your fascination with believing stories about the Earth being a spinning ball, despite having no evidence. What's that about?
That's cool. You can be interested. But can I talk to you more about NASA?
Well, what's there to talk
NASA?
about? What this is done. This is a done deal. There's nothing more to talk about it. It's all over but crying at this point. I mean,
they're reducing the funding for the cartoons. Will you guys be okay? The cartoons won't look as good anymore. And they were already looking pretty shit. They're going to go from PS1 back down to about N64. You okay with that?
Right, so that's interesting. So, I mean, as flat earthers, you must believe that. Well, I assume. Do you believe in space? Do you believe that there's a near?
No, space doesn't exist. No, space doesn't exist. That's fake.
Okay. Again, I'm more talking to Crit, but if you want, we can continue on this line of.
That's okay. I'm in the chat too. You just have to chat to both
it's an open forum. If you want to
talk just to Crit, DM Crit. He'll send you some DMs.
Yeah, I can add you to my mailing list. I have a Science and Space News Daily.
Yep.
Nice. So you definitely want to get on that, by the way.
Yeah. So you believe? I assume you believe that. I mean, most of what NASA does then is just make cartoons for $18 billion a year.
Well, I mean, that's not the cost to them to make cartoons. Cartoons, it's just the electricity bill and all the computers that they've already got. No, they're expensing, like they're buying hookers and stuff. If you believe the news,
for $18 billion a year.
Well, not all of that. I assume some of it must go on drugs as well.
Again, it doesn't really add up to me.
It doesn't add up. Have you been going through their books?
He crunched the numbers, chat.
No, but I think common sense. I think common sense would lead you down.
Common sense. It's got nothing to do with common sense. I mean, you just believe in.
No group of men can spend $18 billion of government money.
You don't know what they're spending.
And
you don't know what they're spending.
First of all, hey, just let me say something. You can right now go download NASA's comprehensive annual financial report, educate yourself, and come back. So you don't have to rely on your common sense.
No, but he's clearly being quite disingenuous, I feel, but
Because you don't know anything.
He's not using common sense, he's using common dollar.
How are you using, to be fair?
That NASA actually does research and goes to space and uses probes. So instead, he says they spend most of the money on drugs and weapons, which doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense that the government wouldn't be doing exactly what they tell you.
To go look where you can add and subtract the assets and liabilities in their comprehensive annual financial report. You're ignorant in trying to make claims about not adding up when you have no idea what the numbers are.
Let's see. I'll post it in the chat. Let's see. I'll post something in the chat for you to read. 2 secs.
Fucking drive-by over accountants, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, what is this? Read out this headline. What does this headline say?
Former ISS executive charged with allegedly expensing sex workers to NASA.
Got him. So what percentage of the budget would that be?
0.0000. It's not very much. It's not $18 billion.
Not very much. How do you know? How do you know how much? They could have had a whole island for all you know.
You're not getting the hookers you get. You're getting Charlie Sheen hook level hookers.
Charlie Sheen.
How much?
Did you use common sense or common bucks?
Well, they've cut the budget now though, so who knows what they're going to end up with.
Give me a highball estimate of how much you think this has cost NASA. Highball.
What's cost NASA?
Expensing sex workers to NASA. How much do you think that's cost them?
Oof. I mean, hard to say. There are a bunch of freaks over there. You ever looked into Jack Parsons?
You're dodging the question again. If you're going to make the claim, at least
it's
be
got nothing to do with
making the claim. That was the media are making the claim.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, I didn't write that article.
I don't know. I don't know why you're talking to me now. If you're just gonna, if every time you get pressed on something, you're gonna try.
No, this is we're just talking about NASA because you want to talk about NASA. Do you believe NASA?
You lot talking about NASA.
Let's say NASA come out with a story and they say it's raining diamonds on Uranus. When you read that, do you? Whichever story they're saying, do you question it or do you believe it?
For the most part, I take them at face value and I believe it. Yeah.
Okay. So why do you do that?
Well, I do that because NASA is part of this broader thing called the scientific consensus, right?
No, they're part of the U.S. government.
Right, but NASA and their scientists and their researchers are part of the scientific consensus, no?
Part of the scientific consensus. What is the scientific consensus? Where is that located? Can we find that online? Is that scientificconsensus.com? So where did you find it?
It's not a thing, I don't think. It's not something you can dig up from the ground and find or search.
So where have you come to it then? So where does it come from?
It's a term. It's a general kind of agreement and general consensus and agreement on certain scientific truths across the scientific community.
How do we know what that is, though?
Consensus.
How do we know what the scientific consensus actually is?
Yeah, so they would need to ask all the scientists and then collate all of their answers into like one place and say, here is the consensus. Where's that?
How do we get?
Or you could look at. You could look at places where science is taught, like
Have you heard?
Harvard.
Let me ask you this. Have you heard of an appeal to Have you heard of an appeal to consensus fallacy?
I'd like to see how you define it.
Well, what do you think it is based on what it's called?
Well, you're the one that said common sense shouldn't. I mean, if you're the one
No, it's not me about common sense. So I'm saying, have you heard of an appeal?
Go to common sense fallacy. This is crazy.
You're the one deriding my common sense.
No, I asked you, have you heard of an appeal to consensus? Not common sense, consensus.
If you have a definition, please.
Yeah, it's when you appeal to consensus for your argument. And that's a logical fallacy. You understand?
I fully understand you, but I think in this case, when referring to the scientific consensus on things that pertain to science, I disagree.
Okay, so it's not a fallacy if you put science before the word consensus.
How do we scientific truths then? This is what the consensus is based on. We'll give you the consensus. The science is all on something, an empirical truth. How do we reach scientific empirical?
The scientific process, right? You draw up a hypothesis, do an experiment. If you can reproduce the experiment and have it, and have this conclusion, stand under peer review, then you have a pretty good theory or idea.
Oh,
these things join, and then these things join this general body of consensus of agreed upon facts, right?
Where is this body?
Hey, going somewhere.
You can go.
Sorry. Hold on,
you can open any scientific journal, Nature.
Sorry, Jedi. I set him off.
You can open a major scientific journal. There'll be papers and experiments for days. You probably can. No man will be able to.
And they say trust. And they say trust NASA. And they say blindly trust NASA. Do they?
No, we say trust the experts and trust the experiments. And if you don't like it, read up.
If you don't like it,
and disagree
read
with
up
it and challenge it and publish your own thing to criticize it.
Okay.
It's the best thing. The best thing that we have. It's the best thing we have.
It's okay.
Stop yapping.
It's
Dude,
the
you're
best
yapping
thing
like
that we
a
have.
PR agent, dude. It's ridiculous.
Let me ask him.
Hold on, Wolfgang. We've already established there's no way to figure out what the scientific consensus even is. How can you appeal to it when you don't know what it is?
I disagree with you there.
How do I figure out what it is? Read the BBC? Is that it? Is that what I do?
Because it's not one thing.
How do I figure out what it is? What's the methodology that you use to figure out?
It makes more sense. It makes more sense.
Okay, dude, I don't care about what makes
pertaining to specific. Okay.
Dude, you're just appealing to the thing you don't know what it is.
Right. It makes more sense looking at it pertaining to
you're just a rhetorician, dude.
Things. Specific things.
Okay, dude.
Like
how do you know what it is?
On the laws of physics. And again, it's
yeah. Stop rattling on. Not again.
Academia.
Answer his question.
Okay, answer the question. What is the methodology for figuring out what the scientific consensus is? Yeah, you don't have one. Whatever you feel like.
Because remember, you can only get up to 10 with your fingers. Sorry, Jedi, I cut you off there. Jedi was going to get in.
Yeah, so if you're going to appeal to scientific consensus as the fount of truth, right, you're going to have to tell us how we figure out what that is in the first place.
It's just what NASA says, right?
Whatever the BBC says, or the fucking Telegraph, whatever they read over there.
BBC.
So
I thought the exact same thing.
You were talking about how you would challenge some ideas. So are there any ideas from NASA or claims from NASA that you've challenged or questioned?
I think he clammed up. Made him clam up.
When NASA said the moon's inside Earth's atmosphere, did you believe that?
Indio, do you think this guy's from academia? Aviator?
Hell no.
No.
You think he's a journalist?
No. He would no academia. No person from academia would even dare to say the scientific consensus. I mean, they understand that that's just some popular political thing. That's not reality. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just had to go do something. Hopefully, he'll come back. Aviator, we'll be here.
Could be.
You think he's a shyster? You think he's a shyster?
A shyster.
It says
he could be from the
pretender clown.
Yeah. I mean, he could be from the sociology department. I'll give you that.
Sociology.
What's he claiming to be from?
He's still in the.
He's not claimed to be from anything. I would say sounds like he's maybe high school / very early years university at most.
I think early years. Yeah, I want to put him early years. Yep, that sounds good.
Well, I would say it's hard pressed because even basic college education goes over effective communication styles and Maslow's hierarchy of needs, Bloom's taxonomy. This guy hasn't got any of it. He still thinks that flat earthers defunded NASA. Like he's in here trying to debate you to change your mind. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I had nothing to do with it. None of us did. Not a single person in this call had anything to do with NASA funding levels, but he's repeatedly tried to get us to change our mind and refund NASA. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this kid?
Yeah, because you would think at a time where the society
never claimed that flat Earth as a whole are trying to. Well, I assume you wouldn't be too displeased if you were trying to defund NASA, but I never think you're the main reason this happened.
It is strange though, because you would think at a time in society, the only time in living memory that there's really been any doubt cast on this globe heliocentric model, you think they'd be trying to prove it more, but instead they're defunding the only source of apparent globe evidence. Why do you think that is?
NASA is not the only scientific source of
Let me just ask him, because he's saying that confidently. Aviator, I'm sorry, but are you coming from an academic sir? Aviator.
Sorry.
Are you coming from an academic perspective? Do you have a background in some type of, science in somewhat? Because you're sounding like very confident to me. It sounds like you're leaning on some kind of information. Are you of some background, sir? Just yes or no. You don't have to tell me what it is.
No. No, I'm still learning myself.
It's a Fortnite background.
Yeah. Are you a high schooler? What are you?
Yeah, I guess in America that's what they call it, right?
Yeah, he's in secondary school.
High school. Secondary.
Yeah, that's fine. That's about what we thought. I was going to ask.
Earlier.
I would like to we can go back, but just to advance this a bit. Okay, so when you're saying NASA's not the only evidence, when I'm saying NASA, I'm gonna group all of these space agency, quote unquote, that give us these unverifiable images and stories and claims. I'll group them all under NASA because it's essentially the same thing. So without appealing to them, without appealing to those guys with stories that we can't verify, what would be the
dishonest?
Hold on. Let me finish the question. Without appealing to those agencies that you trust rather blindly, what evidence is there that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Well, I think in my opinion personally, I think it's the only model that can explain the data that we see. And I think the especially with flat Earth, the model that they propose instead usually it doesn't make any sense. I know I'm aware that a lot of you guys in here don't like actually proposing a model in place of the globe.
Okay, you already started.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let him get it out, and then I'm going to re-ask the question because he's not really answering it.
We asked for evidence, not.
Yeah. I know. But this is where we hear where his train of thought is before we bring him back and say, no. Remember, the question was, without appealing to the space agencies, what evidence is there that the Earth is a ball?
Sorry, I've got quite bad internet. You cut out for a second. Say that again.
Without appealing to the space agencies and their images and claims, what evidence is there that the Earth is a ball that spins in a vacuum?
What do you mean not appealing to space agencies and
Well, without saying NASA says so, or Roscosmos says so, or JAXA says so, without saying one of these places sent an image and we looked at the image and believed it, what evidence is there that can be verified by normal people?
I mean, part of it's funny you say that because these space agencies, by their very existence, this kind of they disprove what you're saying, right? It's funny that you're trying to get rid of
no, they don't. That's why I'm asking you for the actual evidence.
I don't think you can really. I don't
okay, so are you saying that you couldn't provide any evidence without appealing to these agencies? You don't have any evidence that it's a ball?
I'm not saying that. I'm just want to get.
Okay, well, let's get to that then.
If you could stop interrupting me every 5 seconds, I'd appreciate that as well.
Okay. Finish up. Come on then.
Debating.
It's okay. You'll be okay.
You can call that tactic. But again, these space agencies send up probes and rockets and ships every single day, and you can ask any one of their experts. I don't know, call them up or something, or you can even. You can even watch their live streams and going around the Earth every day, every hour.
Yep, know all that. That's fine. Yep, I get that. Now, could you answer the question without appealing to those things?
And by their
what evidence is there?
very existence, they disprove what you're saying. And because I need to get them out of the way so that we don't discuss them. But
okay, well, let's just see. So, without appealing to those claimed videos and images that you don't know if they're real or not, what evidence is there for the Earth being a ball?
But for one, and this is something that we learn even in primary school, at least in the UK.
Answer the question. Answer it.
Well, let's see. He might have been trying to answer it there.
What's he learning?
Ships when they sail out, you can watch it for miles and miles. First, their hull disappears beneath the horizon, and
okay. So how far away can we see them go before this happens?
Implying there's a curvature to the Earth.
Okay.
So
that's one of the things. Okay, let's talk about that then. So you've seen a boat go out to sea, and you've seen the bottom of it being hidden behind a horizon. That's made you think that's a curved surface of water. Is that right?
I haven't seen it I haven't seen it myself. But,
okay. But you've seen
this comes back to the
claims of it.
Right, but this comes back to experimentation and scientific evidence, right? You don't have to necessarily commit an experiment to accept it into a body of accepted knowledge. It's a fact.
Yeah. Well, let's say okay, we observe the bottoms of ships sometimes being obscured apparently by a horizon. Now you're saying that is due to the surface of the water being curved. Is that right?
I wouldn't say water is curved. I mean, if you take a sorry, did I cut out again?
A little bit. We call it water is curved.
Okay, can you hear me now again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry. Okay. Water is curved, but in this case, it's more to do with the shape of the Earth, right?
When you say water is curved, just very quickly, what do you mean by water is curved?
Well, if you take a droplet of water and you put it on your desk right now, you can see the surface tension, the hydrogen bonds and such. They're strong enough to actually curve the surface of the water.
What if you've got like a body of water, like a glass of water or a bathtub full of water? Is that curved?
At the very I suppose again with surface tension, you can see a meniscus kind of appearing on. Say you have a burette.
Okay, is that the kind of curve you're talking about?
Surface tension.
Okay, so when you say curve, you mean a meniscus of water?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so what other kind of curve? So let's say we're not looking at the meniscus in the bathtub. We're just looking at all of the water in between. Is that curved?
It's pretty flat. Ends up pretty flat.
What if we scale that up to a swimming pool?
Again, it's pretty flat. If you scale it up to
a lake.
Scale it up again. Scale it up again.
If you scale it up to an Earth,
to an Earth.
If you scale it up to the Earth, right? Which, again, even if you have something like even if you have something like a supermassive sphere, right? Like I'll go.
Well, let's say let's get more focused in reality. Let's say we've got a lake that's 10 miles long. Is that flat?
Reality. The only person in this conversation that isn't focused in reality, unfortunately, is yourself. So if you just
all right. So a 10-mile lake isn't reality. No, that's reality. So a 10-mile lake. A 10-mile lake. Yeah, so we're going from the swimming pool. We're going from the swimming pool, which you said was flat, to the 10-mile lake. Is that flat or is that curved?
I don't know when the curvature effect comes into play.
So then how would you know? So then how would you know that when you see a boat disappearing bottom up, that is the curvature, if you don't know when this curvature is even supposed to come into effect?
Well, again, if we come from the, it's difficult because I suppose I'm gonna have to start relying on
You could look it up.
Right, that we had before.
You could look up what they say and find out, because this is your belief apparently, right? So you could check where you're supposed to see curve, and if there's supposed to be curve over a 10-mile lake, you could look into that, because that's your belief, isn't it?
Right,
Several Sorry, I've got several citations. You carry on talking. I've got several citations in the chat which kind of would you like me to go? Would you like to read them yourselves? Would you like to read them out? They don't challenge exactly.
You're cutting out a little bit from you, Jedi. I don't know if that's just me.
Oh, I thought it was just me. If you have the source, put it in the
You're cutting.
in the chat.
So I think Jedi was saying he was putting stuff in the chat. So why don't you read out what Jedi's posted so that we can hear it? You able to do some reading out loud?
39 past the hour.
Sure, if you want to put it in the chat, I'm more than happy to read it.
Well, it sounds like it's already in there.
I can't see it. If it is.
When did you say Matrix? 39 past the hour? Timestamp?
Correct.
So 39 past the hour, Aviator. Jedi.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
He's found it. Good.
So water always from a flat surface, unless it's acted upon by another force such as wind. Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. And he keeps going. But yeah, I don't disagree.
Well, can you read them out? Just because we've got people listening who aren't reading the chat.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I started with water will always form a flat surface, and he's put that in capitals, unless it is acted upon by another force such as wind, which I completely agree with. For example, a force like gravity is going to also have a potential.
Or are you going off now?
No, I'm going off. But it's something, for example, like a force like gravity is going to cause water to. Yeah, it's going to.
Because it said water is always flat. No, it said water is always flat, didn't it?
Right. What was the second? What was the second part of what the quote says?
Unless acted upon by wind or another force.
Yeah, another force. That's the main part. That's the main thing you skip.
Well, gravity.
I don't know why you're doing that.
Fortunately, gravity isn't considered a force, so we don't have to worry ourselves about gravity when we're talking about forces.
Newtonian physics. And that
well, yeah, but the Newtonian physics was superseded over 100 years ago. But we can get to that later.
However, Newtonian physics is still very much relevant in scientific.
No, they threw it out. They threw it out in favor of Einstein.
No, that's incorrect.
No, that's correct. I know you're still in school, dude. Maybe you should recognize that you're still in school and you're speaking to adults who went to school years ago. Okay?
Right,
so anyway, without getting sidetracked into that, without getting sidetracked into that, dude, read through the rest of Jedi's quotations. Dude,
just fine for our purposes.
Dude, read through the rest of Jedi's quotes and don't add your own commentary. Just read through them.
Before I do, I just want to make this one point very crystal clear. I don't really want to move on until we can understand that gravity is
no, that's a non sequitur. No, that's a red herring. It's all right, Matrix. All right. Yeah, that's a red herring. You're trying to deflect from what we were talking about. So we're going to stick to what we were talking about. So please read out Jedi's quotes.
Swimming pool or something.
Aviator, focus. Read out Jedi's quotes. Let's hear them.
Right, but before we do that, I just want to get this.
No. We're not going to do the red herring. We'll get to that later. We're on water at the moment. We get to that later. Listen, remember when you were in school and the teacher's teaching you something, you don't say, "No, miss, I want to talk about this now." That's not how it works. So You're going to read out Jedi's quotations, and then we'll proceed from there, and then we'll get to gravity later. Okay?
Right, but you're not my teacher.
Yes, we are teaching you. We are teaching you.
Reason about things, and
this is what's happening.
Okay, we're teaching. I'm really the one teaching you. I'm really the one.
No, you're not. See, this is your problem. This is your problem. This is your problem. You've come into a channel acknowledging that you don't know anything about the globe. Dude, don't just talk through me.
By people for thousands of years. I'm the one having to teach you.
Dude. No, we already know the story. We were already told the story at school. You're a child, dude. You're professing childhood stories to us.
I still know more than you.
No, you don't. Remember how we were talking about the horizon, and you said, "Oh, I don't know when the curvature is supposed to start. I don't know if there's supposed to be curve over a 10-mile lake." Okay, let's see. Let's see if you know more. Let's see if you know more. What's the claimed radius of the globe Earth?
Pardon?
What's the claimed radius of the globe Earth?
I don't know. Probably quite.
Okay, so you don't know more. It's 39.59 miles. So I know more than you about the globe. What's the closest distance to the sun?
Look,
I know.
93 million miles. Who cares?
Oh, okay. Got one. What about the moon? What's the distance to the moon?
A couple 100,000. It doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't matter.
It does matter because you were saying you knew more and you were teaching us. No, we're going to teach you. We're going to teach you about your globe argument.
You can rattle off a million facts. It wouldn't change anything.
No, it would
accept basic things.
That we know more than you about your own belief. So, dude, Aviator, if you can't recognize what's going on here, you're not going to be able to have a productive conversation. If you're not humble enough to realize that people have things to teach you, even flat earthers, then you're just going to stay retarded and blindly accepting NASA cartoons for your entire worldview.
I'd appreciate if you didn't.
I would appreciate if you didn't take the conversation off into this meta bullshit because you were reading out the fact that water's flat and it upset you.
It's because
no, it's not important. It's not important. What is that? What did that first quote go again? Water is flat, and you agree with it.
So, doing this for 5 minutes now, do you think it's good form to deflect onto gravity whilst we're reading through something else? And you'd rather talk about gravity in the middle of you reading out the citations? You've been doing this for 5 minutes, mate. You've been causing a blockage in the conversation. That's you, that is. We could have probably got on with it, read through the citations and circled back to gravity by now.
But I'd rather really iron out this.
Yeah, we know you don't want to deal with citations. No, you can deal with the citations. That's what you can do. This is what we're teaching you about. We're teaching you about the natural physics of water. And if you don't want to learn, then pop yourself on mute.
Oh, okay. Why limit yourself just to water? Why not think about why?
Because that's what we're talking about. Because that's what we're talking about. And you know why. You know why we're talking about water. That's why you're trying to not talk about it.
I don't know why you keep dodging away from gravity.
Because it's not
that's ironic.
It's pretty important because it applies.
You just literally dodged to it, bro. You just dodged those citations. You're dodging, dudes.
I read it out.
So read through the citations. Read through them all. Read them out.
Yeah. Try and listen to what he's trying to teach you. You don't know what gravity is.
Okay. Put yourself on mute then. If there's no point, put yourself on mute. We'll speak to someone who actually wants to use their brain.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay. The only person not using their
That's all right, dude. Your choices are read through the citations and carry on the conversation, or put yourself on mute, or we'll put it on. We'll put you on mute for you if you can't make the decision. You want to have the conversation that we were having?
That's all you can do, isn't it?
Oh, that's all you can do. Yeah, all you can do is deflect. All you can do is deflect and just complain and talk meta shit. And it was, I mean, everyone heard it. You were in the middle of reading out the citations, which demonstrate exactly what we're talking about. And you immediately tried to deflect and start adding your own little commentary about gravity as you recognize what those citations are saying.
Yeah, that's good for the audience, but he's got his fingers in his ear now.
Good.
So he doesn't care.
Let him be ignorant.
So, yep. I guess he gets to be banned. Good job, baby.
No, he doesn't have to be banned. He can just sit there and just listen.
Yeah, he's not listening, but that's okay. Yeah, it's not up to me anyway. But I think
Right, so who else have we got?
I think it's a good commentary, though, and I think it's worth noting that he's kind of a typical Glober that comes in here and is claiming all these things. And then when asked, what are they basing the knowledge on? They don't have the answers. We ask them, what size is the Earth? They say, I don't know. So a blind religious belief is what that was an example of. Thank you, Cyclone and Jedi, for trying.
Well, it was the news that set him off. Hearing that NASA's getting slashed and burned or whatever, they're on no funding whatsoever. It was like, fuck, flat earthers, you're the blame for that. You're like, really, dude? I am?
Well, it's fine for them to be ignorant of the globe. The majority of people are, but it's when he'll start to try and say, I'm teaching you, I'm here to teach you. It's like, dude, just be humble enough to recognize that you've come into a room discussing a topic that you've obviously barely looked into, and you're discussing it with people who obviously have. So in this case, even if you don't agree with them, they would be teaching you about it. So if you can't even be that self-aware to recognize that is the situation, then this is what happens. You choose ignorance.
Yeah, if you really wanted to be a good globe debater, you'd have to be able to listen to the opposing view.
Or just define it. Say, hey, flat earth, what is that? I don't know. Well, how are you disagreeing with? Like, I was talking to Pads today about that, model that I gave right to hand, like 2 years ago. He's still freaking out over it. Like Radwin was like going to go between me and him because, right to hand has to be blocked. So then Pads jumps in and he wants to do a critique of the model. And no matter how hard I try to get him to understand, dude, this is not the Earth. It's Crit's model. Which one is it? The Earth or Crit's model? And he kept resetting back. Well, if that's the Earth, nope, not the Earth. It's a model. Like their wires get crossed. Like somehow they want to tell you the flat Earth is wrong, but they can't tell you what it is. Well, how do you know it's wrong if you don't know what it is? Because the Earth is a globe. Well, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Well, because it's not flat. Okay, what's not flat mean? NASA. Volcanoes. Earthquakes. Just, what the hell, dude?
But my mama told me that the shadow on the moon, that's how you know the Earth's a globe.
Who's Zeno? Have we spoken to Zeno? What's up, Zeno? Well, if you got any questions, let us know. What else we got? Is it just that guy? Gee, tell me it's not.
He wants to talk about gravity, but I don't think he's going to stay on gravity as soon as I plop down a couple of sources. He's going to do the same thing.
Yeah, you're possibly right.
Sorry, is he still here?
Cyclone.
No, it's all right. He was being a bit of a melt, but
he came in once before doing exactly the same thing. He just came in here to preach. Didn't want to listen. It was, you're a flat earther, you're stupid, I know everything. And that was his attitude. Didn't matter what was said. It was just, and he just kept talking through us. We muted him, he cried, he left. So, yeah, that was the last.
Oh, I thought that's Aviator. He's still here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's just a kid, too. I mean, the dude doesn't really know anything at all. I mean, he sounded like he's, I don't know, maybe, it's hard to tell with accents, but like European somewhere, right? Or
he's an English kid, and he's just got that confidence and ignorance that comes with youth and his age. But I mean, that's why I'm just going to treat him like, well, you'll listen to.
Sorry,
go on, T-Dub.
I was just saying, he could be a very refined Australian.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
No.
He's not qualified for this conversation. He's just a noob.
We'll see if he settles down and then reflects. That's possible.
I've got some stuff for him to read. I don't think he's going to like talking about gravity.
We would have. I mean, I'm happy for you to speak to him about gravity if you want, Larry. But he's put himself on deaf and he's put his fingers in his ears. He doesn't want to learn. Doesn't want to listen.
That's okay. Yeah, we can spot the second kind of stupid. Yeah, if you can't learn because you think you already know everything,
Oh,
that's the
check this
second
out.
kind of student.
This is funny. This is pretty funny. Check this quote out. The budget plan calls for scaling back of operations in the International Space Station. With fewer astronauts aboard, the slimmed down research program will begin. President Trump displayed the International Space Station as woke and has tried to cancel NASA's efforts during his first term, just as Obama did before him. But in both cases, Congress restored the money. So it's not. This could just be political theater.
They'll try to church it up.
Those pesky congressmen. I almost defunded NASA, but those pesky congressmen got in the way. Because NASA did it on purpose. Because like the military-industrial complex, like the shells are made over here, the gunpowder's made over there, the bullets made over there. They're all assembled over here. So it's spread across all these districts. So they tell you, hey, we're going to make a different type of tank that's not going to use those rounds anymore. All of a sudden, everyone's like, what about the constituents in my voting block? If I don't get them more bullets, more manufacturing, they're not going to vote for me. So this is what they'll do. They'll say, all this Artemis crap is all getting cut, defunded, and they sprinkled it all across America. The bolts are made over here. The metal's made, whatever. All these different components spread across all of America is just going to get a few congressmen to be like, well, we got to keep building rockets to nowhere. Otherwise, I won't get voted in.
When you say the word Congress, it sounds like you're talking about something created by the founding documents, Constitution. But I think you're referring to the brothel of fools that pretend to be Congress, right?
Yeah, capital C Congress, not lowercase.
Moringa.
Do you eat the moringa too?
Do you do?
Yes, with the coffee.
Oh, yeah. I bought myself a moringa powder. I'm gonna make a cup of tea with that.
I just put it in with my coffee. Tastes pretty good.
Yeah, it's all right actually. It's not that bad.
Hey, holy crap!
You making a cup of tea? I'll have one.
Yes, sir.
He's like an AI imagery. You guys like Trump, like taking a shotgun and like shooting NASA sign, or like a bull, like a Foucault's pendulum, demolition ball, just knocking, Trump, just knocking NASA buildings down.
Hey, Effie Batman. Do you know Mr. Batman?
That's the best globe group.
Is that Gravity Boy back?
No, Mr. Batman's a different person. I know he gets that a lot. Yeah, Mr. Batman, he's actually anti-flat Earth, if you've ever talked to him.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. So I was curious. I know both.
Wonderful.
I don't know Effie Batman, but I know Mr. Batman.
Are we going to let this lad have the pleasure of talking about Gravity with Larry?
Oh, yeah, we go. Yeah, do you want to do that?
Yeah, I was going to say we accept your concession on the flatness of water, and Larry will talk to you about gravity.
That's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's a really interesting topic.
Let me talk about gravity.
Have you checked over the things that I posted talking about Newtonian gravity?
Me?
Yeah, have you looked at what I posted? Because it was apparent to me that you wanted to talk about gravity. Is that true? And surely you didn't accuse them of changing the subject.
Okay.
Right?
I'm not entirely opposed to talking about gravity now.
Awesome. So you give it a little read what I posted there?
I'll give it a scan.
You're gonna have to do some more reading out loud, Aviator. We know how this went last time, but this was a subject that you chose to move to, so could you please read out Larry's citations this time?
Just read what it says and calm down and don't commentate on it.
Okay. Why do you want me to read it out loud? I'll just read.
Just read it out because this is an audio channel. People are listening.
Okay. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, only culminating in 1926 with the full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right, and that's in bold and underlined. It had to be modified with other laws, which are quantum laws of motion. Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate physics. Richard Feynman, lecture on quantum electric dynamics, QED, part 1 of 8. Even though the law F equals ma is false, and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation, of momentum in quantum mechanics, nevertheless, in the end, that particular law maintains itself. The Feynman lectures. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict the gravitational interactions, replacing, and that's in bold, those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne, and that's emboldened by Einstein, and that's by Douglas Klein, professor of physics. And right, and there's another one. So we have the double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons and get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other, and we get a bevy of electrons and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? Well, that is the end of Newtonian physics. Well,
okay, I'll stop you right there because the next two, it's the same guy. He's saying the same thing, just with slightly different language. So what you thought about Newtonian mechanics, you thought that, it was, the shit, but actually the government school that you went to, right, because public means government, they taught you the wrong thing on purpose, didn't they?
What do you mean by wrong? First of all,
well, you just read how Newton was wrong, right?
In a way, but I don't think we're using the word wrong in the same kind of.
Oh, he's redefining wrong now.
Yes, I am, because it's not black and white, unfortunately.
Does he need more?
Aviator, real quick.
I think he needs more.
Can I explain to what I mean, Larry?
I just wanted to ask. Do you think that gravity is a force?
What do you mean by wrong is not wrong? Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, in a certain domain, I think what Newton did is perfectly serviceable, and it's really, really accurate, right? For most scenarios, Newton isn't wrong, right? If I give you the acceleration, the time taken for this motion, the initial speed and the end speed for something, and tell you to calculate how the distance that you traveled, you could do that with Newton's laws really easily. You could find his acceleration at the end of the motion, whatever. Fine, it works. It works really, really well. But when you go to
what about the orbit of Mercury?
When you get to really extreme scenarios,
like the orbit of Mercury, is that extreme?
Yeah, I believe that gave rise to special relativity, right? Right, for really extreme scenarios, like...
To interrupt, because that's bang on the citation that I've just posted. Larry, would you mind if I read it?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Because Isaac Newton's laws of gravity serve so well in explaining the behaviour of the solar system, this is why we're bang on subject, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneous pull on each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous responses would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the earth will be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newton's theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. The change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics. Sorry, Larry. Thank you.
I agree with that. I don't think there's any problem with that at all. For really, really extreme circumstances, Newton's laws break down. Right, for the super small, for the quanta, and for the supermassive, especially when dealing with light and the speeds of light.
Hold on, brother. Laws don't break down. That's the thing about laws, right? They don't break down. If you have a cup of coffee, you set it down, the hot is going to go out into the surrounding gas until it reaches equilibrium. Every time, no matter what, right? Because that's how laws work.
Right, but clearly Newton's laws break down. That's why they were superseded by Einstein's laws, right?
Yeah, they're not laws. You're missing the point.
If you have a car that breaks down,
you're playing semantics.
You don't have a car.
Theory.
No.
If you're
again,
if you really
and
want to
again,
be
Larry, I apologise for interrupting.
Newton's theory,
My friend,
fine.
My friend. Semantics, yes, words mean things. Trying to help you understand that when people of, universities, the chair of physics, the people that would tell us these stories, then the words that they say have very profound meanings. These two things, for example, are not the same thing. One supersedes the other. Gravity is no longer mass attracting mass. Newton's laws were debunked, superseded by special and general relativity.
So what we're trying to tell you is that you're a fundamentalist. You think that gravity is one of the four fundamental forces, and it's not. There is no unified field theory. There is no M theory or string theory or theory of everything. Gravity doesn't work at the quantum level, and it doesn't work at the galactic level. We can go to Einstein next, but first we have to get you to understand that mass attracting mass is not real science, because you think that mass attracting mass is what holds down the oceans. But I can take a cup of ocean water and boil it at a high temperature, and that phase change is going to cause it to be more buoyant, because liquid water is very dense compared to the atmosphere, but gaseous state of water is actually very buoyant, right? That's why the clouds usually go up, right? So you can also manipulate the gas pressure. Hold on. You can also manipulate the gas pressure. You put that same cup of water, you could put it in a vacuum container and turn on the pump and go walk away for 3 days and come back, and there won't be any water out because it'll boil at a low temperature. So it's actually high gas pressure and low temperature that holds down the oceans. Now, if you understand the laws of cause and effect, then all you have to do is use, hold on, I'm almost done, last sentence. All you have to do is use my independent variables as your control variable, so you're not going to manipulate those, and demonstrate mass attracting mass by manipulating your presumed cause, because that's how a scientific experiment actually works. Go ahead, tell us how.
I mean, it's funny that So just a couple of things. So you make the right observation, the perfectly correct observation that Newton's laws, they're not theory, fine. They're not completely accurate. And that you said Einstein's law or theory is more accurate. Fine. Okay, I agree with you. And then you go on to say, which you did what I was hoping you would do, which is then you posited why water does what it does, and it's attracted downwards to the center of the earth. And then you start talking about buoyancy and things, and saying relative densities and buoyancy is the reason why things go up and down, which is really interesting because you spent all this time propping up Einstein's theory and why it's so correct, but then you don't even use it to explain phenomena.
No, I did not pop up Einstein's theory. I was trying to get you to understand that your consensus that you're appealing to, you're like 100 years late.
No. The whole point is that it's superseded by Einstein. It's still accurate for most of the things that we're dealing with, especially for the planet. Well, it's not even planetary, especially for things like bodies of water being attracted down to the center of the Earth. It's fine with that.
Please.
So if you want, you can then use special relativity and general relativity to explain why water is attracted down.
Shut up, aviator.
Don't start talking about buoyancy, which has G inside of the equation.
That's lovely. That's mathematics, not science. The reason why we're trying to harp on about the word force and mass attracting mass is because, like we tried to point out to you, it's not a force. Hasn't been for a while. So when you isolated the word force, when we were talking about water being level and acted upon by other forces, hoping that gravity was a force and it was going to curve the water that was level, then you have to understand that it's not a force. So you couldn't have inserted your assertion within that statement that forces would curve the water if gravity isn't a force.
Yeah, I did tell him that.
For all intents and purposes. Look, can you agree that in Einstein's theory, gravity isn't a force, right? It's just, I believe it's just an inertia.
Can you just agree that we've just educated you on your own belief in gravity, and now you're railing off the topic again because Larry was schooling you?
So can we just both? Who am I talking to here? Jedi, right?
Yellow.
So we can agree here that in Einstein's model, gravity isn't a force. We can agree.
Correct.
Okay, and in Newton's theory, it is a force.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. At least we got that far. We can agree on something here, right? So
you already agreed. You read the citations. You said you agreed, and they said that Newton was superseded. So stop saying Newton was correct. He was not. That's what they all said.
Fine, whatever. He was superseded by Einstein. I completely agree with you. That's fine. I'm not denying that. But when you then try and explain phenomena, why don't you talk about Einstein's theory at all? You haven't given it a lick of anything to do with relativity when you try to explain why certain things go up.
Why
and down.
water's flat. We don't need to talk about your ball gravity just because water's flat.
We're dealing with
what I'm saying. You don't if you want to go with Einstein, use Einstein's maths. Use Einstein's theory to explain phenomena, but instead you make up your own one.
What's Einstein's theory?
Density and buoyancy, which are you forces.
Are you claiming Einstein's theory is true now? Are you claiming Aviator? Are you claiming Einstein's theory is correct now?
Because now you're scrambling because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, we do.
Oh my God!
Again,
don't dodge from what I'm saying here.
You try not to. Once you've asked the question, it just seems like you want to keep asking the question over and over again. You've asked it.
Please try harder. You're not addressing it. I'd shut up if you just address what I'm saying.
Trying to. You keep talking. That's why I'm getting pissed off. You don't seem to.
I'm talking to you right now. Obviously, you'll be pissed off because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to your friend. I'm not addressing you.
You've asked why.
We'll start giving one.
Einstein.
Start giving one away, so keep being frustrated, and I can't help that.
You're not listening, are you? You've asked why we don't appeal to Einstein, haven't you?
Okay, yes, that's my question. Why don't you do that?
Because we're dealing with the natural world, right? Einstein, that's mathematics. Hold on. Einstein, that's mathematics. It's not natural science. Dude, what's natural science?
He's having a mental break.
He's spiraling out.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll get to it. What is natural science?
Sorry.
What's natural science?
I don't know the rigorous definition, but I assume it's science pertaining to the natural world. And
You
its
kind of
phenomena.
stumbled.
Something like
Yeah,
that.
you stumbled on it about an hour ago. Right, it's a methodology, a construction of a hypothesis, and then the testing of that hypothesis through experimentation, the scientific method, right? It's the thing that you would use to adjudicate a cause and effect relationship. It's the thing you would hope to use to answer the question why the apple fell from the tree, being as the apple falling would be a dependent variable. Now, in none of this, the scientific method, are there equations and mathematics? Are there?
That's completely incorrect.
Sorry, where in the scientific method are the equations?
There's no equations baked into the scientific method, but we use equations to we use equations to prove things and to make predictions. It's part of the scientific method nonetheless, even though it's not part of the step-by-step thing and everything, I suppose.
My friend, you're incorrect in everything that you just said. There are no mathematical predictions. Excuse me, let me address then listen, and you understand why I'm disagreeing with you, then you can address it. There are no mathematical predictions within a hypothesis. Do you agree or do you disagree?
What? I disagree.
You disagree. Okay, so what is a hypothesis in natural science?
Okay. Maybe I'm not being clear. In the definition of a hypothesis, there won't be an equation. I agree with you there. But you can make hypotheses that pertain completely mathematically. You can say, I predict this bacterial species to multiply at this rate. And you can be correct or wrong with the hypothesis, right? So there's mathematics in the hypothesis.
I'll give you this. You can abstract mathematics from the scientific method, but you must understand that mathematics and the scientific method are two completely different animals. You must understand this.
No.
One.
I'm sorry, they're so intertwined.
Excuse me. Natural science deals with the study of the physical natural world, cause and effect relationships in the physical natural world. The observation is empirical. You must observe something happening in the physical and natural world outside of man's influence. The only thing you, the observer, is going to do is make a prediction as to what causes the phenomena. The phenomena being your dependent variable and your independent variable being your presumed cause of said phenomena. That's going to be your hypothesis. If this, then that. And then you can test that hypothesis in an experiment where you manipulate this to see if it causes that, while keeping all other variables, control variables, the same, having no influence on the experiment. Now, I'm going to ask you this. Do we have this for gravity?
Well, yes, I suppose.
Okay, so we'll start by trying to build the hypothesis. What's the
I'm not going to go down your checklist, Ted. I'm not going to go down your checklist.
Really? We're not going to apply the scientific method to your claim that gravity
I'm not going to go down your arbitrary checklist. You can get it from any source you want. I don't really care. If you want to engage with me, if you want to engage with me peer on peer, you won't railroad me.
Sorry.
If you're actually being honest,
you've made a claim to gravity.
You're not going to railroad me. Which I know, but I know you're dishonest.
You asked the question, Junior. How about you start answering it instead of just yammering on with shit? This is how you're sidestepping the question, and you're making yourself look like an idiot. So please stop it. You asked a basic question. If you don't know, you wouldn't believe it. You're allowed to say, I don't know. We're not going to think bad of you if you say that. Okay? So, Jedi asked the question. You answer it.
You need him to repeat the question?
So yeah, if you want, we can gauge peer on peer, or you can keep reading off the script. I mean, it's up to you.
What's funny? I don't understand. Are you laughing at yourself?
No, I'm just sorry. I just do that quite a bit.
I don't understand why you laugh. You've made the claim about gravity, mass attracting mass, or Einstein. I'm just asking you for the empirical scientific experiment that's proved either of these ideas that you keep asserting. You seem to think that holding you to a checklist, which is basically the scientific method, what's the observed phenomena, what's the prediction of cause, and where's the experiment to test the hypothesis, you seem to think that that's irrelevant and railroading. On topic, I'm asking you to prove your claim. You seem to think that's ridiculous for some reason.
Right, but I can clearly see what you're trying to do. And I've talked to quite a few of your friends, so I know how this kind of works. You have some kind of cutoff point where you want to, maybe it's dependent variable, independent variable, and you want to say here and here is where it doesn't exactly match up or it doesn't exactly make sense, and then you kind of, and then you freak out and you say the whole thing doesn't make any sense. It's an arbitrary cut. It's an arbitrary where you want to disprove gravity somehow because it doesn't fit your arbitrary scientific method checklist. That's what you're trying to do here. But
why is it arbitrary?
There's a whole body. I'm going to go back to scientific consensus. If that makes you spin, whatever, I'm sorry, but
why is it arbitrary?
There's a whole body of knowledge out.
Stop waffling, Aviator, and answer the man's question.
Headphones off. Typical kid.
It's just more waffling to avoid the question and hopefully say enough stuff that we'll all get off into the weeds.
Exactly. Ask again, Jedi. He's unplugged his ears.
Don't deafen protest, please. I'll just remove you.
I want to know why it's arbitrary. You keep saying it's arbitrary. This arbitrary standard scientific method, you keep saying it's arbitrary. Why is it arbitrary?
So first of all, where did you get it from?
What, the scientific method? Would you like me to cite that too?
You have a checklist, and all we want to know is where you got it from.
Okay, the same place you did. That'll be in secondary school, year 7, or maybe at the end of primary school when we got taught the scientific method. I can cite it for you from universities if you want to. It's a methodology of gaining empirical truth about cause and effect in the physical and natural world. The formulation of you agreed to this. You said it earlier. Now, for some reason, you seem to think that it's arbitrary. The scientific method is the tool that we would use to figure out the answer to this question of what causes the phenomena that we see. The apple fell from the tree, for example. This would be science. You say you got a lot of it. Where is it then?
Is that the question? But where is the science? You want me to answer that?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Because we have to understand, right? If something is claiming to be science, but does not follow the scientific method, then by definition it is pseudo false science, not actually science. It has to follow the scientific method or it's pseudo. Not interested in pseudoscience.
Can you post in
science?
You're gonna post just quickly. You're gonna post that in. Where you got that from?
What, the definition of pseudoscience?
No, the checklist that you have. Was that from no, please? So you can't recite it very easily.
You actually want me to post that as well? Fucking hell! All right.
I wonder why you're complaining. You're very, very, very quick. I didn't have to ask you to post the whole checklist for gravity, but you don't seem to have anything for the scientific method, which is interesting.
Excuse me. I've posted a damn load of shit. Half of it you haven't even right. Every single thing that I've demonstrated being correct. You want me to continue doing this? Okay, no problem. Just give me a moment. It's going to take a while. There's a lot of it.
That's fine. That's fine.
He's going to post the scientific method, Aviator 1002. It's not that hard to find. It's the accepted method that Western civilization is built upon, that scientists all agree on. Just because you don't agree with it means absolutely nothing. You'd prefer to cling to your religious belief of the globe. We got it. While he's looking that up, I don't think he ever answered his question, which I think was, what's the independent variable for your gravity? Wasn't that the question originally? Does anybody know?
I'm sorry. It's too much.
He's telling me to shut up now. It's too much for me to repeat the question for you? Was that the question? Does anybody know?
Why is it every time I talk to one of you, another one has to pop up like a meerkat and just...
Because you started complaining it was taking him too long to come up with a very obvious citation that would be incredibly easy for you to find yourself if you even had a modicum of the claimed education that you say you have. So can you answer his question in the meantime? What's the independent variable for your definition of the gravity that you keep claiming? Nope, sorry. You don't get away with that one. It's not whack-a-mole. You're the one complaining because he didn't get the citation fast enough for you. So we're not going to just sit here in dead air because Aviator said we should. You don't know. You didn't listen in middle school, whatever they call it over there. Over here, when a child is 11, 12, and 13, that's when they learn about the scientific method. So whatever it's equivalent to over there, if you didn't learn about it, Jedi is doing you the service of educating you. But instead of patiently waiting, you decide to try to turn it back around on us with your ad hominems. So if you would like to be educated, feel free to stick around.
Goodness me. It's like... It'd be interesting if they...
I'm giving you back. I'm sorry. I'm giving you back to Jedi. You don't like that I had a little bit of strength in my tone there, Aviator. I know it's scary for you. I'll give you back to Jedi. He'll be very kind and tell you all about his citations, which he now has in the voice chat. Are you able to get into the chat there?
It'd be interesting if when you popped up, you had something different.
If you'd like to stop talking about me and start talking about citations, then you'll probably get unmuted. I'm not the one muting you, but I totally applaud the person who is. We're back to the information. Can you click on the speech bubble to get to the chat there, Aviator?
By the sounds of it, I think Merry Mum does the naughty corner. So, yeah, you might want to get back with Jedi. Verse.
I was quite enjoying Merry Mum spanking his ass, to be fair. That was funny.
Yeah, just quietly, I wasn't either.
Really is an amazing display of ignorance by Aviator here. So, on that note, I'm going to jump on mute for a bit and then head off, but it was nice to hear you all. I'm sure we'll get some one day. Enjoy this guy.
Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it quite a bit actually.
Yeah, it's very funny. Keep up.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Stay with Cyclone.
So I've just asked open source AI to detail scientific method. Now I did put in the strictest sense, because we know that there are fields of study out there who have corrupted this method in order to be able to want to say that they are using the scientific method when they are not actually adhering to the steps. But I'll read this out. So this is an AI overview from Google. The strictest version of the scientific method, often referred to as the deductive experimental method, involves formulating a hypothesis, predicting specific outcomes based on the hypothesis, and then designing experiments to rigorously test those predictions. Excuse me. It emphasizes objectivity, falsification, and the establishment of empirical evidence to support or refute the initial hypothesis. Here's a more detailed breakdown. 1. Observation and question formulation. The process begins with a carefully defined observation of a phenomenon or a specific problem to be investigated. Now, I would add into that, in nature, right? This observation leads to a clearly defined question, the focus of the scientific inquiry. A hypothesis is a testable explanation or educated guess about the observed phenomenon, formulated as a specific statement that can be either supported or refuted by evidence. The hypothesis is often expressed in if-then format. No, it's always, this AI overview is incorrect. Outlining the expected outcome if the hypothesis is correct. Do you want me to go on?
Only if it says the word mathematics. If it doesn't,
only if it says the word mathematics. Why?
Yeah, because this was Aviator's point.
Is this from? That wasn't my point.
Yeah, well,
which source is this from? Sorry.
Aviator, shush. It was your claim. Einstein mathematics, not science.
Fine.
Fine.
So, where are you reading? Where was he reading that from?
This is an AI overview from Google.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I was muting myself because I was taking a look at one of your sources. I think it kind of illustrates my point quite well. It's on page 6 of the rockgeosociety.org. That one that you posted.
The chat.
Okay. So basically, it says the scientific method is not an exact recipe. There are many ways to apply the scientific thought process without necessarily using all the steps listed previously. Even when you encounter a simple everyday problem like the failure of your car to start when you turn the key in the ignition, you'll likely use the thought process much like the scientific method. So essentially, if you don't hit all the checklists on this arbitrary ruling list that we make, it doesn't mean it's not science necessarily. I don't think you've ever heard of a peer review
It's not arbitrary. It's not arbitrary.
Be shot down. Be shot down because it doesn't hit this one step. I think
young man. So, if we do the observation part, is it empirical? Have I come to the conclusion that this causes that when I just do the first step? Can I use the scientific? Can I use the scientific method? Hold on.
Did you listen to what I said?
Dude, it's like you don't want to listen to what other people are saying. More to the point.
When you literally just taking your own source.
Every time I start talking,
I've used your own source.
It's not disproving what I've said in any way, shape, or form. We're trying to find out the high experiment, the completion of the scientific method.
The audio is breaking up a little there, Jebba.
All right, thank you.
It wasn't bad. It was much better than it was before.
So, okay, again, just to cut this off, I suppose, just because you find on somewhere some checklists doesn't mean that if you don't follow every single step or to have an independent variable or
so
something.
translate what you're saying, Junior, is you don't like the checklist, so therefore it's wrong. That's what that translates. I don't like it, it's wrong.
I got a question for the guy who's, talking about science on here. If you don't follow the scientific method and you tell people that it's science, isn't that the definition of pseudoscience?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Well, you know what pseudo means, right? Like if I get, invited, if I get invited to a Muslim court, that's a pseudo court because I'm not a Muslim, right? Right? Did you die?
No, I'm still very much alive. Thank God.
Thank God. So it's a pseudoscience to say that we didn't follow the steps of the scientific method, but this is science. Like that's the very definition of pseudoscience.
Hold on a second. I'm not sure if you take. I think you take Wikipedia as a valid source because your friend cited it a couple of times.
Did you just not hear what Larry said? Did you just brush past it?
No, but I'm not talking to I'm not necessarily talking to Larry. I'm talking to Jedi.
Well, Larry was talking to you. That's very rude to not acknowledge what he said. He was addressing you.
Well, many tears are shed. But again, I'm talking to his friend here. Like to just cut this off.
Yeah, but this is I mean, we can set up a one-on-one debate for you with Jedi here, but he asked you a legitimate question about the difference between pseudoscience and science and whether you understand it, because I think that does get to the heart of the matter of the problem here. You think you can get away with the scientific method calling it arbitrary, whereas serious scientists have now accepted that there has to be some kind of method in order to observe objective reality and test it to see whether our hypothesis is true or not. You don't get to just say you're throwing that out. That's what pseudoscience is. That's what Larry is trying to say. Have you heard that term pseudoscience before, Aviator 1002?
Should I? Is
he going to ignore you now? No, this is very rude of you. Please address what is said to you by anyone in here. Any one of our staff, our moderation staff.
It'll expose them, right? Because he was just saying that you don't have to follow no arbitrary, like it's just random, like we made up the scientific method randomly, right? That's what he's saying. And then when I asked him that question, it's crushing his premise that he was just reading from. And if he addresses it, he can't, talk out of both sides of his mouth in here because he'll get called out.
Okay, Larry. Again, I'm not. Okay, but perhaps maybe I should restate. I suppose. I think as a whole, the scientific method is valid. It makes sense. It should be followed. If you miss something here or there, and it gets peer reviewed, and its conclusions of the experiment can be reproduced, etc., etc. It's published. It's still science. It's not fake science. It can be falsified, right? It can be checked. It can be
no, it can't. No, it can't. That the scientific method has been designed specifically with the specific steps that you must take in order for it to be considered falsifiable and verifiable, both.
Also,
if you miss any of the steps,
I'm taking a look. I'm taking a look at a source that. This is why I wanted to talk to Jedi just really quickly, because he posted a source which contradicts what he himself said. Right? He made a false claim based on his source.
That's not true. And what you read out in no way invalidates what I said.
Yes, it does. And I can show you how.
Read it out again. Read it out again.
It seems like you're not listening to me. That's interesting.
No, I need to read it out again. The thing that contradicts what I said.
So again, the what's it called again? The Geological Society of America, right? That source that you posted. Remember that?
Yeah. I asked you to copy and paste it, and post it.
I did copy and paste it.
Good. Read it out then. Read it out again then. And what part contradicts what I said?
the scientific method is not an exact recipe. Right, that's the first part. There are many ways to apply the scientific thought process without necessarily using all the steps listed previously. Okay, so there's ways to do science and use a scientific thought process, the valid scientific thought process, okay, without using all the steps listed previously, the steps that you posted before in the chat. Okay. That's what you're also saying.
You can,
even
and
when
so
you
this is
encounter
what I
a
said.
simple
You're
everyday
going
problem,
to let me say it again, young man, because you didn't listen to my talk last time. You're damn well going to listen to it this time. That doesn't contradict what I said. The reason why I posted this is because the scientific method will end up, if you do it correctly, with you understanding what causes things to happen because you've empirically proven it. Just because you can randomly take the thought process of you guessing what caused things to happen, like with your car, doesn't make that natural science.